formed something in him. When the lieutenant invited Glanton and his officers to dine, Glanton replied that he and his men did not keep separate mess. The lieutenant yielded the point with a smile, and Trias had done the same. They arrived in good order, shaved and shorn, and turned out in their new boots and finery. The Delawares strangely austere and menacing in their mourning coats. All together about the table set for them. Cigars were presented, and glasses of sherry poured, and the governor standing at the head of the table made them welcome, and issued orders to his chamberlain that every need be seen to. Soldiers attended them, fetching extra glasses, pouring the wine, lighting cigars from a wick in a silver holder designed for just that purpose. The judge arrived last of all, dressed in a well-cut suit of unbleached linen that had been made for him that very afternoon. Whole bolts of cloth exhausted, and squads of tailors as well in that fabrication. His feet were encased in nicely polished gray kid boots, and in his hand he held a Panama hat that had been spliced together from two such lesser hats by such painstaking work that the joinery did scarcely show at all. Trias had already taken his seat when the judge made his appearance, but no sooner had the governor seen him than he rose again, and they shook hands cordially, and the governor had him seated at his right, and they at once fell into conversation in a tongue none other in that room spoke at all, saving for random vile epithets drifted down from the north. The ex-priest was sat opposite the kid, and he raised his brows and motioned toward the head of the table with a swing of his eyes. The kid, in the first starched collar he'd ever owned, and the first cravat, sat mute as a tailor's dummy at that board. By now the table was fully commenced, and there was a tandem run of dishes, fish and fowl and beef and wild meats of the countryside, and a roast shote on a platter, and casseroles of savories and trifles and glacés, and bottles of wine and brandy from the vineyards at El Paso. Patriotic toasts were drunk, the governor's aides raising their glasses to Washington and Franklin, and the Americans responding with yet more of their own country's heroes, ignorant alike of diplomacy and any name at all from the pantheon of their sister republic. They fell to, and they continued to eat until they had exhausted first the banquet and then the larder of the hotel altogether. Couriers were sent abroad through the city to fetch more, only to have this also vanish, and more sent for, until Riddle's cook barricaded the door with his body, and the soldiers in attendance took to simply dumping great trays of pastries, fried meat skins, rounds of cheese, whatever they could find, out upon the table. The governor had tapped his glass and risen to speak in his well-phrased English, but the bloated and belching mercenaries were leering about and were calling for more drink, and some had not ceased to scream out toasts, now degenerated into obscene pledges to the whores of various southern cities. The bursar was introduced, to cheers, catcalls, hoisted bumpers. Glanton took charge of the long canvas bag stamped with the state cartouche, and cutting the governor short, he rose and dumped the gold out onto the table among the bones and rinds and pools of spilled drink, and in a brisk drumhead disbursement divided out the pile of gold with the blade of his knife, so that each man was paid his spoken share and no further ceremony to it. A sort of skiffle band had struck up a lugubrious air in one corner of the hall, and first up was the judge, who ushered the players and their instruments into the adjoining ballroom, where a number of ladies who had been sent for sat already about the walls on benches and fanned themselves without apparent alarm. The Americans debouched into the dance hall by ones and twos and by groups, chairs pushed back, chairs pushed over to lie where they fell. Wall lamps and their tin reflectors had been lit all about the room, and the celebrants foregathered there cast conflicting shadows. The scalp hunters stood grinning at the dames, churlish-looking in their shrunken clothes, sucking their teeth, armed with knives and pistols, and mad about the eyes. The judge was in close conference with the band, and soon a quadrille was struck up. A great lurching and stomping ensued, while the judge, affable, gallant, squired first one and then another of the ladies through the steps with an easy niceness. By midnight the governor had excused himself, and members of the band had begun to slip away. A blind street harpist stood terrified upon the banquet table among the bones and platters, and a horde of lurid-looking whores had infiltrated the dance. Pistol fire soon became general, and Mr. Riddle, who was acting American consul in the city, descended to remonstrate with the revelers and was warned away. Fights broke out. Furniture was disassembled, men waving chair legs, candle stands. 2 whores grappled and pitched into a sideboard and went to the floor in a crash of brandy glasses. Jackson, pistols drawn, lurched into the street, vowing to shoot the ass off Jesus Christ, the long-legged white son of a bitch. At dawn, the shapes of insensate topers lay snoring about the floor among dark patches of drying blood. Bathcat and the harpist lay asleep upon the banquet table in one another's arms. A family of thieves were tiptoeing through the wreckage, turning out the pockets of the sleepers, and the remains of a bonfire that had consumed a good part of the hotel's furnishings smoldered in the street before the door. These scenes and scenes like them were repeated night after night. The citizenry made address to the governor, but he was much like the sorcerer's apprentice, who could indeed provoke the imp to do his will, but could in no way make him cease again. The baths had become bordellos, the attendants driven off. The white stone fountain in the plaza was filled at night with naked and drunken men. Cantinas were evacuated as if by fire, with the appearance of any 2 of the company, and the Americans found themselves in ghost taverns with drinks on the tables and cigars still burning in the clay ashtrays. Horses were ridden indoors and out, and as the gold began to dwindle away, shopkeepers found themselves presented with debits scrawled on butcher paper in a foreign language for whole shelves of goods. Stores began to close. Charcoal scrawls appeared on the lime-washed walls. "Mejor los indios." The evening streets stood empty, and there were no paseos, and the young girls of the city were boarded up and seen no more. On the 15th of August, they rode out. A week later, a company of drovers reported them investing the town of Coyame, 80 miles to the northeast. The village of Coyame had for some years been laid under annual contribution by Gomez and his band. When Glanton and his men rode in, they were fallen upon as saints. Women ran alongside the horses to touch their boots, and presents of every kind were pressed upon them until each man rode with an embarrassment of melons and pastries and trussed chickens gathered in the bow of his saddle. When they rode out, 3 days later, the streets stood empty. Not even a dog followed them to the gates. They traveled northeast as far as the town of Presidio on the Texas border, and they crossed the horses and rode dripping through the streets, a soil where Glanton was subject to arrest. He rode out alone on the desert and sat the horse, and he and the horse and the dog looked out across the rolling scrubland and the barren peppercorn hills and the mountains and the flat brush country and running plain beyond, where 400 miles to the east were the wife and child he would not see again. His shadow grew long before him on the banded wash of sand. He would not follow. He had taken off his hat for the evening wind to cool him, and at length he put it on again and turned the horse and rode back. They wandered the borderland for weeks, seeking some sign of the Apache. Deployed upon that plain, they moved in a constant elision, ordained agents of the actual, dividing out the world which they encountered and leaving what had been and what would never be alike extinguished on the ground behind them. Spectre horsemen, pale with dust, anonymous in the crenellated heat. Above all else, they appeared wholly adventure, primal, provisional, devoid of order. Like beings provoked out of the absolute rock, and set nameless and at no remove from their own loomings, to wander ravenous and doomed and mute as gorgons, shambling the brutal wastes of Gondwanaland in a time before nomenclature was, and each was all. They killed wild meat, and they took what they required by way of commissary from the pueblos and estancias through which they passed. One evening, almost within sight of the town of El Paso, they looked off toward the north where the Geleños wintered, and they knew they would not be going there. They camped that night at the Hueco tanks, a group of natural stone cisterns in the desert. The rocks about in every sheltered place were covered with ancient paintings, and the judge was soon among them, copying out those certain ones into his book to take away with him. They were of men and animals, and of the chase, and there were curious birds and arcane maps, and there were constructions of such singular vision as to justify every fear of man and the things that are in him. Of these etchings, some bright yet with color, there were hundreds, and yet the judge went among them with assurance, tracing out the very ones which he required. When he had done, and while there yet was light, he returned to a certain stone ledge and sat awhile, and studied again the work there. Then he rose, and with a piece of broken chert he scalpelled away one of the designs, leaving no trace of it, only a raw place on the stone where it had been. Then he put up his book and returned to the camp. In the morning they rode out to the south. Little was said, nor were they quarrelsome among themselves. In 3 days they would fall upon a band of peaceful Tiwas camped on the river and slaughter them, every soul. On the eve of that day they crouched about the fire where it hissed in a softly falling rain, and they ran balls and cut patches as if the fate of the aborigines had been cast into shape by some other agency altogether, as if such destinies were prefigured in the very rock for those with eyes to read. No man stood to tender them a defense. Toadvine and the kid conferred together, and when they rode out at noon, the day following, they trotted their horses alongside Bathcat. They rode in silence. "Them sons of bitches ain't bothering nobody," Toadvine said. The Van Diemenlander looked at him. He looked at the livid letters tattooed on his forehead, and at the lank, greasy hair that hung from his earless skull. He looked at the necklace of gold teeth at his chest. They rode on. They approached those wretched pavilions in the long light of the day's failing, coming up from downwind along the south bank of the river where they could smell the wood smoke of the cook fires. When the first dogs barked, Glanton rowelled his horse forward, and they came out of the trees and across the dry scrub with the long necks of the horses leaning out of the dust, avid as hounds, and the riders quirting them on into the sun where the shapes of the women rising up from their tasks stood flat and rigid in silhouette for a moment before they could quite believe in the reality of that dusty pandemoniac pounding down upon them. They stood dumb, barefoot, clad in the unbleached cotton of the country. They clutched cooking ladles, naked children. At the first fire, a dozen of them crumpled and fell. The others had begun to run, old people flinging up their hands, children tottering and blinking in the pistol fire. A few young men ran out with drawn bows and were shot down, and then the riders were all through the village, trampling down the grass wickiups and bludgeoning the shrieking householders. Long past dark that night, when the moon was already up, a party of women that had been upriver drying fish returned to the village and wandered howling through the ruins. A few fires still smoldered on the ground, and dogs slank off from among the corpses. An old woman knelt at the blackened stones before her door and poked brush into the coals and blew back a flame from the ashes and began to right the overturned pots. All about her the dead lay, with their peeled skulls, like polyps bluely wet, or luminescent melons cooling on some mesa of the moon. In the days to come, the frail black rebuses of blood in those sands would crack and break and drift away, so that in the circuit of few suns all trace of the destruction of these people would be erased. The desert wind would salt their ruins, and there would be nothing, nor ghost nor scribe, to tell any pilgrim in his passing how it was the people that lived in this place, and in this place died. The Americans entered the town of Carisal late in the afternoon of the second day following, their horses festooned with the reeking scalps of the Tiwas. This town had fallen almost to ruin. Many of the houses stood empty, and the Presidio was collapsing back into the earth out of which it had been raised, and the inhabitants seemed themselves made vacant by old terrors. They watched the passing of that blood-stained argosy through their streets with dark and solemn eyes. Those riders seemed journeyed from a legendary world, and they left behind a strange tincture, like an after-image on the eye, and the air they disturbed was altered and electric. They passed along the ruinous walls of the cemetery, where the dead were trestled up in niches, and the grounds strewn with bones and skulls and broken pots, like some more ancient ossuary. Other ragged folk appeared in the dusty streets behind them, and stood looking after. That night they camped at a warm spring atop a hill, amid old traces of Spanish masonry, and they stripped and descended like acolytes into the water, while huge white leeches willowed away over the sands. When they rode out in the morning, it was still dark. Lightning stood in ragged chains far to the south, silent, the staccato mountains bespoken blue and barren out of the void. Day broke upon a smoking reach of desert, darkly clouded, where the riders could count 5 separate storms spaced upon the shores of the round earth. They were riding in pure sand, and the horses labored so hugely that the men were obliged to dismount and lead them, toiling up steep eskers where the wind blew the white pumice from the crests like the spume from sea swells, and the sand was scalloped and frailly shaped, and nothing else was there save random polished bones. They were all day among the dunes, and in the evening coming down from the last low sandhills to the plain below among catclaw and crucifixion thorn, they were a parched and haggard lot, man and beast. Harpy eagles flew up screaming from a dead mule and wheeled off westward into the sun as they led the horses out onto the plain. 2 nights later, bivouacked in a pass in the mountains, they could see the distant lights of the city below them. They crouched along a shale ridge in the leeward wall of the gap while the fire sawed in the wind, and they watched the lamps winking in the blue floor of the night 30 miles away. The judge crossed before them in the dark. Sparks from the fire ran down the wind. He took his seat among the scrabbled plates of shale out there, and so they sat, like beings from an older age, watching the distant lamps dim out one by one until the city on the plain had shrunk to a small core of light that might have been a burning tree, or some solitary encampment of travelers, or perhaps no ponderable fire at all. As they rode out through the tall wooden gates of the governor's palace, 2 soldiers who had been standing there counting them passed stepped forward and took Toadvine's horse by the headstall. Glanton passed him on the right and rode on. Toadvine stood in the saddle. "Glanton!" The riders clattered into the street. Glanton, just beyond the gates, looked back. The soldiers were speaking to Toadvine in Spanish, and one held an escopeta on him. "I ain't got nobody's teeth," Glanton said. "I'll shoot these 2 fools where they stand." Glanton spat. He looked down the street, and he looked at Toadvine. Then he dismounted and led his horse back into the courtyard. "Vámonos," he said. He looked up at Toadvine. "Get off your horse." They rode out of town under escort 2 days later. Upward of 100 soldiers herding them along the road, uneasy in their varied dress and arms, wrenching their horses about, and booting them through the ford where the American horses had stopped to drink. In the foothills above the aqueduct, they reined to one side, and the Americans filed past, and wound up through the rocks and nopal, and diminished among the shadows, and were gone. They rode west into the mountains. They passed through small villages, doffing their hats to folk whom they would murder before the month was out. Mud pueblos that lay like plague towns, with the crops rotting in the fields, and what stock not driven off by the Indians wandering at will, and none to herd or tend it. In many villages almost wholly depopulated of male inhabitants, where the women and children crouched in terror in their hovels, listening until the last hoofclop died in the distance. At the town of Nackery there was a cantina, and here the company dismounted and crowded through the doorway and took tables. Tobin volunteered to guard the horses. He stood watching up and down the street. No one paid him any mind. These people had seen Americans in plenty, dusty, laggard trains of them, months out of their own country, and half-crazed with the enormity of their own presence in that immense and blood-slaked waste, commandeering meal and meat, or indulging a latent taste for rape among the slow-eyed girls of that country. Now it was something near to an hour past noon, and a number of workers and tradesmen were crossing the street toward the cantina. As they passed Glanton's horse, Glanton's dog rose up, bristling. They veered slightly and went on. At the same moment, a deputation of dogs of the village had started across the plaza, 5, 6 of them, their eyes on Glanton's dog. As they did so, a juggler, leading a funeral, rounded the corner into the street, and taking a rocket from among several under his arm, he held it to the cigarillo in his mouth and tossed it into the plaza, where it exploded. The pack of dogs shied and scrambled back, save for 2 who continued into the street. Among the Mexican horses tethered at the bar before the cantina, several shot out a hind leg, and the rest stepped about nervously. Glanton's dog didn't take his eyes from the men moving toward the door. None of the American horses even raised an ear. The pair of dogs that had crossed in front of the funeral procession veered off from the kicking horses and came on toward the cantina. 2 more rockets exploded in the street, and now the rest of the procession had swung into view, a fiddler and a cornet player, leading with a quick and lively tune. The dogs were trapped between the funeral and the animals of the mercenaries, and they halted and flattened their ears and began to sidle and trot. Finally, they bolted across the street behind the pallbearers. These details should have stood the workers entering the cantina in better stead. They had turned, and they stood now with their backs to the door, holding their hats to their chests. The pallbearers passed, carrying on their shoulders a bier, and the watchers could see in her burial dress among the flowers the gray-looking face of a young woman jostling along woodenly. Behind came her coffin, made from rawhide, blacked with lampblack, carried by dark-clad porters, and looking much like a rude hide boat. At the rear advanced a company of mourners, some of the men drinking. The old women, in their dusty black shawls, helped weeping over the potholes, and children bearing flowers who looked shyly at the spectators in the street as they passed. Within the cantina, the Americans had no more than seated themselves before a muttered insult from a nearby table brought 3 or 4 of them to their feet. The kid addressed the table in his wretched Spanish, and demanded which among those sullen inebriates had spoken. Before any could own it, the first of the funeral rockets exploded in the street as told, and the entire company of Americans made for the door. A drunk at the table rose to his feet with a knife and lurched after them. His friends called after him, but he waved them away. John Dorsey and Henderson Smith, 2 boys from Missouri, were the first into the street. They were followed by Charlie Brown and the judge. The judge could see over their heads, and he raised one hand to those behind him. The bier was just passing. The fiddler and the cornetist were making little bows to each other, and their steps suggested the martial style of the air they played. "It's a funeral," said the judge. As he spoke, the drunk with the knife, now reeling in the doorway, sank the blade deep into the back of a man named Grimley. None saw it but the judge. Grimley put a hand on the rough wood frame of the door. "I'm killed," he said. The judge drew his belt pistol and leveled it above the heads of the men and shot the drunk through the middle of the forehead. The Americans outside the door were all but looking down the barrel of the judge's pistol when he fired, and most of them dove to the ground. Dorsey rolled clear and got to his feet, and collided with the workers who'd been paying their respects to the passing cortege. They were putting their hats on when the judge fired. The dead man fell backward into the cantina, blood spouting from his head. When Grimley turned, they could see the wooden handle of the knife protruding from his bloody shirt. Other knives were already in play. Dorsey was grappling with the Mexicans, and Henderson Smith had drawn his bowie and half-severed a man's arm with it, and the man was standing with the dark arterial blood spraying between his fingers where he tried to hold the wound shut. The judge got Dorsey to his feet, and they backed toward the cantina with the Mexicans feinting and jabbing at them with their knives. From inside came the uninterrupted sound of gunfire, and the door frame was filling up with smoke. The judge turned at the door and stepped over the several corpses sprawled there. Inside, the huge pistols roared without intermission, and the 20 or so Mexicans who'd been in the room were strewn about in every position, shot to pieces among the overturned chairs and the tables with the fresh splinters blown out of the wood, and the mud walls pocked everywhere by the big conical bullets. The survivors were making for the daylight in the doorway, and the first of these encountered the judge there and cut at him with his knife. But the judge was like a cat, and he sidestepped the man and seized his arm and broke it, and picked the man up by his head. He put him against the wall and smiled at him, but the man had begun to bleed from the ears, and the blood was running down between the judge's fingers and over his hands, and when the judge turned him loose there was something wrong with his head, and he slid to the floor and did not get up. Those behind him had, meanwhile, met with a great battery of gunfire, and the doorway was jammed with the dead and dying, when there was suddenly a great ringing silence in the room. The judge stood with his back to the wall. The smoke drifted through the fog, and the shrouded figures stood frozen. In the center of the room, Toadvine and the kid were standing back to back with their pistols at port like duelists. The judge stepped at the door and shouted across the stacked bodies to the ex-priest, where he stood among the horses with his pistol drawn. "The laggards, priest, the laggards!" They'd not have shot men in public in a town so large, but there was no help for it. 3 men were running down the street, and 2 others were legging it across the square. Of other souls abroad, there were none. Tobin stepped from between the horses and leveled the big pistol in both hands and began to fire, the pistol bucking and dropping back, and the runners wobbling and pitching headlong. He shot the 2 in the plaza and swung and shot down the runners in the street. The last one fell in a doorway, and Tobin turned and drew the other pistol from his belt and stepped to the other side of the horse and looked up the street and across the square for any sign of movement there or among the buildings. The judge stepped back from the doorway into the cantina, where the Americans stood looking at each other and at the bodies in a sort of wonder. They looked at Glanton, his eyes cut across the smoking room, his hat lying on a table. He stepped over and got it and set it on his head and squared it. He looked about. The men were reloading the empty chambers in their pistols. "Here, boys," he said. "The string ain't run on this trade yet." When they left the cantina 10 minutes later, the streets were deserted. They had scalped the entire body of the dead, sliding about in a floor that had been packed clay and was now a wine-colored mud. There were 28 Mexicans inside the tavern and 8 more in the street, including the 5 the ex-priest had shot. They mounted up. Grimley sat slumped sideways against the mud wall of the building. He did not look up. He was holding his pistol in his lap and looking off down the street, and they turned and rode out along the north side of the plaza and disappeared. It was 30 minutes before anyone appeared in the street. They spoke in whispers. As they approached the cantina, one of the men from inside appeared in the doorway like a bloody apparition. He had been scalped, and the blood was all run down into his eyes, and he was holding shut a huge hole in his chest where a pink froth breathed in and out. One of the citizens laid a hand on his shoulder. "A dónde vas?" he said. "A casa," said the man. The next town they entered was 2 days deeper into the Sierras. They never knew what it was called, a collection of mud huts pitched on the naked plateau. As they rode in, the people ran before them like harried game. Their cries to one another, or perhaps the visible frailty of them, seemed to incite something in Glanton. Brown watched him. He nudged forth his horse and drew his pistol, and the somnolent Pueblo was forthwith dragooned into a weltering shambles. Many of the people had been running toward the church, where they knelt, clutching the altar, and from this refuge they were dragged, howling, one by one, and one by one they were slain and scalped in the chancel floor. When the riders passed through this same village 4 days later, the dead were still in the streets, and buzzards and pigs were feeding on them. The scavengers watched in silence while the company picked their way past like supernumeraries in a dream. When the last of them was gone, they commenced to feed again. They went on through the mountains without resting. They trod a narrow trail through a black pine wood by day, and by dark, and in silence, save for the creaking of tack and the breathing of the horses. A thin shell of a moon lay capsized over the jagged peaks. They rode down into a mountain town just before day, where there was no lamp, nor watchman, nor dog. In the gray dawn, they sat along a wall waiting for daylight. A rooster called. A door slammed. An old woman came down the lane past the daubed sty walls through the mist, carrying a yoke of jars. They rose up. It was cold, and their breath plumed about them. They took down the poles in the corral and led the horses out. They rode up the street. They halted. The animals sidled and stamped in the cold. Glanton had reined up and drawn his pistol. A company of mounted troops passed out from behind a wall at the north end of the village and turned into the street. They wore tall shakos faced with metal plates and horsehair plumes, and they wore green coats trimmed with scarlet and scarlet sashes, and they were armed with lances and muskets, and their mounts were nicely caparisoned, and they entered the street sidling and prancing, horsemen riding upon horses, all of them desirable young men. The company looked at Glanton. He holstered the pistol and drew his rifle. The captain of the Lancers had raised his saber to halt the column. The next instant the narrow street was filled with rifle smoke, and a dozen of the soldiers lay dead or dying on the ground. The horses reared and screamed and fell back upon each other, and men were unhorsed and rose up struggling to hold their mounts. A second fire tore through their ranks. They fell away in confusion. The Americans drew their pistols and booted their horses forward up the street. The Mexican captain was bleeding from a gunshot wound in the chest, and he stood in the stirrups to receive the charge with his saber. Glanton shot him through the head and shoved him from his horse with his foot, and shot down in succession 3 men behind him. A soldier on the ground had picked up a lance and ran at him with it, and one of the riders leaned down out of that wild melee and cut his throat and passed on. In the morning dampness, the sulphurous smoke hung over the street in a gray shroud, and the colorful lancers fell under the horses in that perilous mist, like soldiers slaughtered in a dream, wide-eyed and wooden and mute. Some among the rear guard had managed to turn their mounts and start back up the street, and the Americans were clouting back with pistol barrels the riderless horses, and the horses surged and milled with the stirrups kicking out, and they trumpeted with their long mouths and trampled underfoot the dead. They beat them back and urged their horses through and up the street to where it narrowed and turned up the mountain, and they fired after the fleeing lancers as they skeltered up the trail in a rattle of small stones. Glanton sent a detachment of 5 men to follow, and he and the judge and Bathcat turned back. They met the rest of the company riding up, and they turned back, and they went down and looted the bodies where they lay in the street like dead bandsmen. And they smashed their muskets against the walls of the houses and broke their swords and lances. As they rode out, they met the 5 scouts returning. The Lancers had quit the trail and scattered through the woods. 2 nights later, camped on a butte looking out over the broad central plain, they could see a point of light out on that desert, like the reflection of a single star in a lake of utter blackness. They took counsel. On that raw tablestone the flames of their bale fire swirled and circled, and they studied the arrant blackness under them, where it fell away like the sheer cloven face of the world. "How far do you make 'em?" said Glanton. Holden shook his head. "They've made half a day on us. They number no more than 12, 14. They won't send men ahead. How far are we from Chihuahua City?" 4 days, 3. Where's Davy?" Glanton turned. "How far to Chihuahua, David?" Brown stood with his back to the fire. He nodded. "If that's them, they could be there in 3 days. You reckon we can overhaul them?" "I don't know. Might depend on whether they figure us to be after them." Glanton turned and spat into the fire. The judge raised one pale and naked arm and pursued something in the pit of it with his fingers. "If we can be off this mountain by daylight," he said, "I believe we can overtake them. Otherwise we had better make for Sonora." "They may be from Sonora." "Then we'd better go get them." "We could take these scalps to Ura's." The fire swept along the ground. It rose again. "We'd better go get them," said the judge. They rode onto the plain at dawn, as the judge had said, and that night they could see the fire of the Mexicans reflected in the sky to the east, beyond the curve of the earth. All the day following they rode, and all that night, jerking and lurching like a deputation of spastics as they slept in their saddles. On the morning of the third day they could see the riders before them on the plain in silhouette against the sun, and in the evening they could count their numbers struggling upon that desolate mineral waste. When the sun rose, the walls of the city stood pale and thin in the rising light 20 miles to the east. They sat their horses. The lancers were strung out along the road several miles to the south of them. There was no reason for them to stop, and no hope in it any more than there was in the riding. But as they were riding, they rode, and the Americans put their horses forward once again. For a while they rode almost parallel toward the gates of the city, the two parties bloody and ragged, the horses stumbling. Glanton called out to them to surrender, but they rode on. He drew his rifle. They were shambling along the road like dumb things. He pulled up his horse, and it stood with its legs spread and its flanks heaving, and he leveled the rifle and fired. They were, for the most part, no longer even armed. There were 9 of them, and they halted and turned, and then they charged across that intermittent ground of rock and scrub and were shot down in the space of a minute. The horses were caught and herded back to the road, and the saddles and trappings cut away. The bodies of the dead were stripped, and their uniforms and weapons burned, along with the saddles and other gear, and the Americans dug a pit in the road and buried them in a common grave. The naked bodies with their wounds, like the victims of surgical experimentation, lying in the pit, gaping sightlessly at the desert sky, as the dirt was pushed over them. They trampled the spot with their horses until it looked much like the road again, and the smoking gunlocks and saber blades and girth rings were dragged from the ashes of the fire and carried away and buried in a separate place. And the riderless horses hazed off into the desert. And in the evening the wind carried away the ashes, and the wind blew in the night and fanned the last smoldering billets, and drove forth the last fragile race of sparks fugitive as flint strikings in the unanimous dark of the world. They entered the city haggard and filthy, and reeking with the blood of the citizenry for whose protection they had contracted. The scalps of the slain villagers were strung from the windows of the governor's house, and the partisans were paid out of the all but exhausted coffers, and the Sociedad was disbanded, and the bounty rescinded. Within a week of their quitting the city, there would be a price of 8,000 pesos posted for Glanton's head. They rode out on the north road, as would parties bound for El Paso. But before they were even quite out of sight of the city, they had turned their tragic mounts to the west, and they rode infatuate and half-fawned toward the red demise of that day, toward the evening lands and the distant pandemonium of the sun. Chapter 14. Mountain Storms. Tierras quemadas, tierras despobladas. Jesus Maria. The inn. Shopkeepers. A bodega. The fiddler. The priest. Las Animas. The procession. Cazando las Almas. Glanton takes a fit. Dogs for sale. The judge prestidigitant. The flag. A shootout. An exodus. The conducta. Blood and mercury. At the ford. Jackson restored. The jungle. An herbalist. The judge collects specimens. The point of view for his work as a scientist. Ures. The populace. Los pordioseros. A fandango. Pariah dogs. Glanton and Judge. All to the north the rain had dragged black tendrils down from the thunderclouds, like tracings of lampblack fallen in a beaker, and in the night they could hear the drum of rain miles away on the prairie. They ascended through a rocky pass, and lightning shaped out the distant shivering mountains, and lightning rang the stones about, and tufts of blue fire clung to the horses like incandescent elementals that would not be driven off. Soft smelter lights advanced upon the metal of the harness. Lights ran blue and liquid on the barrels of the guns. Mad jack-hares started and checked in the blue glare, and high among those clanging crags, jocund rohawks crouched in their feathers, or cracked a yellow eye at the thunder underfoot. They rode for days through the rain, and they rode through rain and hail and rain again. In that gray storm light they crossed a flooded plain, with the footed shapes of the horses reflected in the water among clouds and mountains, and the riders slumped forward, and rightly skeptic of the shimmering cities on the distant shore of that sea whereon they trod miraculous. They climbed up through rolling grasslands, where small birds shied away chittering down the wind, and a buzzard labored up from among bones, with wings that went whoop, 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 like a child's toy swung on a string. And in the long red sunset, the sheets of water on the plain below them lay like tide pools of primal blood. They passed through a highland meadow carpeted with wildflowers, acres of golden groundsel and zinnia, and deep purple gentian, and wild vines of blue morning-glory, and a vast plain of varied small blooms reaching onward like a gingham print to the farthest serried rimlands, blue with haze, and the adamantine ranges rising out of nothing like the backs of sea beasts in a Devonian dawn. It was raining again, and they rode slouched under slickers hacked from greasy, half-cured hides, and so cowled in these primitive skins before the gray and driving rain, they looked like wardens of some dim sect, sent forth to proselytize among the very beasts of the land. The country before them lay clouded and dark. They rode through the long twilight, and the sun set and no moon rose. And to the west the mountains shuddered again and again in clattering frames, and burned to final darkness, and the rain hissed in the blind nightland. They went up through the foothills among pine trees and barren rock, and they went up through juniper and spruce, and the rare great aloes, and the rising stalks of the yuccas, with their pale blooms silent and unearthly among the evergreens. In the night they followed a mountain torrent in a wild gorge, choked with mossy rocks, and they rode under dark grottos where the water dripped and spattered and tasted of iron. And they saw the silver filaments of cascades divided upon the faces of distant buttes, that appeared as signs and wonders in the heavens themselves, so dark was the ground of their origins. They crossed the blackened wood of a burn, and they rode through a region of cloven rock, where great boulders lay halved with smooth, uncentered faces, and on the slopes of those ferret grounds old paths of fire, and the blackened bones of trees, assassinated in the mountain storms. On the day following they began to encounter holly and oak, hardwood forests, much like those they had quit in their youth. In pockets on the north slopes, hail lay nested like tektites among the leaves, and the nights were cool. They traveled through the high country deeper into the mountains, where the storms had their lairs, a fiery, clangorous region, where white flames ran on the peaks, and the ground bore the burnt smell of broken flint. At night the wolves and the dark forests of the world below called to them, as if they were friends to man, and Glanton's dog trotted moaning among the endlessly articulating legs of the horses. 9 days out of Chihuahua, they passed through a gap in the mountains and began to descend by a trail that ran carved along the solid stone face of a bluff 1,000 feet above the clouds. A great stone mammoth watched from the gray escarpment above them. They picked their way down single file. They passed through a tunnel hewn in the rock, and on the other side, miles below them in a gorge, lay the roofs of a town. They descended by rocky switchbacks and across the beds of streams where small trout stood on their pale fins and studied the noses of the drinking horses. Sheets of mist that smelled and tasted of metal rose out of the gorge and crossed over them and moved on through the woods. They nudged the horses through the ford and down the trace, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a thin and drizzling rain, they rode into the old stone town of Jesus Maria. They clattered over the rain-washed cobbles stuck with leaves, and crossed a stone bridge, and rode up the street under the dripping eaves of the galleried buildings and along a mountain torrent that ran through the town. Small ore mills had been ground into the polished rocks in the river, and the hills above the town were everywhere tunneled and scaffolded and scarred with drifts and tailings. The raggle-tag advent of the riders was howled about by a few wet dogs crouched in doorways, and they turned into a narrow street and halted dripping before the door of an inn. Glanton pounded on the door, and it opened, and a young boy looked out. A woman appeared and looked at them and went back in. Finally a man came and opened the gate. He was slightly drunk, and he held the gate while the horsemen rode through one by one into the little flooded courtyard, and then he closed the gate behind them. In the morning the rain had stopped, and they appeared in the streets, tattered, stinking, ornamented with human parts like cannibals. They carried the huge pistols stuck in their belts, and the vile skins they wore were deeply stained with blood and smoke and gunblack. The sun was out, and the old women, on their knees with bucket and rag, washing the stones before the shop doors, turned and looked after them, and shopkeepers setting out their wares nodded them a wary good morning. They were a strange clientele among such comers. They stood blinking before the doorways where finches hung in small withy cages, and green and brassy parrots that stood on one foot and croaked uneasily. There were ristras of dried fruit and peppers, and clusters of tinware that hung like chimes, and there were hogskins filled with pulque that swung from the beams like bloated swine in a knacker's yard. They sent for cups. A fiddler appeared and crouched on a stone door-sill and began to saw out some Moorish folk tune, and none who passed on their morning errands could take their eyes from those pale and rancid giants. By noon they'd found a bodega, run by a man named Frank Carroll, a low doggery, once a stable, whose shed doors stood open to the street to admit the only light. The fiddler had followed in what seemed a great sadness, and he took up his station just without the door, where he could watch the outlanders drink and clack their gold doubloons on the board. In the doorway there was an old man taking the sun, and he leaned with a goat-horn ear-trumpet to the rising din within, and nodded in continual agreement, although no word was spoken in any language he had understanding of. The judge had spied the musician, and he called to him and tossed a coin that clinked upon the stones. The fiddler held it briefly to the light, as if it might not serve, and then slipped it away among his clothes, and fitted his instrument beneath his chin, and struck up an air that was old among the mountebanks of Spain 200 years before. The judge stepped into the sunlit doorway and executed upon the stones a series of steps with a strange precision, and he and the fiddler seemed alien minstrels met by chance in this medieval town. The judge removed his hat and bowed to a pair of ladies detoured into the street to bypass the doggery, and he pirouetted hugely on his mincing feet and poured pulque from his cup into the old man's ear-trumpet. The old man quickly stoppered the horn with the ball of his thumb, and he held the horn with care before him while he augured his ear with one finger, and then he drank. By dark the streets were filled with besotted bedlamites, lurching and cursing and ringing the church bells with pistol balls in a godless charivari, until the priest emerged bearing before him the crucified Christ, and exhorting them with fragments of Latin in a sing-song chant. This man was drubbed in the street, and prodded obscenely, and they flung gold coins at him as he lay clutching his image. When he rose, he disdained to take up the coins, until some small boys ran out to gather them, and then he ordered them brought to him, while the barbarians whooped and drank him a toast. Spectators drifted away, the narrow street emptied. Some of the Americans had wandered into the cold waters of the stream and were splashing about, and they clambered dripping into the street and stood dark and smoking and apocalyptic in the dim lampfall. The night was cold, and they shambled steaming through the cobbled town like ferryboat beasts, and it had begun to rain again. The day that followed was the Feast of Las Animas, and there was a parade through the streets, and a horse-drawn cart that bore a rude Christ in a stained and ancient catafalque. Lay acolytes followed all in company, and the priest went before ringing a small bell. A barefoot brotherhood, clad in black, marched in the rear, bearing scepters of weeds. The Christ jostled past, a poor figure of straw with carven head and feet. He wore a crown of mountain briars, and on his brow were painted drops of blood, and on his old, dry wooden cheeks blue tears. The villagers knelt and blessed themselves, and some stepped forward and touched the garment the figure wore and kissed their fingertips. The parade trundled past mournfully, and small children sat in the doorways eating pastry skulls and watching the parade and the rain in the streets. The judge sat alone in the cantina. He also watched the rain, his eyes small in his great naked face. He'd filled his pockets with little candy death's heads, and he sat by the door and offered these to children passing on the walk under the eaves, but they shied away like little horses. In the evening, groups of townfolk descended from the cemetery on the side of the hill, and later in the dark, by candle or lamplight, they emerged again and made their way up to the church to pray. None but passed clutches of Americans crazed with drink, and these grimy visitants would doff their hats oafishly, and totter and grin, and make obscene suggestions to the young girls. Carroll had closed his squalid bistro at dusk, but opened it again to save the doors being stove. Sometime in the night, a party of horsemen bound for California arrived, every man of them slumped in exhaustion. Yet within the hour they'd ridden out again. By midnight, when the souls of the dead were rumored to be about, the scalp hunters were again howling in the streets and discharging their pistols in spite of rain or death, and this continued sporadically until dawn. By noon the day following, Glanton, in his drunkenness, was taken with a kind of fit, and he lurched, crazed and disheveled, into the little courtyard and began to open fire with his pistols. In the afternoon he lay bound to his bed like a madman, while the judge sat with him and cooled his brow with rags of water and spoke to him in a low voice. Outside, voices called across the steep hillsides. A little girl was missing, and parties of citizens had turned out to search the mine shafts. After a while Glanton slept, and the judge rose and went out. It was gray and raining. Leaves were blowing down. A ragged stripling stepped from a doorway by a wooden rainspout and tugged at the judge's elbow. He had 2 pups in his shirt front, and these he offered for sale, dragging one forth by the neck. The judge was looking off up the street. When he looked down at the boy hauled forth the other dog. They hung limply. "Pero se vende," he said. "Cuánto quieres?" said the judge. The boy looked at one and then the other of the animals, as if he'd pick one to suit the judge's character, such dogs existing somewhere, perhaps. He thrust forth the left-hand animal. "50 centavos," he said. The pup squirmed and drew back in his fist, like an animal backing down a hole, its pale blue eyes impartial, befrighted alike of the cold and the rain and the judge. "Ambos," said the judge. He sought in his pockets for coins. The dog vendor took this for a bargaining device, and studied the dogs anew to better determine their worth. But the judge had dredged from his polluted clothes a small gold coin worth a bushel of such-priced dogs. He laid the coin in the palm of his hand and held it out, and with the other hand took the pups from their keeper, holding them in one fist like a pair of socks. He gestured with the gold. "Ándale," he said. The boy stared at the coin. The judge made a fist and opened it. The coin was gone. He wove his fingers in the empty air and reached behind the boy's ear and took the coin and handed it to him. The boy held the coin in both hands before him like a small ciborium, and he looked up at the judge. But the judge had set forth dogs dangling. He crossed upon the stone bridge, and he looked down into the swollen waters and raised the dogs and pitched them in. At the farther end, the bridge gave onto a small street that ran along the river. Here the Van Diemenlanders stood urinating from a stone wall into the water. When he saw the judge commit the dogs from the bridge, he drew his pistol and called out. The dogs disappeared in the foam. They swept one and the next down a broad green race over sheets of polished rock into the pool below. The Van Diemenlander raised and cocked the pistol. In the clear waters of the pool, willow leaves turned like jade dace. The pistol bucked in his hand, and one of the dogs leaped in the water. And he cocked it again and fired again, and a pink stain diffused. He cocked and fired the pistol a third time, and the other dog also blossomed and sank. The judge continued on across the bridge. When the boy ran up and looked down into the water, he was still holding the coin. The Van Diemenlander stood in the street opposite with his pistol in one hand and the revolver in the other. The smoke had drifted off downstream, and there was nothing in the pool at all. Sometime in the late afternoon, Glanton woke and managed to struggle free of his bindings. The first news they had of him was in front of the cuartel, where he cut down the Mexican flag with his knife and tied it to the tail of a mule. Then he mounted the mule and goaded it through the square, dragging the sacred bandera in the mud behind him. He made a circuit of the streets and emerged in the plaza again, kicking the animal viciously in the flanks. As he turned, a shot rang out, and the mule fell stone dead under him, with a musket ball lodged in its brain. Glanton rolled clear and scrambled to his feet, firing wildly. An old woman sank soundlessly to the stones. The judge and Tobin and Doc Irving came from Frank Carroll's on a dead run and knelt in the shadow of a wall and began to fire at the upper windows. Another half-dozen Americans came around the corner on the far side of the square, and in a flurry of gunfire 2 of them fell. Slags of lead were whining off the stones, and gun smoke hung over the streets in the damp air. Glanton and John Gunn had made their way along the walls to the shed behind the posada where the horses were stabled, and they began bringing the animals out. 3 more of the company entered the yard at a run and commenced to tote gear out of the building and to saddle horses. Gunfire was now continual in the street, and 2 Americans lay dead and others lay calling out. When the company rode out 30 minutes later, they ran a gantlet of ragged fusel fire and rocks and bottles, and they left 6 of their number behind. An hour later, Carroll and another American named Sanford, who'd been residing in the town, caught them up. The citizens had torched the saloon. The priest had baptized the wounded Americans and then stood back while they were shot through the head. Before dark, they encountered, laboring up the western slope of the mountain, a conducta of 122 mules, bearing flasks of quicksilver for the mines. They could hear the whip-crack and cry of the arrieros on the switchbacks far below them, and they could see the burdened animals plodding like goats along a fault line in the sheer rock wall. Bad luck. 26 days from the sea and less than 2 hours out from the mines. The mules wheezed and scrabbled in the talus, and the drivers in their ragged and colorful costumes harried them on. When the first of them saw the riders above them, he stood in the stirrups and looked back. The column of mules wound down the trail for a half-mile or more, and as they bunched and halted, there were sections of the train visible on the separate switchbacks far below, 8 and 10 mules, facing now this way, now that, the tails of the animals picked clean as bones by those behind, and the mercury within the gutta-percha flasks pulsing heavily, as if they carried secret beasts, things in pairs that stirred and breathed uneasily within those bloated satchels. The muleteer turned and looked up the trail. Already Glanton was upon him. He greeted the American cordially. Glanton rode past without speaking, taking the upper side of that rocky strait and shouldering the drover's mule dangerously among the loose shales. The man's face clouded, and he turned and called back down the trail. The other riders were now pushing past him, their eyes narrow and their faces black as stokers with gun soot. He stood down off his mule and drew his escopeta from under the fender of the saddle. David Brown was opposite him at this point, his pistol already in his hand, at the off side of his horse. He swung it over the pommel and shot the man squarely in the chest. The man sat down heavily, and Brown shot him again, and he pitched off down the rocks into the abyss below. The others of the company hardly turned to advise themselves of what had occurred. Every man of them was firing point-blank at the muleteers. They fell from their mounts and lay in the trail, or slid from the escarpment and vanished. The drivers below got their animals turned and were attempting to flee back down the trail. And the laden pack mules were beginning to clamber white-eyed at the sheer wall of the bluff like enormous rats. The riders pushed between them and the rock and methodically rode them from the escarpment, the animals dropping silently as martyrs, turning sedately in the empty air and exploding on the rocks below in startling bursts of blood and silver as the flasks broke open and the mercury loomed wobbling in the air in great sheets and lobes and small trembling satellites, and all its forms grouping below and racing in the stone arroyos like the embreachment of some ultimate alchemic work decocted from out the secret dark of the earth's heart. The fleeing stag of the ancients fugitive on the mountainside, and bright and quick in the dry path of the storm's channels, and shaping out the sockets in the rock, and hurrying from ledge to ledge down the slope, shimmering and deft as eels. The muleteers benched out in a swag on the trail, where the precipice was almost negotiable, and they rode and fell crashing down through the scrub juniper and pine in a confusion of cries, while the horsemen herded the lag mules off after them and rode wildly down the rock trail like men themselves at the mercy of something terrible. Carroll and Sanford had become detached from the company, and when they reached the bench where the last of the arrieros had disappeared, they reined their horses and looked back up the trail. It was empty, save for a few dead men from the conducta. 100 mules had been ridden off the escarpment, and in the curve of the bluff they could see the broken shapes of the animals strewn down the rocks, and they could see the bright shapes of the quicksilver pooled in the evening light. The horses stamped and arched their necks. The riders looked on down into that calamitous gulf, and they looked at each other, but they required no conference, and they pulled the mouths of the horses about and roweled them on down the mountain. They caught up with the company at dusk. They were dismounted at the far side of a river, and the kid and one of the Delawares were hazing the lathered horses back from the edge of the water. They put their animals to the ford and crossed, the water up under the horses' bellies, and the horses picking their way over the rocks and glancing wildly upstream where a cataract thundered out of the darkening forest into the flecked and seething pool below. When they rode up out of the ford, the judge stepped forward and took Carroll's horse by the jaw. "Where's the nigger?" he said. He looked at the judge. They were all but at eye level, and he on horseback. "I don't know," he said. The judge looked at Glanton. Glanton spat. "How many men did you see in the square?" "I didn't have time to take no head count. There is 3 or 4 shot that I know of." "But not the nigger?" "I never saw him." Sanford pushed his horse forward. "There was no nigger in the square," he said. "I seen them shoot them boys, and they were every one as white as you and me." The judge turned loose Carroll's horse and went to get his own animal. 2 of the Delawares detached themselves from the company. When they rode out up the trail, it was almost dark, and the company had pulled back into the woods and posted vedettes at the ford, and they made no fire. No riders came down the trail. The early part of the night was dark, but the first relief at the ford saw it begin to clear, and the moon came out over the canyon, and they saw a bear come down and pause at the far side of the river and test the air with his nose and turn back. About daybreak, the judge and the Delawares returned. They had the black with them. He was naked save for a blanket he'd wrapped himself in. He didn't even have boots. He was riding one of the bone-tailed pack mules from the conducta, and he was shivering with cold. The only thing he'd saved was his pistol. He was holding it against his chest under the blanket, for he had no other place to carry it. The way down out of the mountains, toward the western sea, led them through green gorges, thick with vines, where paroquets and gaudy macaws leered and croaked. The trail followed a river, and the river was up and muddy, and there were many fords, and they crossed and recrossed the river continually. Pale cascades hung down the sheer mountain wall above them, blowing off of the high, slick rock in wild vapors. In 8 days they passed no other riders. On the 9th they saw an old man trying to get off the trail below them, caning a pair of burros through the woods. As they came abreast of this spot they halted, and Glanton turned into the woods where the wet leaves were shuffled up, and he tracked down the old man sitting in the shrubbery, solitary as a gnome. The burros looked up and twitched their ears, and then lowered their heads to browse again. The old man watched him. "Por qué se esconde?" said Glanton. The old man didn't answer. "De dónde viene?" The old man seemed unwilling to reckon even with the idea of a dialogue. He squatted in the leaves with his arms folded. Glanton leaned and spat. He gestured with his chin at the burros. "¿Qué tiene allá?" The old man shrugged. "Hierbas," he said. Glanton looked at the animals, and he looked at the old man. He turned his horse back toward the trail to rejoin the party. "Por qué me busca?" called the old man after him. They moved on. There were eagles and other birds in the valley, and many deer, and there were wild orchids and brakes of bamboo. The river here was sizable, and it swept past enormous boulders, and waterfalls fell everywhere out of the high, tangled jungle. The judge had taken to riding ahead with one of the Delawares, and he carried his rifle loaded with the small, hard seeds of the nopal fruit. And in the evening he would dress expertly the colorful birds he'd shot, rubbing the skins with gunpowder and stuffing them with balls of dried grass and packing them away in his wallets. He pressed the leaves of trees and plants into his book, and he stalked tiptoe the mountain butterflies with his shirt outheld in both hands, speaking to them in a low whisper. No curious study himself. Toadvine sat watching him as he made his notations in the ledger, holding the book toward the fire for the light, and he asked him what was his purpose in all this. The judge's quill ceased its scratching. He looked at Toadvine, then he continued to write again. Toadvine spat into the fire. The judge wrote on, and then he folded the ledger shut and laid it to one side, and pressed his hands together and passed them down over his nose and mouth, and placed them palm down on his knees. "Whatever exists," he said, "whatever in creation exists without my knowledge, exists without my consent." He looked about at the dark forest in which they were bivouacked. He nodded toward the specimens he'd collected. "These anonymous creatures," he said, "may seem little or nothing in the world, yet the smallest crumb can devour us. Any smallest thing beneath yon rock out of men's knowing. Only nature can enslave man, and only when the existence of each last entity is routed out and made to stand naked before him will he be properly suzerain of the earth." "What's a suzerain?" "A keeper or overlord." "Why not say keeper, then?" "Because he is a special kind of keeper. A suzerain rules even where there are other rulers. His authority countermands local judgments." Toadvine spat. The judge placed his hands on the ground. He looked at his inquisitor. "This is my claim," he said, "and yet everywhere upon it are pockets of autonomous life. Autonomous. In order for it to be mine, nothing must be permitted to occur upon it save by my dispensation." Toadvine sat with his boots crossed before the fire. "No man can acquaint himself with everything on this earth," he said. The judge tilted his great head. "The man who believes that the secrets of the world are forever hidden lives in mystery and fear. Superstition will drag him down. The rain will erode the deeds of his life. But that man who sets himself the task of singling out the thread of order from the tapestry will, by the decision alone, have taken charge of the world. And it is only by such taking charge that he will effect a way to dictate the terms of his own fate." "I don't see what that has to do with catching birds." "The freedom of birds is an insult to me. I'd have them all in zoos." "That'd be a hell of a zoo." The judge smiled. "Yes," he said, "even so." In the night a caravan passed. The heads of the horses and mules, muffled in serapes, led along silently in the dark, the riders cautioning one to the other with their fingers to their lips. The judge, atop a great boulder overlooking the trail, watched them go. In the morning they rode on. They forded the muddy Yaqui River, and they rode through stands of sunflowers tall as a man on horseback, the dead faces dished toward the west. The country began to open up, and they began to come upon plantings of corn on the hillsides, and a few clearings in the wilderness where there were grass huts and orange and tamarind trees. Of humans they saw none. On the 2nd of December of 1849, they rode into the town of Ures, capital of the state of Sonora. They had not trotted half the length of the town before they had drawn about them a following of rabble unmatched for variety and sordidness by any they had yet encountered. Beggars and proctors of beggars, and whores and pimps and vendors and filthy children, and whole deputations of the blind and the maimed and the importunate, all crying out, "Por Dios!" and some who rode astride the backs of porters and hied them after, and great numbers of folk of every age and condition who were merely curious. Females of domestic reputation lounged upon the balconies they passed, with faces gotten up in indigo and almagra, gaudy as the rumps of apes, and they peered from behind their fans with a kind of lurid coyness, like transvestites in a madhouse. The judge and Glanton rode at the head of the little column and conferred between themselves. The horses cantered nervously, and if the riders roweled an occasional hand clutching at the trappings of their mounts, those hands withdrew in silence. They put up that night at a hostel at the edge of the town, run by a German, who turned over the premises to them entirely, and was seen no more for either service or payment. Glanton wandered through the tall and dusty rooms with their withy ceilings, and at length he found an old criada cowering in what must have passed for a kitchen, although it contained nothing culinary save a brazier and a few clay pots. He set her to work heating water for baths, and pressed a handful of silver coins on her, and charged her with setting them some kind of board. She stared at the coins without moving until he shooed her away, and she went off down the hallway holding the coins cupped in her hands like a bird. She disappeared up the stairwell, calling out, and soon there were a number of women busy about the place. When Glanton turned to go back down the hall, there were 4 or 5 horses standing in it. He slapped them away with his hat and went to the door and looked out at the silent mob of spectators. "Mozos de cuadra," he called. "Venga! Pronto!" 2 boys pushed through and approached the door, and a number of others followed. Glanton motioned the tallest of them forward and placed one hand on top of his head and turned him around and looked at the others. "Este hombre es el jefe," he said. The jefe stood solemnly, his eyes cutting about. Glanton turned his head around and looked at him. "Te encargo todo, ¿entiendes? Caballos, sillas, todo." "Sí, entiendo." "Bueno, ándale. Hay caballos en la casa." The jefe turned and shouted out the names of his friends, and half a dozen came forward, and they entered the house. When Glanton went down the hall, they were leading those animals, known man-killers, toward the door, scolding them, the least of the boys hardly taller than the legs of the animal he'd taken in charge. Glanton went out to the back of the building and looked about for the ex-priest, whom it pleased him to send for whores and drink, but he couldn't be found. In trying to arrive at a detail which might reasonably be expected to return at all, he settled on Doc Irving and Shelby, and gave them a fistful of coins, and returned to the kitchen again. By dark, there were a half-dozen young goats roasting on spits in the yard behind the hostel, their blackened figures shining in the smoky light. The judge strolled the grounds in his linen suit, and directed the chefs with a wave of his cigar, and he in turn was followed by a string band of 6 musicians, all of them old, all serious, who stayed with him at every turn, some 3 paces to the rear, and playing the while. A skin of pulque hung from a tripod in the center of the yard, and Irving had returned with between 20 and 30 whores of every age and size. And there were deployed before the door of the building whole trains of wagons and carts overseen by impromptu sutlers, crying out each his bill of particulars, and surrounded by a shifting gallery of townspeople, and dozens of half-broken horses for trade that reared and whinnied, and desolate-looking cattle and sheep and pigs, together with their owners, until the town that Glanton and the judge had hoped to lay clear of was almost entirely at their door, in a carnival underwritten with that mood of festivity and growing ugliness common to gatherings in that quarter of the world. The bonfire in the courtyard had been stoked to such heights that from the street the entire rear of the premises appeared to be in flames, and new merchants with their goods and new spectators were arriving regularly, together with sullen groups of Yaqui Indians in loincloths who would be hired for their labor. By midnight there were fires in the street, and dancing and drunkenness, and the house rang with the shrill cries of the whores and rival packs of dogs that infiltrated the now partly darkened and smoking yard in the back, where a vicious dogfight broke out over the charred racks of goat bones, and where the first gunfire of the night erupted, and wounded dogs howled and dragged themselves about until Glanton himself went out and killed them with his knife. A lurid scene in the flickering light, the wounded dogs silent save for the pop of their teeth, dragging themselves across the lot like seals or other things, and crouching under the walls while Glanton walked them down and clove their skulls with the huge copper-backed belt-knife. He was no more than back inside the house before new dogs were muttering at the spits. By the small hours of the morning most of the lamps within the hostel had smoked out, and the rooms were filled with drunken snoring. The sutlers and their carts were gone, and the blackened rings of the burned-out fires lay in the road like bomb craters. The smoldering billets dragged forth to sustain the one last fire, about which sat old men and boys, smoking and exchanging tales. As the mountains to the east began to shape themselves out of the dawn, these figures, too, drifted away. In the yard at the rear of the premises, the surviving dogs had dragged the bones about everywhere, and the dead dogs lay in dark shingles of their own blood dried in the dust, and cocks had begun to crow. When the judge and Glanton appeared at the front door in their suits, the judge in white and Glanton in black, the only person about was one of the small hostlers asleep on the steps. "Joven," said the judge. The boy leaped up. "Eres mozo del caballado?" "Sí, señor. A su servicio." "Nuestros caballos," he said. He would describe the animals, but the boy was already on the run. It was cold, and a wind was blowing, the sun not up. The judge stood at the steps, and Glanton walked up and down, studying the ground. In 10 minutes the boy and another appeared, leading the 2 horses saddled and groomed at a nice trot up the street. The boys at a dead run, barefoot, the breath of the horses pluming, and their heads turning smartly from side to side. Chapter 15. A New Contract. Sloat. The Massacre on the Nakosari. Encounter with Elias. Pursued north. A lottery. Shelby and the kid. A horse lamed. A norther. An ambush. Escape. War on the plains. A descent. The burning tree. On the track. The trophies. The kid rejoins his command. The judge. A desert sacrifice. The scouts do not return. The Ogdode. Santa Cruz. The militia. Snow. A hospice. The stable. On the 5th of December they rode out north in the cold darkness before daybreak, carrying with them a contract signed by the governor of the state of Sonora for the furnishing of Apache scalps. The streets were silent and empty. Carroll and Sanford had defected from the company, and with them now rode a boy named Sloat, who had been left sick to die in this place by one of the gold trains bound for the coast weeks earlier. When Glanton asked him if he were kin to the commodore of that name, the boy spat quietly and said, "No, nor him to me." He rode near the head of the column, and he must have counted himself well out of that place. Yet if he gave thanks to any god at all, it was ill-timed, for the country was not done with him. They rode north onto the broad Sonoran desert, and in that cauterized waste they wandered aimlessly for weeks, pursuing rumor and shadow. A few small scattered bands of Chiricahua raiders, supposedly seen by herdsmen on some squalid and desolate ranch. A few peons waylaid and slain. 2 weeks out they massacred a pueblo on the Nacosari River, and 2 days later, as they rode toward Ures with the scalps, they encountered a party of armed Sonoran cavalry on the plains west of Baviacara under General Elias. A running fight ensued, in which 3 of Glanton's party were killed and another 7 wounded, 4 of whom couldn't ride. That night they could see the fires of the army less than 10 miles to the south. They sat out the night in darkness, and the wounded called for water, and in the cold stillness before dawn the fires out there were still burning. At sunrise the Delawares rode into the camp and sat on the ground with Glanton and Brown and the judge. In the eastern light the fires on the plain faded like an evil dream, and the country lay bare and sparkling in the pure air. Elias was moving upon them out there with over 500 troops. They rose and began to saddle the horses. Glanton fetched down a quiver made from ocelot skin and counted out the arrows in it, so that there was one for each man, and he tore a piece of red flannel into strips and tied these about the footings of 4 of the shafts, and then replaced the counted arrows into the quiver. He sat on the ground with the quiver upright between his knees while the company filed past. When the kid selected among the shafts to draw one, he saw the judge watching him, and he paused. He looked at Glanton. He let go the arrow he'd chosen and sorted out another and drew that one. It carried the red tassel. He looked at the judge again, and the judge was not watching. And he moved on and took his place with Tate and Webster. They were joined finally by a man named Harlan from Texas, who had drawn the last arrow, and the 4 of them stood together while the rest saddled their horses and led them out. Of the wounded men, 2 were Delawares and 1 a Mexican. The 4th was Dick Shelby, and he alone sat watching the preparations for departure. The Delawares remaining in the company conferred among themselves, and one of them approached the 4 Americans and studied them, each in turn. He walked past them and turned and came back and took the arrow from Webster. Webster looked at Glanton where he stood with his horse. Then the Delaware took Harlan's arrow. Glanton turned, and with his forehead against the ribs of his horse, he tightened the girth straps and then mounted up. He adjusted his hat. No one spoke. Harlan and Webster went to get their animals. Glanton sat his horse while the company filed past, and then he turned and followed them out onto the plain. The Delaware had gone for his horse, and he brought it up still hobbled through the wallowed places in the sand where the man had slept. Of the wounded Indians, 1 was silent, breathing heavily with his eyes closed. The other was chanting rhythmically. The Delaware let drop the reins and took down his war club from his bag, and stepped astraddle of the man, and swung the club and crushed his skull with a single blow. The man humped up in a little shuddering spasm, and then lay still. The other was dispatched in the same way, and then the Delaware raised the horse's leg and undid the hobble and slid it clear, and rose and put the hobble and the club in the bag, and mounted up and turned the horse. He looked at the 2 men standing there. His face and chest were freckled with blood. He touched up the horse with his heels and rode out. Tate squatted in the sand, his hands dangling in front of him. He turned and looked at the kid. "Who gets the Mexican?" he said. The kid didn't answer. They looked at Shelby. He was watching them. Tate had a clutch of small pebbles in his hand, and he let them drop one by one into the sand. He looked at the kid. "Go on if you want to," the kid said. He looked at the Delawares dead in their blankets. "You might not do it," he said. "That ain't your worry. Glanton might come back. He might. Tate looked over to where the Mexican was lying, and he looked at the kid again. "I'm still held to it," he said. The kid didn't answer. "You know what they'll do to him." The kid spat. "I can guess," he said. "No, you can't." "I said you could go. You do what you want." Tate rose and looked to the south, but the desert there lay in all its clarity, uninhabited by any approaching armies. He shrugged up his shoulders in the cold. "Injuns," he said. "It don't mean nothing to them." He crossed the campground and brought his horse around and led it up and mounted it. He looked at the Mexican, wheezing softly, a pink froth on his lips. He looked at the kid, and then he nudged the pony up through the scraggly acacia and was gone. The kid sat on the sand and stared off to the south. The Mexican was shot through the lungs and would die anyway, but Shelby had had his hip shattered by a ball, and he was clear in his head. He lay watching the kid. He was from a prominent Kentucky family and had attended Transylvania College, and like many another young man of his class, he'd gone west because of a woman. He watched the kid, and he watched the enormous sun where it sat boiling on the edge of the desert. Any road agent or gambler would have known that the first to speak would lose, but Shelby had already lost it all. "Why don't you just get on with it?" he said. The kid looked at him. "If I had a gun, I'd shoot you," Shelby said. The kid didn't answer. "You know that, don't you?" "You ain't got a gun," the kid said. He looked to the south again. Something moving, perhaps the first lines of heat. No dust in the morning so early. When he looked at Shelby again, Shelby was crying. "You won't thank me if I let you off," he said. "Do it then, you son of a bitch." The kid sat. A light wind was blowing out of the north, and some doves had begun to call in the thicket of greasewood behind them. "If you want me just to leave you, I will." Shelby didn't answer. He pushed a furrow in the sand with the heel of his boot. "You'll have to say." "Will you leave me a gun?" "You know I can't leave you no gun." "You know better than him, are you?" The kid didn't answer. "What if he comes back?" "Clanton?" "Yes." "What if he does?" "He'll kill me." "You won't be out nothing." "You son of a bitch." The kid rose. "Will you hide me?" "Hide you?" "Yes." The kid spat. "You can't hide. Where you going to hide at?" "Will he come back?" "I don't know." "This is a terrible place to die in." "Where's a good one?" Shelby wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist. "Can you see them?" he said. "Not yet." "Will you pull me up under that bush?" The kid turned and looked at him. He looked off down country again, and then he crossed the basin and squatted behind Shelby, and took him up under the arms and raised him. Shelby's head rolled back, and he looked up, and then he snatched at the butt of the pistol stuck in the kid's belt. The kid seized his arm. He let him down and stepped away and turned him loose. When he returned through the basin leading the horse, the man was crying again. He took the pistol from his belt and jammed it among his belongings lashed to the cantle, and took his canteen down and went to him. He had his face turned away. The kid filled his flask from his own and reseated the stopper where it hung by its thong and drove it home with the heel of his hand. Then he rose and looked off to the south. "Yonder they come," he said. Shelby raised up on one elbow. The kid looked at him, and he looked at the faint and formless articulation along the horizon to the south. Shelby lay back. He was staring up at the sky. A dark overcast was moving down from the north, and the wind was up. A clutch of leaves scuttled out of the willow bracken at the edge of the sand, and then scuttled back again. The kid crossed to where the horse stood waiting, and took the pistol and stuck it in his belt, and hung the canteen over the saddle horn, and mounted up, and looked back at the wounded man. Then he rode out. He was trotting north on the plain when he saw another horseman on the grounds before him, perhaps a mile distant. He couldn't make him out, and he rode more slowly. After a while he saw that the rider was leading the horse, and after a while he could see that the horse was not walking right. It was Tate. He sat by the wayside watching the kid as he rode up. The horse stood on 3 legs. Tate said nothing. He took off his hat and looked inside it and put it on again. The kid was turned in the saddle, and he was looking to the south. Then he looked at Tate. "Can you walk?" "Not much." He got down and drew up the horse's leg. The frog of the hoof was split and bloody, and the animal's shoulder quivered. He let the hoof down. The sun was about 2 hours high, and now there was dust on the horizon. He looked at Tate. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know. Lead him a while, see how he does." "He ain't going to do." "I know it." "We could ride and tie." "You might just keep riding." "I might anyway." Tate looked at him. "Go on if you want," he said. The kid spat. "Come on," he said. "I hate to leave the saddle. Hate to leave the horse, far as that goes." The kid picked up the trailing reins of his own animal. "You might change your mind about what you hate to leave," he said. They set out, leading both horses. The damaged animal kept wanting to stop. Tate coaxed it along. "Come on, fool," he said. "You ain't gonna like them niggers a bit more than me." By noon the sun was a pale blur overhead, and a cold wind was blowing out of the north. They leaned into it, man and animal. The wind bore stinging bits of grit, and they set their hats low over their faces and pushed on. Dry desert chaff passed along with the seething migrant sands. Another hour, and there was no track visible from the main party of riders before them. The sky lay gray and of a piece in every direction as far as they could see, and the wind did not abate. After a while it began to snow. The kid had taken down his blanket and wrapped himself in it. He turned and stood with his back to the wind, and the horse leaned and laid its cheek against his. His eyelashes were thatched with snow. When Tate came up, he stopped, and they stood looking out downwind where the snow was blowing. They could see no more than a few feet. "Ain't this hell?" he said. "Will your horse lead?" "Hell no. I can't hardly make him foller. We get turned around, we might just run plumb into the Spaniards. I never saw it turn so cold, so quick. What do you want to do?" "We better go on. We could pull for the high country. As long as we keep going uphill, we'll know we ain't got in a circle. We'll get cut off. We never will find Glanton. We're cut off now." Tate turned and stared bleakly to where the whirling flakes blew down from the north. "Let's go," he said. "We can't stand here." They led the horses on. Already the ground was white. They took turns riding the good horse and leading the lame. They climbed for hours up a long rocky wash, and the snow did not diminish. They began to come upon pinyon and dwarf oak and open parkland, and the snow on those high meadows was soon a foot deep, and the horses were blowing and smoking like steam engines, and it was colder and growing dark. They were rolled in their blankets asleep in the snow when the scouts from Elias's forward company came upon them. They'd ridden all night, the only track there was, pushing on not to lose the march of those shallow pans as they filled with snow. There were 5 men, and they came up through the evergreens in the dark, and all but stumbled upon the sleepers, 2 mounds in the snow, one of which broke open, and up out of which a figure sat suddenly, like some terrible hatching. The snow had stopped falling. The kid could see them and their animals clearly on that pale ground, the men in mid-stride and the horses blowing cold. He had his boots in one hand and his pistol in the other, and he came up out of the blanket and leveled the pistol and discharged it into the chest of the man nearest him, and turned to run. His feet slid, and he went to one knee. A musket fired behind him. He rose again, running down a darkened slash of pinyon, and turning out along the face of the slope. There were other shots behind him, and when he turned he could see a man coming down through the trees. The man stopped and raised his elbows, and the kid dove headlong. The musket ball went racketing off among the branches. He rolled over and cocked his pistol. The barrel must have been full of snow, because when he fired, a hoop of orange light sprang out about it, and the shot made a strange sound. He felt to see if the gun had burst, but it hadn't. He couldn't see the man anymore, and he picked himself up and ran on. At the foot of the slope he sat gasping in the cold air, and pulled on the boots and watched back among the trees. Nothing moved. He rose and stuck the pistol in his belt and went on. The rising sun found him crouched under a rocky promontory, watching the country to the south. He sat so for an hour or more. A group of deer moved up the far side of the arroyo, feeding, and feeding moved on. After a while he rose and went along the ridge. He walked all day through those wild uplands, eating handfuls of snow from the evergreen boughs as he went. He followed game trails through the firs, and in the evening he hiked along the rim rock, where he could see the tilted desert to the southwest, patched with shapes of snow that roughly reproduced the patterns of cloud cover already moved on to the south. Ice had frozen on the rock, and the myriad of icicles among the conifers glistened blood-red in the reflected light of the sunset spread across the prairie to the west. He sat with his back to a rock and felt the warmth of the sun on his face, and watched it pool and flare and drain away, dragging with it all that pink and rose and crimson sky. An icy wind sprang up, and the junipers darkened suddenly against the snow, and then there was just stillness and cold. He rose and moved on, hurrying along the shaly rocks. He walked all night. The stars swung counterclockwise in their course, and the Great Bear turned, and the Pleiades winked in the very roof of the vault. He walked until his toes grew numb and fairly rattled in his boots. His path upon the rimrock was leading him deeper into the mountains, along the edge of a great gorge, and he could see no place to descend out of that country. He sat and wrestled off the boots and held his frozen feet each by turn in his arms. They didn't warm, and his jaw was in a seizure of cold, and when he went to put the boots back on again, his feet were like clubs to poke into them. When he got them on and stood up and stamped numbly, he knew that he could not stop again until the sun rose. It grew colder, and the night lay long before him. He kept moving, following in the darkness the naked chines of rock, blown bare of snow. The stars burned with a lidless fixity, and they drew nearer in the night until toward dawn he was stumbling among the windstones of the uttermost ridge to heaven, a barren range of rock so enfolded in that gaudy house that stars lay awash at his feet, and migratory spalls of burning matter crossed constantly about him on their chartless reckonings. In the pre-dawn light he made his way out upon a promontory, and there received first of any creature in that country the warmth of the sun's ascending. He slept curled among the stones, the pistol clutched to his chest. His feet thawed and burned, and he woke and lay staring up at a sky of china blue, where very high there circled two black hawks about the sun, slowly and perfectly opposed, like paper birds upon a pole. He moved north all day, and in the long light of the evening he saw from that high rimland the collision of armies, remote and silent, upon the plain below. The dark little horses circled, and the landscape shifted in the paling light, and the mountains beyond brooded in darkening silhouette. The distant horsemen rode and parried, and a faint drift of smoke passed over them, and they moved on up the deepening shade of the valley floor, leaving behind them the shapes of mortal men who had lost their lives in that place. He watched all this pass below him, mute and ordered and senseless, until the warring horsemen were gone in the sudden rush of dark that fell over the desert. All that land lay cold and blue and without definition, and the sun shone solely on the high rocks where he stood. He moved on, and soon he was in darkness himself, and the wind came up off the desert, and frayed wires of lightning stood again and again along the western terminals of the world. He made his way along the escarpment until he came to a break in the wall, cut through by a canyon running back into the mountains. He stood looking down into this gulf where the tops of the twisted evergreens hissed in the wind, and then he started down. The snow lay in deep pockets on the slope, and he floundered down through them, steadying himself along the naked rocks until his hands were numb with cold. He crossed with care a gravel slide and made his way down the far side among the rubble-stone and small gnarled trees. He fell and fell again, scrabbling for a hand purchase in the dark, rising and feeling in his belt for the pistol. He was at this work the night long. When he reached the benchland above the canyon floor, he could hear a stream running in the gorge below him, and he went stumbling along with his hands in his armpits like a fugitive in a madman's waistcoat. He reached a sandy wash and followed it down, and it took him at last out upon the desert again, where he stood tottering in the cold and casting about dumbly for some star in the overcast. Most of the snow had blown or melted from off the plain on which he found himself. Tandem storms were blowing down country from the north, and the thunder trundled away in the distance, and the air was cold and smelled of wet stone. He struck out across the barren pan, nothing but sparse tufts of grass and the widely scattered palmilla, standing solitary and silent against the lowering sky, like other beings posted there. To the east the mountains stood footed blackly into the desert, and before him were bluffs or promontories that ran out like headlands, massive and somber upon the desert floor. He clopped on woodenly, half-frozen, his feet senseless. He'd been without food for almost 2 days, and he'd had little rest. He sighted the terrain before him in the periodic flare of the lightning, and trudged on, and in this manner he rounded a dark cape of rock off to his right, and came to a halt, shivering and blowing into his clawed and palsied hands. In the distance before him a fire burned on the prairie, a solitary flame frayed by the wind that freshened and faded and shed scattered sparks down the storm like hot scurf blown from some unreckonable forge howling in the waste. He sat and watched it. He couldn't judge how far it was. He lay on his stomach to skylight the terrain to see what men were there, but there was no sky and no light. He lay for a long time watching, but he saw nothing move. When he went on again, the fire seemed to recede before him. A troop of figures passed between him and the light. Then again. Wolves, perhaps. He went on. It was a lone tree burning on the desert. A heraldic tree that the passing storm had left afire. The solitary pilgrim drawn up before it had traveled far to be here, and he knelt in the hot sand and held his numbed hands out, while all about in that circle attended companies of lesser auxiliaries routed forth into the inordinate day. Small owls that crouched silently and stood from foot to foot, and tarantulas, and salpugas, and vinegaroons, and the vicious miggly spiders, and beaded lizards with mouths black as a chow-dog's, deadly to man, and the little desert basilisks that jet blood from their eyes, and the small sand vipers like seemly gods, silent and the same, in Jeddah, in Babylon. A constellation of ignited eyes that edged the ring of light, all bound in a precarious truce before this torch, whose brightness had set back the stars in their sockets. When the sun rose, he was asleep, under the smoldering skeleton of a blackened scrog. The storm had long passed off to the south, and the new sky was raw and blue, and the spire of smoke from the burnt trees stood vertically in the still dawn like a slender stylus marking the hour with its particular and faintly breathing shadow upon the face of a terrain that was without other designation. All the creatures that had been at vigil with him in the night were gone, and about him lay only the strange coral shapes of fulgurite, in their scorched furrows, fused out of the sand where ball lightning had run upon the ground in the night, hissing and stinking of sulphur. Seated tailor-wise in the eye of that cratered waste, he watched the world tend away at the edges to a shimmering surmise that ringed the desert round. After a while he rose and made his way to the edge of the pan and up the dry course of an arroyo, following the small demonic tracks of javelinas, until he came upon them drinking at a standing pool of water. They flushed, snorting into the chaparral, and he lay in the wet, trampled sand and drank and rested and drank again. In the afternoon he started across the valley floor with the weight of the water swinging in his gut. 3 hours later he stood in the long arc of horse tracks coming up from the south where the party had passed. He followed the edge of the tracks and sorted out single riders, and he reckoned their number, and he reckoned them to be riding at a canter. He followed the trace for several miles, and he could tell by the alternation of tracks ridden over that all these riders had passed together. And he could tell by the small rocks overturned and holes stepped into that they had passed in the night. He stood looking out from under his hand long down country for any dust or rumor of Elias. There was nothing. He went on. A mile further he came upon a strange blackened mass in the trail, like a burnt carcass of some ungodly beast. He circled it. The tracks of wolves and coyotes had walked through the horse and boot prints, little sallies and sorties that fetched up to the edge of that incinerated shape and flared away again. It was the remains of the scalps taken on the Nakosari, and they had been burned unredeemed in a green and stinking bonfire, so that nothing remained of the poblanos save this charred coagulate of their preterite lives. The cremation had been sited upon a rise of ground, and he studied every corner of the terrain about, but there was nothing to be seen. He went on, following the tracks with their suggestion of pursuit and darkness, trailing them through the deepening twilight. With sunset it grew cold, yet nothing like so cold as in the mountains. His fast had weakened him, and he sat on the sand to rest and woke sprawled and twisted on the ground. The moon was up, a half-moon that sat like a child's boat in the gap of the black paper mountains to the east. He rose and went on. Coyotes were yapping out there, and his feet reeled beneath him. An hour more of such progress, and he came upon a horse. It had been standing in the trace, and had moved off in the dark and stood again. He halted with his pistol drawn. The horse went past, a dark shape, rider or none, he could not tell. It circled and came back. He spoke to it. He could hear its deep pulmonary breathing out there, and he could hear it move, and when it came back, he could smell it. He followed it about for the better part of an hour, talking to it, whistling, holding out his hands. When he got near enough to touch it at last, he took hold of it by the mane, and it went trotting as before, and he ran alongside and clung to it, and finally wrapped his legs about one foreleg and brought it to the ground in a heap. He was the first up. The animal was struggling to rise, and he thought it was injured in the fall, but it wasn't. He cinched his belt about its muzzle and mounted it, and it rose and stood trembling under him, with its legs spread. He patted it along the withers and spoke to it, and it moved forward uncertainly. He reckoned it one of the pack horses purchased in Ures. It stopped, and he urged it forward, but it didn't go. He brought his boot heels sharply up under its ribs, and it squatted on its hindquarters and went crabbing sideways. He reached and undid the belt from its muzzle and kicked it forward and gave it a whack with the belt, and it stepped out right smartly. He twisted a good handful of the mane in his fist and jammed the pistol securely in his waist and rode on, perched upon the raw spine of the animal, with the vertebra articulating palpable and discreet under the hide. In their riding, they were joined by another horse that came off the desert and walked alongside them, and it was still there when dawn broke. In the night, too, the tracks of the riders had been joined by a larger party, and it was a broad and trampled causeway that now led up the valley floor to the north. With daylight he leaned down with his face against the horse's shoulder and studied the tracks. They were unshod Indian ponies, and there were perhaps 100 of them. Nor had they joined the riders, but rather been joined by them. He pushed on. The little horse that had come to them in the night had moved off some leagues, and now paced them with a watchful eye, and the horse he rode was nervous and ill for want of water. By noon the animal was failing. He tried to coax it out of the track to catch the other horse, but it wouldn't quit the course it was set upon. He sucked on a pebble and surveyed the countryside. Then he saw riders ahead of him. They'd not been there, then they were there. He realized it was their vicinity that was the source of the unrest in the two horses, and he rode on, watching now the animals and now the skyline to the north. The hack that he straddled trembled and pushed ahead, and after a while he could see that the riders wore hats. He urged the horse on, and when he rode up, the party were halted and seated on the ground, all watching his approach. They looked bad. They were used up and bloody and black about the eyes, and they had bound up their wounds with linens that were filthy and blood-stained, and their clothes were crusted with dried blood and powder-black. Glanton's eyes in their dark sockets were burning centroids of murder, and he and his haggard riders stared balefully at the kid as if he were no part of them, for all they were so like in wretchedness of circumstance. The kid slid down from the horse and stood among them, gaunt and parched and crazed-looking. Someone threw him a canteen. They had lost 4 men. The others were ahead on scout. Elias had forced on through the mountains all night and all the day following, and had ridden upon them through the snow in the dark on the plain 40 miles to the south. They'd been harried north over the desert like cattle, and had deliberately taken the track of the war party in order to lose their pursuers. They didn't know how far the Mexicans were behind them, and they didn't know how far the Apaches were ahead. He drank from the canteen and looked them over. Of the missing, he'd no way of knowing which were ahead with the scouts and which were dead in the desert. The horse that Toadvine brought him was the one the recruit Sloat had ridden out of Ures. When they moved out a half-hour later, 2 of the horses would not rise and were left behind. He sat a hideless and rickety saddle astride the dead man's horse, and he rode slumped and tottering, and soon his legs and arms were dangling, and he jostled along in his sleep like a mounted marionette. He woke to find the ex-priest alongside him. He slept again. When he woke next, it was the judge was there. He, too, had lost his hat and rode with a woven wreath of desert scrub about his head, like some egregious salt-land bard, and he looked down upon the refugee with the same smile, as if the world were pleasing even to him alone. They rode all the rest of that day, up through low, rolling hills covered with cholla and whitethorn. From time to time one of the spare horses would stop and stand swaying in the track and grow small behind them. They rode down a long north slope in the cold blue evening, and through a barren bajada, grown only with sporadic ocotillo and stands of grama, and they made camp in the flat, and all night the wind blew, and they could see other fires burning on the desert to the north. The judge walked out and looked over the horses, and selected from that sorry remuda the animal least likely in appearance, and caught it up. He let it pass the fire and called for someone to come hold it. No one rose. The ex-priest leaned to the kid. "Pay him no mind, lad." The judge called again from the dark beyond the fire, and the ex-priest placed a cautionary hand upon the kid's arm. But the kid rose and spat into the fire. He turned and eyed the ex-priest. "You think I'm afraid of him?" The ex-priest didn't answer, and the kid turned and went out into the darkness where the judge waited. He stood holding the horse. Just his teeth glistened in the firelight. Together they led the animal off a little ways, and the kid held the woven reata, while the judge took up a round rock weighing perhaps 100 pounds and crushed the horse's skull with a single blow. Blood shot out of its ears, and it slammed to the ground so hard that one of its forelegs broke under it with a dull snap. They skinned out the hindquarters without gutting the animal, and the men cut steaks from it and roasted them over the fire, and cut the rest of the meat in strips and hung it to smoke. The scouts did not come in, and they posted vedettes and turned in to sleep, each man with his weapon at his breast. Mid-morning of the day following, they crossed an alkali pan whereon were convoked an assembly of men's heads. The company halted, and Glanton and the judge rode forward. The heads were 8 in number, and each wore a hat, and they formed a ring, all facing outward. Glanton and the judge circled them, and the judge halted and stepped down and pushed over one of the heads with his boot, as if to satisfy himself that no man stood buried in the sand beneath it. The other heads glared blindly out of their wrinkled eyes, like fellows of some righteous initiate, given up to vows of silence and of death. The riders looked off to the north. They rode on. Beyond a shallow rise in cold ash lay the blackened wreckage of a pair of wagons and the nude torsos of the party. The wind had shifted the ashes, and the iron axle trees marked the shapes of the wagons as keelsons do the bones of ships on the sea's floors. The bodies had been partly eaten, and rooks flew up as the riders approached, and a pair of buzzards began to trot off across the sand with their wings outheld like soiled corines, their boiled-looking heads jerking obscenely. They went on. They crossed a dry estuary of the desert flat, and in the afternoon they rode up through a series of narrow defiles into a rolling hill country. They could smell the smoke of piñon wood fires, and before dark they rode into the town of Santa Cruz. This town, like all the presidios along the border, was much reduced from its former estate, and many of the buildings were uninhabited and ruinous. The coming of the riders had been cried before them, and the way stood lined with inhabitants, watching dumbly as they passed. The old women in black rebosos, and the men armed with old muskets and miquelets, or guns fabricated out of parts rudely let into stocks of cottonwood that had been shaped with axes, like clubhouse guns for boys. There were even guns among them with no locks at all, that were fired by jamming a cigarillo against the vent in the barrel, sending the gunstones from the riverbed with which they were loaded whizzing through the air on flights of their own eccentric selection, like the paths of meteorites. The Americans pushed their horses forward. It had begun to snow again, and a cold wind blew down the narrow street before them. Even in their wretched state they glared from their saddles at this Falstaffian militia with undisguised contempt. They stood among their horses in the squalid little alameda, while the wind ransacked the trees, and the birds nesting in the gray twilight cried out and clutched the limbs, and the snow swirled and blew across the little square and shrouded the shapes of the mud buildings beyond, and made mute the cries of the vendors who'd followed them. Glanton and the Mexican he'd set out with returned, and the company mounted up and filed out down the street until they came to an old wooden gate that led into a courtyard. The courtyard was dusted with snow, and within were contained barnyard fowl and animals, goats, a burro, that clawed and scrabbled blindly at the walls as the riders entered. In one corner stood a tripod of blackened sticks, and there was a large bloodstain that had been partly snowed over and showed a faint pale rose in the last light. A man came out of the house, and he and Glanton spoke, and the man talked with the Mexican, and then he motioned them in out of the weather. They sat on the floor of a long room with a high ceiling and smoke-stained vigas, while a woman and a girl brought bowls of guisado made from goat and a clay plate heaped with blue tortillas, and they were served bowls of beans and of coffee and a cornmeal porridge, in which sat little chunks of raw brown piloncillo sugar. Outside it was dark, and the snow swirled down. There was no fire in the room, and the food steamed ponderously. When they had eaten, they sat smoking, and the women gathered up the bowls, and after a while a boy came with a lantern and led them out. They crossed the yard among the snuffling horses, and the boy opened a rough wooden door in an adobe shed and stood by, holding the lamp aloft. They brought their saddles and their blankets. In the yard the horses stamped in the cold. The shed held a mare with a suckling colt, and the boy would have put her out, but they called to him to leave her. They carried straw from a stall and pitched it down, and he held the lamp for them while they spread their bedding. The barn smelled of clay and straw and manure, and in the soiled yellow light of the lamp their breath rolled smoking through the cold. When they had arranged their blankets, the boy lowered the lamp and stepped into the yard and pulled the door shut behind, leaving them in profound and absolute darkness. No one moved. In that cold stable, the shutting of the door may have evoked in some hearts other hostiles, and not of their choosing. The mare sniffed uneasily, and the young colts stepped about. Then one by one they began to divest themselves of their outer clothes, the hide slickers and raw wool serapes and vests, and one by one they propagated about themselves a great crackling of sparks, and each man was seen to wear a shroud of palest fire. Their arms aloft, pulling at their clothes, were luminous, and each obscure soul was enveloped in audible shapes of light, as if it had always been so. The mare at the far end of the stable snorted and shied at this luminosity in being so endarkened, and the little horse turned and hid his face in the web of his dam's flank. Chapter 16. The Santa Cruz Valley, San Bernardino, Wild Bulls, Tumacacari, The Mission, A Hermit, Tubac, The Lost Scouts, San Javier del Bac, The Presidio of Tucson, Scavengers, The Chiricahuas, A Risky Encounter, Mangas, Colorado, Lieutenant Couts, Recruiting in the Plaza, A Wild Man, Murder of Owens, In the Cantina, Mr. Bell is Examined, The Judge on Evidence, Dog Freaks, A Fandango, Judge and a Meteorite. It was colder yet in the morning when they rode out. There was no one in the streets, and there were no tracks in the new snow. At the edge of town they saw where wolves had crossed the road. They rode out by a small river, skim ice, a frozen marsh where ducks walked up and back, muttering. That afternoon they traversed a lush valley where the dead winter grass reached to the horses' bellies. Empty fields where the crops had rotted, and orchards of apple and quince and pomegranate where the fruit had dried and fallen to the ground. They found deer yarded up in the meadows, and the tracks of cattle. And that night, as they sat about their fire, roasting the ribs and haunches of a young doe, they could hear the lowing of bulls in the dark. The following day they rode past the ruins of the old hacienda at San Bernardino. On that range they saw wild bulls so old that they bore Spanish brands on their hips, and several of these animals charged the little company and were shot down and left on the ground, until one came out of a stand of acacia in a wash and buried its horns to the boss in the ribs of a horse ridden by James Miller. He'd lifted his foot out of the near stirrup when he saw it coming, and the impact all but jarred him from the saddle. The horse screamed and kicked, but the bull had planted its feet, and it lifted the animal rider and all clear of the ground before Miller could get his pistol free. And when he put the muzzle to the bull's forehead and fired, and the whole grotesque assembly collapsed, he stepped clear of the wreckage and walked off in disgust, with the smoking gun dangling in his hand. The horse was struggling to rise, and he went back and shot it, and put the gun in his belt and commenced to unbuckle the girth straps. The horse was lying square atop the dead bull, and it took him some tugging to get the saddle free. The other riders had stopped to watch, and someone hazed forward the last spare horse out of the remuda, but other than that they offered him no help. They rode on, following the course of the Santa Cruz up through stands of immense river-bottom cottonwoods. They didn't cut the sign of the Apache again, and they found no trace of the missing scouts. The following day they passed the old mission at San Jose de Tumacacari, and the judge rode off to look at the church, which stood about a mile off the track. He'd given a short disquisition on the history and architecture of the mission, and those who heard it would not believe that he had never been there. 3 of the party rode with him, and Glanton watched them go with dark misgiving. He and the others rode on a short distance, and then he halted and turned back. The old church was in ruins, and the doors stood open to the high-walled enclosure. When Glanton and his men rode through the crumbling portal, 4 horses stood riderless in the empty compound among the dead fruit trees and grapevines. Glanton rode with his rifle upright before him, the butt-plate on his thigh. His dog heeled to the horse, and they approached cautiously the sagging walls of the church. They would have ridden their horses through the door, but as they reached it there was a rifle shot from inside, and pigeons flapped up, and they slipped down from their mounts and crouched behind them with their rifles. Glanton looked back at the others, and then walked his horse forward to where he could see into the interior. Part of the upper wall was fallen in, and most of the roof, and there was a man lying in the floor. Glanton led the horse into the sacristy and stood looking down with the others. The man in the floor was dying, and he was dressed altogether in homemade clothes of sheep-hide, even to boots and a strange cap. They turned him over on the cracked clay tiles, and his jaw moved, and a bloody spittle formed along his lower lip. His eyes were dull, and there was fear in them, and there was something else. John Pruitt stood the butt of his rifle in the floor and swung his horn about to recharge the piece. "I've seen another run," he said. "There's two of them." The man on the floor began to move. He had one arm lying in his groin, and he moved it slightly and pointed. At them, or at the height from which he had fallen, or to his destination in eternity, they did not know. Then he died. Glanton looked about the ruins. "Where'd this son of a bitch come from?" he said. Pruitt nodded toward the crumbling mud parapet. "He was up yonder. I didn't know what he was. Still don't. I shot the son of a bitch out of there." Glanton looked at the judge. "I think he was an imbecile," the judge said. Glanton led his horse through the church and out by a small door in the nave into the yard. He was sitting there when they brought the other hermit out. Jackson prodded him forward with the barrel of his rifle, a small, thin man, not young. The one they'd killed was his brother. They had jumped ship on the coast long ago and made their way to this place. He was terrified, and he spoke no English and little Spanish. The judge spoke to him in German. They had been here for years. The brother had his wits stole in this place, and the man now before them in his hides and his peculiar booties was not altogether sane. They left him there. As they rode out, he was trotting up and back in the yard, calling out. He seemed not to be aware that his brother was dead in the church. The judge caught Glanton up, and they rode side by side out to the road. Glanton spat. "Ought to have shot that one, too," he said. The judge smiled. "I don't like to see white men that way," Glanton said. "Dutch or whatever. I don't like to see it." They rode north along the river trace. The woods were bare, and the leaves on the ground clutched little scales of ice, and the mottled and bony limbs of the cottonwoods were stark and heavy against the quilted desert sky. In the evening they passed through Tubac, abandoned, wheat dead in the winter fields, and grass growing in the street. There was a blind man on a stoop watching the plaza, and as they passed he raised his head to listen. They rode out onto the desert to camp. There was no wind, and the silence out there was greatly favored by every kind of fugitive, as was the open country itself, and no mountains close at hand for enemies to black themselves against. They were caught up and saddled in the morning before light, all riding together, their arms at the ready. Each man scanned the terrain, and the movements of the least of creatures were logged into their collective cognizance, until they were federated with invisible wires of vigilance, and advanced upon that landscape with a single resonance. They passed abandoned haciendas and roadside graves, and by mid-morning they had picked up the track of the Apaches again, and coming in off the desert to the west, and advancing before them through the loose sand of the river bottom. The riders got down and pinched up samples of the forced sand at the rim of the tracks, and tested it between their fingers, and calibrated its moisture against the sun, and let it fall, and looked off up the river through the naked trees. They remounted and rode on. They found the lost scouts, hanging head downward from the limbs of a fire-blacked palo verde tree. They were skewered through the cords of their heels with sharpened shuttles of green wood, and they hung gray and naked above the dead ashes of the coals, where they'd been roasted until their heads had charred, and the brains bubbled in the skulls, and steam sang from their nose-holes. Their tongues were drawn out and held with sharpened sticks thrust through them, and they had been docked to their ears, and their torsos were sliced open with flints until the entrails hung down on their chests. Some of the men pushed forward with their knives and cut the bodies down, and they left them there in the ashes. The two darker forms were the last of the Delawares, and the other two were the Van Diemenlander and a man from the east named Gilchrist. Among their barbarous hosts they had met with neither favor nor discrimination, but had suffered and died impartially. They rode that night through the mission of San Javier del Bac, the church solemn and stark in the starlight. Not a dog barked. The clusters of Papago huts seemed without tenant. The air was cold and clear, and the country there and beyond lay in a darkness unclaimed by so much as an owl. A pale green meteor came up the valley floor behind them and passed overhead, and vanished silently in the void. At dawn on the outskirts of the Presidio of Tucson, they passed the ruins of several haciendas, and they passed more roadside markers where people had been murdered. Out on the plain stood a small estancia, where the buildings were still smoking, and along the segments of a fence, constructed from the bones of cactus, sat vultures shoulder to shoulder, facing east to the promised sun, lifting one foot and then the other, and holding out their wings like cloaks. They saw the bones of pigs that had died in a clay-walled lot, and they saw a wolf in a melon patch that crouched between its thin elbows and watched them as they passed. The town lay on the plain to the north in a thin line of pale walls, and they grouped their horses along a low esker of gravel and surveyed it and the country, and the naked ranges of mountains beyond. The stones of the desert lay in dark tethers of shadow, and a wind was blowing out of the sun where it sat squat and pulsing at the eastern reaches of the earth. They chucked up their horses and sallied out onto the flat, as did the Apache track before them, 2 days old and 100 riders strong. They rode with their rifles on their knees, fanned out, riding abreast. The desert sunrise flared over the ground before them, and ring-doves rose out of the chaparral by ones and by pairs, and whistled away with thin calls. 1,000 yards out, and they could see the Apaches camped along the south wall. Their animals were grazing among the willows in the periodic river basin to the west of the town, and what seemed to be rocks or debris under the wall was the sordid collection of lean-tos and wickiups thrown up with poles and hides and wagon sheets. They rode on. A few dogs had begun to bark. Glanton's dog was quartering back and forth nervously, and a deputation of riders had set out from the camp. They were Chiricahuas, 25 of them. Even with the sun up, it was not above freezing, and yet they sat their horses half-naked, naught but boots and breechclouts, and the plumed hide helmets they wore. Stone-Age savages daubed with clay paints and obscure charges, greasy, stinking. The paint on the horses pale under the dust, and the horses prancing and blowing cold. They carried lances and bows, and a few had muskets, and they had long black hair and dead black eyes that cut among the riders, studying their arms, the sclera bloodshot and opaque. None spoke even to another, and they shouldered their horses through the party in a sort of ritual movement, as if certain points of ground must be trod in a certain sequence, as in a child's game, yet with some terrible forfeit at hand. The leader of these jackal warriors was a small dark man in cast-off Mexican military attire, and he carried a sword, and he carried in a torn and gaudy baldric one of the Whitneyville Colts that had belonged to the Scouts. He sat his horse before Glanton, and assessed the position of the other riders, and then asked in good Spanish where were they bound. He'd no sooner spoken than Glanton's horse leaned its jaw forward and seized the man's horse by the ear. Blood flew. The horse screamed and reared, and the Apache struggled to keep his seat and drew his sword, and found himself staring into the black lemniscate that was the paired bores of Glanton's double rifle. Glanton slapped the muzzle of his horse twice hard, and it tossed its head with one eye blinking and blood dripping from its mouth. The Apache wrenched his pony's head around, and when Glanton spun to look at his men, he found them frozen in deadlock with the savages. They and their arms wired into a construction taut and fragile as those puzzles wherein the placement of each piece is predicated upon every other. And they in turn, so that none can move for bringing down the structure entire. The leader was the first to speak. He gestured at the bloodied ear of his mount and spoke angrily in Apache, his dark eyes avoiding Glanton. The judge pushed his horse forward. "Vaya tranquilo," he said. "Un accidente, nada más." "Mire," said the Apache. "Mire la oreja de mi caballo." He steadied the animal's head to show it, but it jerked loose and slung the broken ear about so that blood sprayed the riders. Horse blood, or any blood a tremor, ran that perilous architecture, and the ponies stood rigid and quivering in the reddened sunrise, and the desert under them hummed like a snare drum. The tensile properties of this unratified truce were abused to the utmost of their enduring when the judge stood slightly in the saddle and raised his arm, and spoke out a greeting beyond them. Another 8 or 10 mounted warriors had ridden out from the wall. Their leader was a huge man with a huge head, and he was dressed in overalls cut off at the knees to accommodate the legging tops of his moccasins, and he wore a checked shirt and a red scarf. He carried no arms, but the men at either side of him were armed with short-barreled rifles, and they also carried the saddle pistols and other accoutrements of the murdered scouts. As they approached, the other savages deferred and gave way before them. The Indian whose horse had been bitten pointed out this injury to them, but the leader only nodded affably. He turned his mount quarterwise to the judge, and it arched its neck, and he sat it well. "Buenos dias," he said. "De donde viene?" The judge smiled and touched the withered garland at his brow, forgetting, possibly, that he had no hat. He presented his chief, Glanton, very formally. Introductions were exchanged. The man's name was Mangus, and he was cordial and spoke Spanish well. When the rider of the injured horse again put forth his claim for consideration, this man dismounted and took hold of the animal's head and examined it. He was bandy-legged for all his height, and he was strangely proportioned. He looked up at the Americans, and he looked at the other riders, and waved his hand at them. "Ándale," he said. He turned to Glanton. "Ellos son amigables. Un poco borracho, nada más." The Apache riders had begun to extricate themselves from among the Americans like men backing out of a thorn thicket. The Americans stood their rifles upright, and Mangus led the injured horse forward and turned its head up, containing the animal solely with his hands, and the white eye rolling crazily. After some discussion, it became plain that whatever the assessment of damage levied, there was no specie acceptable by way of payment other than whiskey. Glanton spat and eyed the men. "No hay whiskey," he said. Silence fell. The Apaches looked from one to the other. They looked at the saddle wallets and canteens and gourds. "Como?" said Mangus. "No hay whiskey," said Glanton. Mangus let go the rough hide headstall of the horse. His men watched him. He looked toward the walled town, and he looked at the judge. "No whiskey," he said. "No whiskey." His, among the clouded faces, seemed unperturbed. He looked over the Americans, their gear. In truth, they did not look like men who might have whiskey they hadn't drunk. The judge and Glanton sat their mounts and offered nothing further in the way of parley. "Hay whiskey in Tucson," said Mangus. "Sin duda," said the judge. "Y soldados también." He put forward his horse, his rifle in one hand and the reins in the other. Glanton moved. The horse behind him shifted into motion. Then Glanton stopped. "Tiene oro?" he said. "Sí." "Cuánto?" "Bastante." Glanton looked at the judge, then at Mangus again. "Bueno," he said. "Tres días, aquí. Un barril de whiskey." "Un barril?" "Un barril." He nudged the pony, and the Apaches gave way, and Glanton and the judge and those who followed rode single file toward the gates of the squalid mud town that sat burning in the winter sunrise on the plain. The lieutenant in charge of the little garrison was named Coates. He had been to the coast with Major Graham's command, and returned here 4 days ago to find the town under an informal investment by the Apaches. They were drunk on tisween they'd brewed, and there had been shooting in the night 2 nights running, and an incessant clamor for whiskey. The garrison had a 12-pound demi-culverin loaded with musket balls mounted on the revetment, and Coates expected the savages would withdraw when they could get nothing more to drink. He was very formal, and he addressed Glanton as captain. None of the tattered partisans had even dismounted. They looked about at the bleak and ruinous town. A blindfolded burro tethered to a pole was turning a pug mill, circling endlessly, the wooden mill shaft creaking in its blocks. Chickens and smaller birds were scratching at the base of the mill. The pole was a good 4 feet off the ground, yet the birds ducked or squatted each time it passed overhead. In the dust of the plaza lay a number of men apparently asleep. White, Indian, Mexican, some covered with blankets and some not. At the far end of the square there was a public whipping post that was dark about its base, where dogs had pissed on it. The lieutenant followed their gaze. Glanton pushed back his hat and looked down from his horse. "Where in this puke hole can a man get a drink?" he said. It was the first word any of them had spoken. Coates looked them over, haggard and haunted and blacked by the sun. The lines and pores of their skin deeply grimed with gun-black where they'd washed the bores of their weapons. Even the horses looked alien to any he'd ever seen, decked as they were in human hair and teeth and skin. Save for their guns and buckles and a few pieces of metal in the harness of the animals, there was nothing about these arrivals to suggest even the discovery of the wheel. "There are several places," said the lieutenant. "None open yet, though, I'm afraid." "They're fixing to get that way," said Glanton. He nudged the horse forward. He didn't speak again, and none of the others had spoken at all. As they crossed the plaza, a few vagrants raised their heads up out of their blankets and looked after them. The bar they entered was a square mud room, and the proprietor set about serving them in his underwear. They sat on a bench at a wooden table in the gloom, drinking sullenly. "Where you all from?" said the proprietor. Glanton and the judge went out to see if they could recruit any men from the rabble reposing in the dust of the square. Some of them were sitting squinting in the sun. A man with a bowie knife was offering to cut blades with anyone at a wager to see who had the better steel. The judge went among them with his smile. "Captain, what all you got in them saddle grips?" Glanton turned. He and the judge carried their valises across their shoulders. The man who'd spoken was propped against a post with one knee drawn up to support his elbow. "These bags?" said Glanton. "Them bags." "These here bags are full of gold and silver," said Glanton, for they were. The idler grinned and spat. "That's why he's wanting to go to California," said another. "Account of he's done got a satchel full of gold now." The judge smiled benignly at the wastrels. "You're liable to take a chill out here," he said. "Who's for the gold fields now?" One man rose and took a few steps away and began to piss in the street. "Maybe the wild man will go with you," called another. "Him and Cloyce will make you good hands." "They've been trying to go for long enough." Glanton and the judge sought them out. A rude tent thrown up out of an old tarp, a sign that said, "See the wild man, 2 bits." They passed behind a wagon sheet where within a crude cage of Palo Verde poles crouched a naked imbecile. The floor of the cage was littered with filth and trodden food, and flies clambered about everywhere. The idiot was small and misshapen, and his face was smeared with feces, and he sat peering at them with dull hostility, silently chewing a turd. The owner came from the rear, shaking his head at them. "Hey, ain't nobody allowed in here. We ain't open." Glanton looked about the wretched enclosure. The tent smelled of oil and smoke and excrement. The judge squatted to study the imbecile. "Is that thing yours?" Glanton said. Yes, he is." Glanton spat. "Man told us you was wanting to go to California." "Well," said the owner, "yes, that's right. That is right." "What do you figure to do with that thing?" "Take him with me." "How you aim to haul him?" "Got a pony and cart to haul him in." "You got any money?" The judge raised up. "This is Captain Glanton," he said. "He's leading an expedition to California. He's willing to take a few passengers under the protection of his company, provided they can find themselves adequately." "Well, now, yes. Got some money?" "How much money are we talking about?" "How much have you got?" said Glanton. "Well, adequate, I'd say. I'd say adequate in money." Glanton studied the man. "I'll tell you what I'll do with you," he said. "Are you wanting to go to California, or are you just mouth?" "California," said the owner. "By all means." "I'll carry you for $100, paid in advance." The man's eyes shifted from Glanton to the judge and back. "I'd like some of having that much," he said. "We'll be here a couple of days," said Glanton. "You find us some more fares, and we'll adjust your tariff accordingly." "The captain will treat you right," said the judge. "You can be assured of that." "Yes, sir," said the owner. As they passed out by the cage, Glanton turned to look at the idiot again. "You let women see that thing?" he said. "Well, I don't know," said the owner. "There's none ever asked." By noon, the company had moved on to an eating house. There were 3 or 4 men inside when they entered, and they got up and left. There was a mud oven in the lot behind the building, and the bed of a wrecked wagon with a few pots and a kettle on it. An old woman in a gray shawl was cutting up beef ribs with an axe while 2 dogs sat watching. A tall, thin man in a blood-stained apron entered the room from the rear and looked them over. He leaned and placed both hands on the table before them. "Gentlemen," he said, "we don't mind serving people of color. Glad to do it. But we asked for 'em to sit over here at this other table there. Right over here." He stepped back and held out one hand in a strange gesture of hospice. His guests looked at one another. "What in the hell is he talking about?" "Just right over here," said the man. Toadvine looked down the table to where Jackson sat. Several looked toward Glanton. His hands were at rest on the board in front of him, and his head was slightly bent like a man at grace. The judge sat smiling, his arms crossed. They were all slightly drunk. "He thinks we're niggers." They sat in silence. The old woman in the court had commenced wailing some dolorous air, and the man was standing with his hand outheld. Piled just within the door were the satchels and holsters and arms of the company. Glanton raised his head. He looked at the man. "What's your name?" he said. "Name's Owens. I own this place." "Mr. Owens, if you was anything at all other than a goddamn fool, you could take one look at these here men and know for a stone fact there ain't a one of 'em going to get up from where they're at to go set somewheres else." "Well, I can't serve you." "Well, you suit yourself about that. Ask her what she's got, Tommy." Harlan was sitting at the end of the table, and he leaned out and called to the old woman at her pots and asked her in Spanish what she had to eat. She looked toward the house. "Huesos," she said. "Huesos," said Harlan. "Tell her to bring 'em, Tommy." "She won't bring you nothing without I tell her to. I own this place." Harlan was calling out the open door. "I know for a fact that man yonder's a nigger," said Owens. Jackson looked up at him. Brown turned toward the owner. "Have you got a gun?" he said. "A gun?" "A gun. Have you got a gun?" "Not on me, I ain't." Brown pulled a small 5-shot Colt from his belt and pitched it to him. He caught it and stood holding it uncertainly. "You got one now. Now shoot the nigger." "Wait a goddamn minute," said Owens. "Shoot him," said Brown. Jackson had risen, and he pulled one of the big pistols from his belt. Owens pointed the pistol at him. "You put that down," he said. You better forget about giving orders and shoot the son of a bitch. Put it down. Goddamn, man. Tell him to put it down. Shoot him. He cocked the pistol. Jackson fired. He simply passed his left hand over the top of the revolver he was holding in a gesture brief as flint spark and tripped the hammer. The big pistol jumped, and a double handful of Owens's brains went out the back of his skull and plopped in the floor behind him. He sank without a sound and lay crumpled up with his face in the floor and one eye open and the blood welling up out of the destruction at the back of his head. Jackson sat down. Brown rose and retrieved his pistol and let the hammer back down and put it in his belt. "Most terrible nigger I ever seen," he said. "Find some plates, Charlie. I doubt the old lady's out there anymore." They were drinking in a cantina not 100 feet from this scene when the lieutenant and a half-dozen armed troopers entered the premises. The cantina was a single room, and there was a hole in the ceiling where a chunk of sunlight fell through onto the mud floor, and figures crossing the room steered with care past the edge of this column of light, as if it might be hot to the touch. They were a hard-bit denizenry, and they shambled to the bar and back in their rags and skins like cave folk exchanging at some nameless trade. The lieutenant circled this reeking solarium and stood before Glanton. "Captain, we're going to have to take whoever's responsible for the death of Mr. Owens into custody." Glanton looked up. "Who's Mr. Owens?" he said. "Mr. Owens is the gentleman who ran the eating house down here. He's been shot to death." "Sorry to hear it," said Glanton. "Sit down." Couch ignored the invitation. "Captain, you don't aim to deny that one of your men shot him, do you?" "I aim exactly that," said Glanton. "Captain, it won't hold water." The judge emerged from the darkness. "Evening, Lieutenant," he said. "Are these men the witnesses?" Couch looked at his corporal. "No," he said, "they ain't witnesses." "Hell, Captain, you all was seen to enter the premises and seen to leave after the shot was fired. Are you going to deny that you and your men took your dinner there?" "Deny every goddamn word of it," said Glanton. "Well, by God, I believe I can prove that you ate there." "Kindly address your remarks to me, Lieutenant," said the judge. "I represent Captain Glanton in all legal matters. I think you should know, first of all, that the captain does not propose to be called a liar, and I would think twice before I involve myself with him in an affair of honor. Secondly, I have been with him all day, and I can assure you that neither he nor any of his men have ever set foot in the premises to which you allude." The lieutenant seemed stunned at the baldness of these disclaimers. He looked from the judge to Glanton and back again. "I will be damned," he said. And then he turned and pushed past the men and quit the place. Glanton tilted his chair and leaned his back to the wall. They had recruited 2 men from among the town's indigents, an unpromising pair that sat gawking at the end of the bench with their hats in their hands. Glanton's dark eye passed over them and alighted on the owner of the imbecile, who sat alone across the room watching him. "You a drinking man?" said Glanton. "How's that?" Glanton exhaled slowly through his nose. "Yes," said the owner. "Yes, I am." There was a common wooden pail on the table before Glanton with a tin dipper in it, and it was about a third full of wagon-yard whiskey, drawn off from a cask at the bar. Glanton nodded toward it. "I ain't carrying it to you." The owner rose and picked up his cup and came across to the table. He took up the dipper and poured his cup and set the dipper back in the bucket. He gestured slightly with the cup and raised and drained it. "Much obliged." "Where's your ape at?" The man looked at the judge. He looked at Glanton again. "I don't take him out much." "Where'd you get that thing at?" "He was left to me. Mama died. There was nobody to take him to raise. They shipped him to me, Joplin, Missouri. Just put him in a box and shipped him. Took 5 weeks. Didn't bother him a bit. I opened up the box, and there he sat." "Get you another drink there." He took up the dipper and filled his cup again. Big as life. Never hurt him a bit. I had him a hair suit made, but he ate it. Ain't everybody in this town seen the son of a bitch? Yes, they have. I need to get to California. I may charge 4 bits out there. You may get tarred and feathered out there. I've been that. State of Arkansas. Claimed I'd given him something, drugged him. They took him off and waited for him to get better, but of course he didn't do it. They had a special preacher come and pray over him. Finally, I got him back. I could have been somebody in this world, wasn't for him. Do I understand you correctly, said the judge, that the imbecile is your brother? Yes, sir, said the man. That's the truth of the matter. The judge reached and took hold of the man's head in his hands and began to explore its contours. The man's eyes darted about, and he held on to the judge's wrists. The judge had his entire head in his grip like an immense and dangerous faith healer. The man was standing tiptoe, as if to better accommodate him in his investigations. And when the judge let go of him, he took a step back and looked at Glanton with eyes that were white in the gloom. The recruits at the end of the bench sat watching with their jaws down, and the judge narrowed an eye at the man and studied him, and then reached and gripped him again, holding him by the forehead while he prodded along the back of his skull with the ball of his thumb. When the judge put him down, the man stepped back and fell over the bench, and the recruits commenced to bob up and down and to wheeze and croak. The owner of the idiot looked about the tawdry grog shop, passing up each face as if it did not quite suffice. He picked himself up and moved past the end of the bench. When he was halfway across the room, the judge called out to him. "Has he always been like that?" said the judge. "Yes, sir. He was born that way." He turned to go. Glanton emptied his cup and set it before him and looked up. "Were you?" he said. But the owner pushed open the door and vanished in the blinding light without. The lieutenant came again in the evening. He and the judge sat together, and the judge went over points of law with him. The lieutenant nodded, his lips pursed. The judge translated for him Latin terms of jurisprudence. He cited cases, civil and martial. He quoted Coke and Blackstone, Anaximander, Thales. In the morning, there was new trouble. A young Mexican girl had been abducted. Parts of her clothes were found torn and bloodied under the north wall, over which she could only have been thrown. In the desert were drag marks, a shoe. The father of the child knelt clutching a blood-stained rag to his chest, and none could persuade him to rise, and none to leave. That night fires were lit in the streets, and a beef killed. And Glanton and his men were host to a motley collection of citizens and soldiers and reduced Indians, or tontos, as their brothers outside the gates would name them. A keg of whiskey was broached, and soon men were reeling aimlessly through the smoke. A merchant of that town brought forth a litter of dogs, one of whom had 6 legs, and another 2, and a third with 4 eyes in its head. He offered these for sale to Glanton, and Glanton warned the man away and threatened to shoot them. The beef was stripped to the bones, and the bones themselves carried off, and vigas were dragged from the ruined buildings and piled onto the blaze. By now many of Glanton's men were naked and lurching about, and the judge soon had them dancing while he fiddled on a crude instrument he'd commandeered, and the filthy hides of which they'd divested themselves smoked and stank and blackened in the flames, and the red sparks rose like the souls of the small life they'd harbored. By midnight, the citizens had cleared out, and there were armed and naked men pounding on doors, demanding drink and women. In the early morning hours, when the fires had burned to heaps of coals, and a few sparks scampered in the wind down the cold clay streets, feral dogs trotted around the cook fires, snatching out the blackened scraps of meat, and men lay huddled naked in the doorways, clutching their elbows and snoring in the cold. By noon, they were abroad again, wandering red-eyed in the streets, fitted out for the most part in new shirts and breeches. They collected the remaining horses from the farrier, and he stood them to a drink. He was a small, sturdy man named Pacheco, and he had for anvil an enormous iron meteorite, shaped like a great molar, and the judge on a wager lifted the thing, and on a further wager lifted it over his head. Several men pushed forward to feel the iron and to rock it where it stood. Nor did the judge lose this opportunity to ventilate himself upon the ferric nature of heavenly bodies and their powers and claims. 2 lines were drawn in the dirt 10 feet apart, and a third round of wagers was laid. Coins from 6 countries in both gold and silver, and even a few boletas, or notes of discounted script from the mines near Tubac. The judge seized that great slag, wandered for what millennia from what unreckonable corner of the universe, and he raised it overhead and stood tottering, and then lunged forward. It cleared the mark by a foot, and he shared with no one the specie piled on the saddle blanket at the farrier's feet, for not even Glanton had been willing to underwrite this third trial. Chapter 17. Leaving Tucson. A new cooperage. An exchange. Saguaro forests. Glanton at the fire. Garcia's command. The Parasolini. The Godfire. The ex-priest on astronomy. The judge on the extraterrestrial, on order, on teleology in the universe. A coin trick. Glanton's dog. Dead animals. The sands. A crucifixion. The judge on war. The priest does not say. Tierras quebradas, tierras desamparadas. The Tinajas Atlas. Un hueso de piedra. The Colorado. Argonauts. Yumas. The ferryman. To the Yuma camp. They rode out at dusk. The corporal at the gatehouse above the portal came out and called to them to halt, but they didn't. They rode 21 men and a dog, and a little flatbed cart aboard which the idiot and his cage had been lashed as if for a sea journey. Lashed on behind the cage rode the whiskey keg they'd drained the night before. The keg had been dismantled and rebound by a man Glanton had appointed Cooper pro tem to the expedition, and it now contained within it a flask made from a common sheep's stomach, and holding perhaps 3 quarts of whiskey. This flask was fitted to the bung at the inside, and the rest of the keg was filled with water. So provisioned, they passed out through the gates and beyond the walls onto the prairie, where it lay pulsing in the banded twilight. The little cart jostled and creaked, and the idiot clutched at the bars of his cage and croaked hoarsely after the sun. Glanton rode at the fore of the column in a new ringgold saddle, iron-bound, that he'd traded for, and he wore a new hat which was black and became him. The recruits, now 5 in number, grinned at one another and looked back at the sentry. David Brown rode at the rear, and he was leading his brother here for what would prove forever, and his mood was foul enough for him to have shot the sentry with no provocation at all. When the sentry called again, he swung about with his rifle, and the man had the sense to duck under the parapet, and they heard no more from him. In the long dusk the savages rode out to meet them, and the whiskey was exchanged for upon a saltillo blanket spread on the ground. Glanton paid little attention to the proceedings. When the savages had counted out gold and silver to the judge's satisfaction, Glanton stepped onto the blanket and kicked the coins together with his boot heel, and then stepped away and directed Brown to take up the blanket. Mangus and his lieutenants exchanged dark looks, but the Americans mounted up and rode out, and none looked back save the recruits. They'd become privy to the details of the business, and one of them fell in alongside Brown and asked if the Apaches would not follow them. "They won't ride at night," said Brown. The recruit looked back at the figures gathered about the keg in that scoured and darkening waste. "Why won't they?" he said. Brown spat. "Because it's dark," he said. They rode west from the town across the base of a small mountain through a dog town strewn with old broken earthenware from a crockery furnace that once had been there. The keeper of the idiot rode downside of the trestled cage, and the idiot clutched the poles and watched the land pass in silence. They rode that night through forests of saguaro up into the hills to the west. The sky was all overcast, and those fluted columns passing in the dark were like the ruins of vast temples, ordered and grave and silent, save for the soft cries of elf owls among them. The terrain was thick with cholla, and clumps of it clung to the horses with spikes that would drive through a boot sole to the bones within. And a wind came up through the hills, and all night it sang with a wild viper sound through that countless reach of spines. They rode on, and the land grew more spare, and they reached the first of a series of jornadas, where there would be no water at all, and there they camped. That night Glanton stared long into the embers of the fire. All about him his men were sleeping, but much was changed. So many gone, defected, or dead. The Delawares all slain. He watched the fire, and if he saw portents there, it was much the same to him. He would live to look upon the western sea, and he was equal to whatever might follow, for he was complete at every hour. Whether his history should run concomitant with men and nations, whether it should cease. He'd long forsworn all weighing of consequence, and allowing as he did that men's destinies are given, yet he usurped to contain within him all that he would ever be in the world, and all that the world would be to him. And be his charter written in the oar-stone itself, he claimed agency, and said so, and he'd drive the remorseless sun on to its final endarkment, as if he'd ordered it all ages since, before there were paths anywhere, before there were men or suns to go upon them. Across from him sat the vast abhorrence of the judge, half-naked, scribbling in his ledger. In the thorn forest through which they'd passed, the little desert wolves yapped, and on the dry plain before them others answered, and the wind fanned the coals that he watched. The bones of cholla that glowed there in their incandescent basketry pulsed like burning holothurians in the phosphorus dark of the sea's deeps. The idiot in his cage had been drawn close to the fire, and he watched it tirelessly. When Glanton raised his head, he saw the kid, across the fire from him, squatting in his blanket, watching the judge. 2 days later, they encountered a ragged legion under the command of Colonel Garcia. They were troops from Sonora seeking a band of Apaches under Pablo, and they numbered close to 100 riders. Of these, some were without hats, and some without pantaloons, and some were naked under their coats, and they were armed with derelict weapons, old fusils, and tower muskets. Some with bows and arrows, or nothing more than ropes with which to garrote the enemy. Glanton and his men reviewed this company with stony amazement. The Mexicans pressed about with their hands out held for tobacco, and Glanton and the colonel exchanged rudimentary civilities, and then Glanton pushed on through that importunate horde. They were of another nation, those riders, and all that land to the south out of which they'd originated, and whatever lands to the east toward which they were bound, were dead to him, and both the ground and any sojourners upon it remote and arguable of substance. This feeling communicated itself through the company before Glanton had moved entirely clear of them, and each man turned his horse, and each man followed, and not even the judge spoke to excuse himself from out of that encounter. They rode on into the darkness, and the moon-blanched waste lay before them cold and pale, and the moon sat in a ring overhead, and in that ring lay a mock moon with its own cold gray and nacre seas. They made camp on a low bench of land where walls of dry aggregate marked an old river course, and they struck up a fire about which they sat in silence, the eyes of the dog and of the idiot and certain other men glowing red as coals on their heads where they turned. The flames soared in the wind, and the embers paled and deepened and paled and deepened like the blood-beat of some living thing eviscerate upon the ground before them. And they watched the fire, which does contain within it something of men themselves, inasmuch as they are less without it, and are divided from their origins, and are exiles. For each fire is all fires, the first fire, and the last ever to be. By and by the judge rose and moved away on some obscure mission, and after a while someone asked the ex-priest if it were true that at one time there had been 2 moons in the sky, and the ex-priest eyed the false moon above them and said that it may well have been so. But certainly the wise high God, in his dismay at the proliferation of lunacy on this earth, must have wetted a thumb and leaned down out of the abyss and pinched it, hissing, into extinction. And could he find some alter means by which the birds could mend their paths in the darkness, he might have done with this one, too. The question was then put as to whether there were on Mars or other planets in the void men or creatures like them. And at this the judge, who had returned to the fire and stood half-naked and sweating, spoke, and said that there were not, and that there were no men anywhere in the universe save those upon the earth. All listened as he spoke, those who had turned to watch him and those who would not. "The truth about the world," he said, "is that anything is possible. Had you not seen it all from birth and thereby bled it of its strangeness, it would appear to you for what it is, a hat trick in a medicine show, a fevered dream, a trance bepopulate with chimeras, having neither analogue nor precedent, an itinerant carnival, a migratory tent show, whose ultimate destination, after many a pitch in many a muddied field, is unspeakable and calamitous beyond reckoning. The universe is no narrow thing, and the order within it is not constrained by any latitude in its conception to repeat what exists in one part in any other part. Even in this world more things exist without our knowledge than with it, and the order in creation which you see is that which you have put there, like a string in a maze, so that you shall not lose your way. For existence has its own order, and that no man's mind can compass, that mind itself being but a fact among others." Brown spat into the fire. "That's some more of your craziness," he said. The judge smiled. He placed the palms of his hands upon his chest and breathed the night air, and he stepped closer and squatted and held up one hand. He turned that hand, and there was a gold coin between his fingers. "Where is the coin, Davy?" "I'll notify you where to put the coin." The judge swung his hand, and the coin winked overhead in the firelight. It must have been fastened to some subtle lead, horsehair perhaps, for it circled the fire and returned to the judge, and he caught it in his hand and smiled. "The arc of circling bodies is determined by the length of their tether," said the judge. "Moons, coins, men." His hands moved as if he were pulling something from one fist in a series of elongations. "Watch the coin, Davy," he said. He flung it, and it cut an arc through the firelight and was gone in the darkness beyond. They watched the night where it had vanished, and they watched the judge, and in their watching, some the one and some the other, they were a common witness. "The coin, Davy! The coin!" whispered the judge. He sat erect and raised his hand and smiled around. The coin returned back out of the night and crossed the fire with a faint high droning, and the judge's raised hand was empty, and then it held the coin. There was a light slap, and it held the coin. Even so, some claimed that he had thrown the coin away and palmed another like it, and made the sound with his tongue. For he was himself a cunning old malabarista, and he said himself as he put the coin away what all men knew, that there are coins and false coins. In the morning some did walk over the ground where the coin had gone, but if any man found it, he kept it to himself. And with sunrise they were mounted and riding again. The cart with the idiot in his cage trundled along at the rear, and now Glanton's dog fell back to trot alongside, perhaps out of some custodial instinct such as children will evoke in animals. But Glanton called the dog to him, and when it didn't come, he dropped back along the little column and leaned down and quirted it viciously with his hobble rope and drove it out before him. They began to come upon chains and pack saddles, singletrees, dead mules, wagons. Saddle trees eaten bare of their rawhide coverings, and weathered white as bone, a light chamfering of mice teeth along the edges of the wood. They rode through a region where iron will not rust nor tin tarnish. The ribbed frames of dead cattle under their patches of dried hide lay like the ruins of primitive boats upturned upon that shoreless void. and they passed lurid and austere the black and desiccated shapes of horses and mules the travelers had stood afoot. These parched beasts had died with their necks stretched in agony in the sand, and now, upright and blind and lurching askew with scraps of blackened leather hanging from the fretwork of their ribs, they leaned with their long mouths howling after the endless tandem suns that passed above them. The riders rode on. They crossed a vast, dry lake with rows of dead volcanoes ranged beyond it like the works of enormous insects. To the south lay broken shapes of scoria in a lava bed as far as the eye could see. Under the hooves of the horses the alabaster sand shaped itself in whorls strangely symmetric, like iron filings in a field, and these shapes flared and drew back again, resonating upon that harmonic ground and then turning to swirl away over the playa, as if the very sediment of things contained yet some residue of sentience, as if in the transit of those riders were a thing so profoundly terrible as to register even to the uttermost granulation of reality. On a rise at the western edge of the playa, they passed a crude wooden cross where Maricopas had crucified an Apache. The mummified corpse hung from the cross-tree with its mouth gaped in a raw hole, a thing of leather and bones scoured by the pumice winds off the lake, and the pale tree of the ribs showing through the scraps of hide that hung from the breast. They rode on. The horses trudged sullenly the alien ground, and the round earth rolled beneath them, silently milling the greater void wherein they were contained. In the neuter austerity of that terrain, all phenomena were bequeathed a strange equality, and no one thing, nor spider, nor stone, nor blade of grass, could put forth claim to precedence. The very clarity of these articles belied their familiarity, for the eye predicates the whole on some feature or part, and here was nothing more luminous than another, and nothing more enshadowed, and in the optical democracy of such landscapes all preference is made whimsical, and a man and a rock become endowed with unguessed kinships. They grew gaunted and lank under the white suns of those days, and their hollow, burned-out eyes were like those of noctambulants surprised by day. Crouched under their hats they seemed fugitives on some grander scale, like beings for whom the sun hungered. Even the judge grew silent and speculative. He'd spoke of purging oneself of those things that lay claim to a man, but that body receiving his remarks counted themselves well done with any claims at all. They rode on, and the wind drove the fine gray dust before them, and they rode an army of graybeards, gray men, gray horses. The mountains to the north lay sunwise in corrugated folds, and the days were cool and the nights were cold, and they sat about the fire, each in his round of darkness, in that round of dark, while the idiot watched from his cage at the edge of the light. The judge cracked with the back of an axe the shin bone on an antelope, and the hot marrow dripped smoking on the stones. They watched him. The subject was war. "The good book says that he that lives by the sword shall perish by the sword," said the black. The judge smiled, his face shining with grease. "What right man would have it any other way?" he said. "The good book does indeed count war an evil," said Irving. "Yet there's many a bloody tale of war inside it." "It makes no difference what men think of war," said the judge. "War endures. As well ask men what they think of stone. War was always here. Before man was, war waited for him. The ultimate trade awaiting its ultimate practitioner. That is the way it was and will be. That way and not some other way." He turned to Brown, from whom he'd heard some whispered slur or demur. "Ah, Davy," he said, "it's your own trade we honor here. Why not rather take a small bow? Let each acknowledge each." "My trade?" "Certainly. What is my trade?" "War. War is your trade, is it not?" "And it ain't yours?" "Mine, too, very much so." "What about all them notebooks and bones and stuff?" "All other trades are contained in that of war." "Is that why war endures?" "No. It endures because young men love it, and old men love it in them. Those that fought, those that did not. That's your notion." The judge smiled. "Men are born for games, nothing else. Every child knows that play is nobler than work. He knows, too, that the worth or merit of a game is not inherent in the game itself, but rather in the value of that which is put at hazard. Games of chance require a wager to have meaning at all. Games of sport involve the skill and strength of the opponents, and the humiliation of defeat and the pride of victory are in themselves sufficient stake, because they inhere in the worth of the principles and define them. But trial of chance or trial of worth, all games aspire to the condition of war. For here, that which is wagered swallows up game, player, all. Suppose two men at cards, with nothing to wager save their lives. Who has not heard such a tale? A turn of the card. The whole universe for such a player has labored clanking to this moment, which will tell if he is to die at that man's hand or that man at his. What more certain validation of a man's worth could there be? This enhancement of the game to its ultimate state admits no argument concerning the notion of fate. The selection of one man over another is a preference absolute and irrevocable, and it is a dull man indeed who could reckon so profound a decision without agency or significance, either one. In such games as have for their stake the annihilation of the defeated, the decisions are quite clear. This man, holding this particular arrangement of cards in his hand, is thereby removed from existence. This is the nature of war, whose stake is at once the game and the authority and the justification. Seen so, war is the truest form of divination. It is the testing of one's will and the will of another within that larger will, which, because it binds them, is therefore forced to select. War is the ultimate game, because war is at last a forcing of the unity of existence. War is God." Brown studied the judge. "You're crazy, Holden. Crazy at last." The judge smiled. "Might does not make right," said Irving. "The man that wins in some combat is not vindicated morally." "Moral law is an invention of mankind, for the disenfranchisement of the powerful in favor of the weak. Historical law subverts it at every turn. A moral view can never be proven right or wrong by any ultimate test. A man falling dead in a duel is not thought thereby to be proven in error as to his views. His very involvement in such a trial gives evidence of a new and broader view. The willingness of the principals to forego further argument as the triviality which it in fact is, and to petition directly the chambers of the historical absolute, clearly indicates of how little moment are the opinions, and of what great moment the divergences thereof. For the argument is indeed trivial, but not so the separate wills thereby made manifest. Man's vanity may well approach the infinite in capacity, but his knowledge remains imperfect, and however much he comes to value his judgments, ultimately he must submit them before a higher court. Here there can be no special pleading. Here are considerations of equity and rectitude and moral right rendered void and without warrant. And here are the views of the litigants despised. Decisions of life and death, of what shall be and what shall not, beggar all questions of right. In elections of these magnitudes are all lesser ones subsumed, moral, spiritual, natural." The judge searched out the circle for disputants. "But what says the priest?" he said. Tobin looked up. "The priest does not say." "The priest does not say," said the judge. "Nihil dicit. But the priest has said. For the priest has put by the robes of his craft, and taken up the tools of that higher calling which all men honor. The priest also would be no God-server, but a god himself." Tobin shook his head. "You've a blasphemous tongue, Holden. And in truth, I was never a priest, but only a novitiate to the order." "Journeyman priest or apprentice priest," said the judge, "men of God and men of war have strange affinities. "I'll not second-say you in your notions," said Tobin. "Don't ask it." "Ah, priest," said the judge, "what could I ask of you that you've not already given?" On the day following, they crossed the Malpais afoot, leading the horses upon a lake bed of lava, all cracked and reddish-black, like a pan of dried blood, threading those badlands of dark amber glass like the remnants of some dim legion scrabbling up out of a land accursed, shouldering the little cart over the rifts and ledges, the idiot clinging to the bars and calling hoarsely after the sun, like some queer, unruly god abducted from a race of degenerates. They crossed a cinderland of caked slurry and volcanic ash, imponderable as the burned-out floor of hell, and they climbed up through a low range of barren granite hills to a stark promontory, where the judge, triangulating from known points of landscape, reckoned anew their course. A gravel flat stretched away to the horizon. Far to the south beyond the black volcanic hills lay a lone albino ridge, sand or gypsum, like the back of some pale sea beast surfaced among the dark archipelagos. They went on. In a day's ride they reached the stone tanks and the water they sought, and they drank and bailed water down from the higher tanks to the dry ones below for the horses. At all desert watering places there are bones, but the judge that evening carried to the fire one such as none there had ever seen before, a great femur from some beast long extinct that he'd found weathered out of a bluff, and that he now sat measuring with a tailor's tape he carried and sketching into his log. All in that company had heard the judge on paleontology, save for the new recruits, and they sat watching and putting to him such queries as they could conceive of. He answered them with care, amplifying their own questions for them, as if they might be apprentice scholars. They nodded dully, and reached to touch that pillar of stained and petrified bone, perhaps to sense with their fingers the temporal immensities of which the judge spoke. The keeper led the imbecile down from its cage and tethered it by the fire with a braided horsehair rope that it could not chew through, and it stood leaning in its collar with its hands outheld as if it yearned for the flames. Glanton's dog rose and sat watching it, and the idiot swayed and drooled with its dull eyes falsely brightened by the fire. The judge had been holding the femur upright in order to better illustrate its analogies to the prevalent bones of the country about, and he let it fall in the sand and closed his book. "There is no mystery to it," he said. The recruits blinked dully. "Your heart's desire is to be told some mystery. The mystery is that there is no mystery." He rose and moved away into the darkness beyond the fire. "Aye," said the ex-priest, watching, his pipe cold in his teeth. "And no mystery. As if he were no mystery himself, the bloody old hoodwinker." 3 days later they reached the Colorado. They stood at the edge of the river watching the roiled and clay-colored waters coming down in a flat and steady seething out of the desert. 2 cranes rose from the shore and flapped away, and the horses and mules led down the bank ventured uncertainly into the eddying shoals and stood drinking and looking up with their muzzles dripping at the passing current and the shore beyond. Upriver they encountered in camp the remnants of a wagon train laid waste by cholera. The survivors moved among their noonday cook fires or stared hollowly at the ragged dragoons riding up out of the willows. Their chattels were scattered about over the sand, and the wretched estates of the deceased stood separate to be parceled out among them. There were in the camp a number of Yuma Indians. The men wore their hair hacked to length with knives, or plastered up in wigs of mud, and they shambled about with heavy clubs dangling in their hands. Both they and the women were tattooed of face, and the women were naked save for skirts of willow bark woven into string, and many of them were lovely, and many more bore the marks of syphilis. Glanton moved through this balesome depot with his dog at heel and his rifle in his hand. The Yumas were swimming the few sorry mules left of the party across the river, and he stood on the bank and watched them. Downriver they'd drowned one of the animals and towed it ashore to be butchered. An old man in a shakto coat and a long beard sat with his boots at his side and his feet in the river. "Where's your all's horses?" said Glanton. "We ate them." Glanton studied the river. "How do you aim to cross?" "On the ferry." He looked cross-river to where the old man gestured. "What does he get to cross you?" he said. "$1 a head." Glanton turned and studied the pilgrims on the beach. The dog was drinking from the river, and he said something to it, and it came up and sat by his knee. The ferryboat put out from the far bank and crossed to a landing upstream, where there was a dead man built of drift logs. The boat was contrived from a pair of old wagon boxes fitted together and caulked with pitch. A group of people had shouldered up their dunnage and stood waiting. Glanton turned and went up the bank to get his horse. The ferryman was a doctor from New York State, named Lincoln. He was supervising the loading, the travelers stepping aboard and squatting along the rails of the scow with their parcels and looking out uncertainly at the broad water. A half-mastiff dog sat on the back, watching. At Glanton's approach it stood, bristling. The doctor turned and shaded his eyes with his hand, and Glanton introduced himself. They shook hands. "A pleasure, Captain Glanton. I'm at your service." Glanton nodded. The doctor gave instructions to the 2 men working for him, and he and Glanton walked out along the downriver path, Glanton leading the horse and the doctor's dog following some 10 paces behind. Glanton's party was camped on a bench of sand partially shaded by river willows. As he and the doctor approached, the idiot rose in his cage and seized the bars and commenced hooting as if he'd warn the doctor back. The doctor went wide of the thing, glancing at his host. But Glanton's lieutenants had come forward, and soon the doctor and the judge were deep in discourse, to the exclusion of anyone else. In the evening, Glanton and the judge and a detail of 5 men rode downriver into the Yuma encampment. They rode through a pale wood of willow and sycamore flaked with clay from the high water. And they rode past old acequias and small winter fields where the dry husks of corn rattled lightly in the wind. And they crossed the river at the Algodones ford. When the dogs announced them, the sun was already down and the western land red and smoking, and they rode single file in cameo detailed by the whiny light with their dark sides to the river. Cook fires from the camp smoldered among the trees, and a delegation of mounted savages rode out to meet them. They halted and sat their horses. The party approaching were clad in such fool's regalia, and withal bore themselves with such aplomb, that the paler riders were hard put to keep their composure. The leader was a man named Caballo en Pelo, and this old mogul wore a belted wool overcoat that would have served a far colder climate, and beneath it a woman's blouse of embroidered silk, and a pair of pantaloons of grey cassonet. He was small and wiry, and he had lost an eye to the Maricopas, and he presented the Americans with a strange priapic leer that may have at one time been a smile. At his right rode a lesser chieftain named Pasquale, in a frogged coat out at the elbows, and he wore in his nose a bone hung with small pendants. The third man was Pablo, and he was clad in a scarlet coat with tarnished braiding and tarnished epaulets of silver wire. He was barefooted and bare of leg, and he wore on his face a pair of round green goggles. In this attire they arranged themselves before the Americans and nodded austerely. Brown spat on the ground in disgust, and Glanton shook his head. "Ain't you a crazy-looking bunch of niggers?" he said. Only the judge seemed to weigh them up at all, and he was sober in the doing, judging, as perhaps he did, that things are seldom what they seem. "Buenos tardes," he said. The mogul tossed his chin. A small gesture darkened with a certain ambiguity. "Buenas tardes," he said. "De dónde viene?" Chapter 18. The return to camp. The idiot delivered. Sarah Borginis. A confrontation. Bathed in the river. The tumbril burned. James Robert in camp. Another baptism. Judge and fool. When they rode out of the Yuma camp, it was in the dark of early morning. Cancer, Virgo, Leo raced the ecliptic down the southern night, and to the north the constellation of Cassiopeia burned like a witch's signature on the black face of the firmament. In the night-long parley, they'd come to terms with the Yumas in conspiring to seize the ferry. They rode upriver among the flood-stained trees, talking quietly among themselves, like men returning late from a social, from a wedding or a death. By daylight, the women at the crossing had discovered the idiot in his cage. They gathered about him, apparently unappalled by the nakedness and filth. They crooned to him, and they consulted among themselves, and a woman named Sarah Borginis led them to seek out the brother. She was a huge woman with a great red face, and she read him riot. "What's your name, anyways?" she said. "Cloyce Bell, ma'am." "What's his?" "His name's James Robert, but they don't anybody call him it. If your mother was to see him, what do you reckon she'd say?" "I don't know. She's dead." "Ain't you ashamed?" "No, ma'am." "Don't you sass me." "I'm not trying to. You want him, just take him. I'll give him to you. I can't do any more than what I've done." "Damn if you ain't a sorry specimen." She turned to the other women. "You all help me. We need to bathe him and get some clothes on him. Somebody run get some soap." "Ma'am," said the keeper, "you all just take him on to the river." Toadvine and the kid passed them as they were dragging the cart along. They stepped off the path and watched them go by. The idiot was clutching the bars and hooting at the water, and some of the women had started up a hymn. "Where are they taking it?" said Toadvine. The kid didn't know. They were backing the cart through the loose sand toward the edge of the river, and they let it down and opened the cage. The Borginis woman stood before the imbecile. "James Robert, come out of there." She reached in and took him by the hand. He peered past her at the water, then he reached for her. A sigh went up from the women, several of whom had hiked their skirts and tucked them at the waist, and now stood in the river to receive him. She handed him down, him clinging to her neck. When his feet touched the ground, he turned to the water. She was smeared with feces, but she seemed not to notice. She looked back at those on the riverbank. "Burn that thing," she said. Someone ran to the fire for a brand, and while they led James Robert into the waters, the cage was torched and began to burn. He clutched at their skirts. He reached with a clawed hand, gibbering, drooling. "He sees himself in it," they said. "Shoo! Imagine having this child penned up like a wild animal." The flames from the burning cart crackled in the dry air, and the noise must have caught the idiot's attention, for he turned his dead black eyes upon it. "He knows," they said. All agreed. The Borginis woman waded out with her dress ballooning about her and took him deeper, and swirled him about, grown man that he was, in her great stout arms. She held him up. She crooned to him. Her pale hair floated on the water. His old companion saw him that night before the migrants' fires in a coarse woven wool suit. His thin neck turned warily in the collar of his outsized shirt. They'd greased his hair and combed it flat upon his skull, so that it looked painted on. They brought him sweets, and he sat drooling and watched the fire, greatly to their admiration. In the dark the river ran on, and a fish-colored moon rose over the desert east and set their shadows by their sides in the barren light. The fires drew down, and the smoke stood gray and chambered in the night. The little jackal wolves cried from across the river, and the camp dogs stirred and muttered. The Borginis took the idiot to his pallet under a wagon sheet and stripped him to his new underwear, and she tucked him into his blanket and kissed him good night, and the camp grew quiet. When the idiot crossed that blue and smoky amphitheater, he was naked once again, shambling past the fires like a Baldan ground sloth. He paused and tested the air, and he shuffled on. He went wide of the landing and stumbled through the shore willows, whimpering and pushing with his thin arms at things in the night. Then he was standing alone on the shore. He hooted softly, and his voice passed from him like a gift that was also needed, so that no sound of it echoed back. He entered the water. Before the river reached much past his waist, he'd lost his footing and sunk from sight. Now the judge, on his midnight rounds, was passing along at just this place, stark naked himself, such encounters being commoner than men suppose, or who would survive any crossing by night. And he stepped into the river and seized up the drowning idiot, snatching it aloft by the heels like a great midwife, and slapping it on the back to let the water out. A birth scene or a baptism or some ritual not yet inaugurated into any canon. He twisted the water from its hair, and he gathered the naked and sobbing fool into his arms and carried it up into the camp and restored it among its fellows. Chapter 19. The Howitzer. The Yuma's attack. A skirmish. Glanton appropriates the ferry. The hanged Judas. The coffers. A deputation for the coast. San Diego. Arranging for supplies. Brown at the farriers. A dispute. Webster and Toadvine freed. The ocean. An altercation. A man burned alive. Brown in durance vile. Tales of treasure. An escape. A murder in the mountains. Glanton leaves Yuma. The Alcalde hanged. Hostages. Returns to Yuma. Doctor and judge, nigger and fool. Dawn on the river. Carts without wheels. Murder of Jackson. The Yuma massacre. The doctor had been bound for California when the ferry fell into his hands, for the most by chance. In the ensuing months he'd amassed a considerable wealth in gold and silver and jewelry. He and the two men who worked for him had taken up residence on the west bank of the river, overlooking the ferry landing, among the abutments of an unfinished hillside fortification made from mud and rock. In addition to the pair of freight wagons he'd inherited from Major Graham's command, he had also a mountain howitzer, a bronze 12-pounder with a bore the size of a saucer, and this piece stood idle and unloaded in its wooden truck. In the doctor's crude quarters, he and Glanton and the judge, together with Brown and Irving, sat drinking tea, and Glanton sketched for the doctor a few of their Indian adventures, and advised him strongly to secure his position. The doctor demurred. He claimed to get along well with the Yumas. Glanton told him to his face that any man who trusted an Indian was a fool. The doctor colored, but he held his tongue. The judge intervened. He asked the doctor did he consider the pilgrims huddled on the far shore to be under his protection. The doctor said that he did so consider them. The judge spoke reasonably and with concern, and when Glanton and his detail returned down the hill to cross to their camp, they had the doctor's permission to fortify the hill and charge the howitzer. And to this end they set about running the last of their lead until they had close on to a hatful of rifle balls. They loaded the howitzer that evening with something like a pound of powder and the entire cast of shot, and they trundled the piece to a place of advantage overlooking the river and the landing below. 2 days later, the Yumas attacked the crossing. The scows were on the west bank of the river, discharging cargo as arranged, and the travelers stood by to claim their goods. The savages came, both mounted and afoot, out of the willows with no warning, and swarmed across the open ground toward the ferry. On the hill above them, Brown and Long Webster swung the howitzer and steadied it, and Brown crammed his lighted cigar into the touch-hole. Even over that open terrain, the concussion was immense. The howitzer and its truck leaped from the ground and clattered smoking backward across the packed clay. On the floodplain below the fort a terrible destruction had passed, and upward of a dozen of the Yumas lay dead or writhing in the sand. A great howl went up among them, and Glanton and his riders defiled out of the wood littoral upriver, and rode upon them, and they cried out in rage at their betrayal. Their horses began to mill, and they pulled them about, and loosed arrows at the approaching dragoons, and were shot down in volleys of pistol fire, and the debarkees at the crossing scrabbled up their arms from among the dunnage, and knelt and set up a fire from that quarter, while the women and children lay prone among the trunks and freight boxes. The horses of the Yumas reared and screamed, and churned about in the loose sand with their hoop-shaped nostrils and whited eyes, and the survivors made for the willows from which they'd emerged, leaving on the field the wounded and the dying and the dead. Glanton and his men did not pursue them. They dismounted and walked methodically among the fallen, dispatching them man and horse alike, each with a pistol ball through the brain, while the ferry travelers watched, and then they took the scalps. The doctor stood on the low parapet of the works in silence, and watched the bodies dragged down the landing and booted and shoved into the river. He turned and looked at Brown and Webster. They'd hauled the howitzer back to its position, and Brown sat easily on the warm barrel, smoking his cigar and watching the activity below. The doctor turned and walked back to his quarters. Nor did he appear the following day. Glanton took charge of the operation of the ferry. People who had been waiting 3 days to cross at $1 a head were now told that the fare was $4. And even this tariff was in effect for no more than a few days. Soon they were operating a sort of Procrustean ferry where the fares were tailored to accommodate the purses of the travelers. Ultimately, all pretense was dropped, and the immigrants were robbed outright. Travelers were beaten and their arms and goods appropriated, and they were sent destitute and beggared into the desert. The doctor came down to remonstrate with them, and was paid his share of the revenues and sent back. Horses were taken, and women violated, and bodies began to drift past the Yuma camp downriver. As these outrages multiplied, the doctor barricaded himself in his quarters and was seen no more. In the following month, a company from Kentucky under General Patterson arrived, and disdaining to bargain with Glanton, constructed a ferry downriver, and crossed and moved on. This ferry was taken over by the Yumas, and operated for them by a man named Callahan. But within days it was burned, and Callahan's headless body floated anonymously downriver, a vulture standing between the shoulder blades in clerical black, silent rider to the sea. Easter in that year fell on the last day of March, and at dawn on that day the Kid, together with Toadvine and a boy named Billy Carr, crossed the river to cut willow poles at a place where they grew upstream from the encampment of immigrants. Passing through this place before it was yet good light, they encountered a party of Sonorans up and about, and they saw hanging from a scaffold a poor Judas, fashioned from straw and old rags, who wore on his canvas face a painted scowl that reflected in the hand that had executed it no more than a child's conception of the man and his crime. The Sonorans had been up since midnight drinking, and they had lit a bonfire on the bench of loam where the gibbet stood, and as the Americans passed along the edge of their camp, they called out to them in Spanish. Someone had brought a long cane from the fire tipped with lighted tow, and the Judas was being set afire. Its raggedy clothes were packed with squibs and rockets, and as the fire took hold, it began to blow apart piece by piece in a shower of burning rags and straw, until at last a bomb in its breeches went off, and blew the thing to pieces in a stink of soot and sulphur, and the men cheered, and small boys threw a few last stones at the blackened remnants dangling from the noose. The Kid was the last to pass through the clearing, and the Sonorans called out to him, and offered him wine from a goatskin, but he shrugged up his rag of a coat about his shoulders and hurried on. By now Glanton had enslaved a number of Sonorans, and he kept crews of them working at the fortification of the hill. There were also detained in their camp a dozen or more Indian and Mexican girls, some little more than children. Glanton supervised with some interest the raising of the walls about him, but otherwise left his men to pursue the business at the crossing with a terrible latitude. He seemed to take little account of the wealth they were amassing, although daily he'd open the brass lock with which the wood and leather trunk in his quarters was secured, and raise the lid and empty whole sacks of valuables into it, the trunk already holding thousands of dollars in gold and silver coins, as well as jewelry, watches, pistols, raw gold in little leather stives, silver in bars, knives, silverware, plate, teeth. On the 2nd of April, David Brown, with Long Webster and Toadvine, set out for the town of San Diego on the old Mexican coast for the purpose of obtaining supplies. They took with them a string of pack animals, and they left at sunset, riding up out of the trees and looking back at the river and then walking the horses sideways down the dunes into the cool blue dusk. They crossed the desert in 5 days without incident, and rode up through the coastal range and led the mules through the snow in the gap and descended the western slope and entered the town in a slow drizzle of rain. Their hide clothing was heavy with water, and the animals were stained with the silt that had leached out of them and their trappings. Mounted U.S. cavalry passed them in the mud of the street, and in the distance beyond they could hear the sea boom shuddering on the gray and stony coast. Brown took from the horn of his saddle a fiber morale filled with coins, and the three of them dismounted and entered a whiskey grocer's, and unannounced they upended the sack on the grocer's board. There were doubloons minted in Spain and in Guadalajara, and half-doubloons, and gold dollars, and tiny gold half-dollars, and French coins of 10-franc value, and gold eagles, and half-eagles, and ring dollars, and dollars minted in North Carolina and Georgia that were 22 carats pure. The grocer weighed them out by stacks in a common scale, sorted by their mintings, and he drew corks and poured measures round in small tin cups whereon the gills were stamped. They drank and set down the cups again, and he pushed the bottle across the raw sash-milled boards of the counter. They had drafted a list of supplies to be contracted for, and when they'd agreed on the price of flour and coffee and a few other staples, they turned into the street, each with a bottle in his fist. They went down the plank-board walkway and crossed through the mud, and they went past rows of raw-looking shacks and crossed a small plaza beyond which they could see the low sea rolling, and a small encampment of tents, and a street where the squatting houses were made of hides ranged like curious dories along the selvage of sea oats above the beach, and quite black and shining in the rain. It was in one of these that Brown woke the next morning. He had little recollection of the prior night, and there was no one in the hut with him. The remainder of their money was in a bag around his neck. He pushed open the framed hide door and stepped out into the darkness and the mist. They'd neither put up nor fed their animals, and he made his way back to the grocer's where they were tied and sat on the walkway and watched the dawn come down from the hills behind the town. Noon he was red-eyed and reeking before the alcalde's door, demanding the release of his companions. The alcalde vacated out the back of the premises, and shortly there arrived an American corporal and 2 soldiers who warned him away. An hour later he was at the farriery, standing warily in the doorway, peering into the gloom until he could make out the shape of things within. The farrier was at his bench, and Brown entered and laid before him a polished mahogany case with a brass nameplate bradded to the lid. He unsnapped the catches and opened the case, and raised from their recess within a pair of shotgun barrels, and he took up the stock with the other hand. He hooked the barrels into the patent breech, and stood the shotgun on the bench, and pushed the fitted pin home to secure the forearm. He cocked the hammers with his thumbs and let them fall again. The shotgun was English-made, and had Damascus barrels and engraved locks, and the stock was burl mahogany. He looked up. The farrier was watching him. "You work on guns?" said Brown. "I do, some. I need these barrels cut down." The man took the gun and held it in his hands. There was a raised center rib between the barrels, and inlaid in gold the maker's name, London. There were 2 platinum bands in the patent breech, and the locks and hammers were chased with scroll-work cut deeply in the steel, and there were partridges engraved at either end of the maker's name there. The purple barrels were welded up from triple scalps, and the hammered iron and steel bore a watered figure like the markings of some alien and antique serpent, rare and beautiful and lethal. And the wood was figured with a deep red feather grain at the butt, and held a small spring-loaded silver cap-box in the toe. The farrier turned the gun in his hands and looked at Brown. He looked down at the case. It was lined with green baize, and there were little fitted compartments that held a wad cutter, a pewter powder flask, cleaning jags, a patent pewter capper. "You need what?" he said. "Cut the barrels down, long about in here." He held a finger across the piece. "I can't do that." Brown looked at him. "You can't do it?" "No, sir." He looked around the shop. "Well," he said, "I'd have thought any damn fool could saw the barrels off a shotgun." "There's something wrong with you. Why would anybody want to cut the barrels off a gun like this?" "What did you say?" said Brown. The man tendered the gun nervously. "I just meant that I don't see why anybody would want to ruin a good gun like this here. What would you take for it?" "It ain't for sale. You think there's something wrong with me?" "No, I don't. I didn't mean it that way." "Are you going to cut them barrels down, or ain't you?" "I can't do that." "Can't or won't?" "You pick the one that best suits you." Brown took the shotgun and laid it on the bench. "What would you have to do it?" he said. "I ain't doing it." "If a man wanted it done, what would be a fair price?" "I don't know. $1?" Brown reached into his pocket and came up with a handful of coins. He laid a $2.50 gold piece on the bench. "Now," he said, "I'm paying you $2.50. The farrier looked at the coin nervously. "I don't need your money," he said. "You can't pay me to butcher that there gun." "You done been paid." "No, I ain't." "Yonder it lays. Now you can either get the sawin' or you can default, in the case of which I aim to take it out of your ass." The farrier didn't take his eyes off Brown. He began to back away from the bench, and then he turned and ran. When the sergeant of the guard arrived, Brown had the shotgun chucked up in the bench vise and was working at the barrels with a hacksaw. The sergeant walked around to where he could see his face. "What do you want?" said Brown. "This man says you threatened his life." "What man?" "This man." The sergeant nodded toward the door of the shed. Brown continued to saw. "You call that a man?" he said. "I never give him no leave to come in here and use my tools, neither," said the farrier. "How about it?" said the sergeant. "How about what? How do you answer to this man's charges?" "He's a liar." "You never threatened him?" "That's right." "The hell he never—" "I don't threaten people. I told him I'd whip his ass, and that's as good as notarized." "You don't call that a threat?" Brown looked up. "It was not no threat. It was a promise." He bent to the work again, and another few passes with the saw and the barrels dropped to the dirt. He laid down the saw and backed off the jaws of the vise and lifted out the shotgun and unpinned the barrels from the stock and fitted the pieces into the case and shut the lid and latched it. "What was the argument about?" said the sergeant. "There wasn't no argument that I know of." "You better ask him where he got that gun he's just ruined. He stole that somewheres, you can wager on it." "Where'd you get the shotgun?" said the sergeant. Brown bent down and picked up the severed barrels. They were about 18 inches long, and he had them by the small end. He came around the bench and walked past the sergeant. He put the gun case under his arm. At the door he turned. The farrier was nowhere in sight. He looked at the sergeant. "I believe that man has done withdrawed his charges," he said. "Like as not, he was drunk." As he was crossing the plaza toward the little mud cabildo, he encountered Toadvine and Webster, newly released. They were wild-looking, and they stank. The three of them went down to the beach and sat looking out at the long gray swells and passing Brown's bottle among them. They'd none of them seen an ocean before. Brown walked down and held his hand to the sheet of spume that ran up the dark sand. He lifted his hand and tasted the salt on his fingers, and he looked down coast and up, and then they went back up the beach toward the town. They spent the afternoon drinking in a Lazarus bodega run by a Mexican. Some soldiers came in. An altercation took place. Toadvine was on his feet, swaying. A peacemaker rose from among the soldiers, and soon the principals were seated again. But minutes later, Brown, on his way back from the bar, poured a pitcher of aguardiente over a young soldier and set him afire with his cigar. The man ran outside mute, save for the whoosh of the flames, and the flames were pale blue and then invisible in the sunlight, and he fought them in the street like a man beset with bees or madness, and then he fell over in the road and burned up. By the time they got to him with a bucket of water, he had blackened and shriveled in the mud like an enormous spider. Brown woke in a dark little cell, manacled and crazed with thirst. The first thing he consulted for was the bag of coins. It was still inside his shirt. He rose up from the straw and put one eye to the Judas hole. It was day. He called out for someone to come. He sat and with his chained hands counted out the coins and put them back in the bag. In the evening he was brought his supper by a soldier. The soldier's name was Pettit, and Brown showed him his necklace of ears, and he showed him the coins. Pettit said he wanted no part of his schemes. Brown told him how he had $30,000 buried in the desert. He told him of the ferry, installing himself in Glanton's place. He showed him the coins again, and he spoke familiarly of their places of origin, supplementing the judge's reports with impromptu data. "Even shares," he hissed. "You and me." He studied the recruit through the bars. Pettit wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Brown scooped the coins back into the poke and handed them out to him. "You think we can't trust one another?" he said. The boy stood holding the sack of coins uncertainly. He tried to push it back through the bars. Brown stepped away and held his hands up. "Don't be a fool," he hissed. "What do you think I'd give to have such a chance at your age?" When Pettit was gone, he sat in the straw and looked at the thin metal plate of beans and the tortillas. After a while, he ate. Outside it was raining again, and he could hear riders passing in the mud of the street, and soon it was dark. They left 2 nights later. They had each a passable saddle horse and a rifle and blanket, and they had a mule that carried provisions of dried corn and beef and dates. They rode up into the dripping hills, and in the first light, Brown raised the rifle and shot the boy through the back of the head. The horse lurched forward, and the boy toppled backward, the entire foreplate of his skull gone and the brains exposed. Brown halted his mount and got down and retrieved the sack of coins, and took the boy's knife, and took his rifle and his powder flask and his coat, and he cut the ears from the boy's head and strung them onto his scapular, and then he mounted up and rode on. The pack mule followed, and after a while, so did the horse the boy had been riding. When Webster and Toadvine rode into the camp at Yuma, they had neither provisions nor the mules they left with. Glanton took 5 men and rode out at dusk, leaving the judge in charge of the ferry. They reached San Diego in the dead of night and were directed to the alcalde's house. This man came to the door in nightshirt and stocking cap, holding a candle before him. Glanton pushed him back into the parlor and sent his men on to the rear of the house, from whence they heard directly a woman's screams and a few dull slaps, and then silence. The alcalde was a man in his 60s, and he turned to go to his wife's aid and was struck down with a pistol barrel. He stood up again, holding his head. Glanton pushed him on to the rear room. He had in his hand a rope already fashioned into a noose, and he turned the alcalde around and put the noose over his head and pulled it taut. The wife was sitting up in bed, and at this she commenced to scream again. One of her eyes was swollen and closing rapidly, and now one of the recruits hit her flush in the mouth, and she fell over in the tousled bedding and put her hands over her head. Glanton held the candle aloft and directed one of the recruits to boost the other on his shoulders, and the boy reached along the top of one of the vigas until he found a space, and he fitted the end of the rope through and let it down, and they hauled on it and raised the mute and struggling alcalde into the air. They'd not tied his hands, and he groped wildly overhead for the rope, and pulled himself up to save strangling, and he kicked his feet and revolved slowly in the candlelight. "Válgame Dios!" he gasped. "¿Qué quiere?" "I want my money," said Glanton. "I want my money, and I want my pack mules, and I want David Brown." "Como?" wheezed the old man. Someone had lit a lamp. The old woman raised up and saw first the shadow and then the form of her husband dangling from the rope, and she began to crawl across the bed toward him. "Dígame," gasped the alcalde. Someone reached to seize the wife, but Glanton motioned him away, and she staggered out of the bed and took hold of her husband about the knees to hold him up. She was sobbing and praying for mercy to Glanton and to God impartially. Glanton walked around to where he could see the man's face. "I want my money," he said. "My money and my mules and the man I sent out here. El hombre que tiene usted. Mi compañero." "No, no," gasped the hangman. "Búscale. No man is here." "Where is he?" "He is not here." "Yes, he's here, in the juzgado." "No, no. Madre de Jesús, no here. He's gone. 7-8 días. "Where is the juzgado?" "¿Cómo?" "El juzgado. ¿Dónde está?" The old woman turned loose with one arm long enough to point, her face pressed to the man's leg. "Allá," she said. "Allá." 2 men went out, one holding the stub of the candle and shielding the flame with his cupped hand before him. When they came back, they reported the little dungeon in the building out back empty. Glanton studied the alcalde. The old woman was visibly tottering. They'd half-hitched the rope about the tailpost of the bed, and he loosed the rope, and the alcalde and the wife collapsed onto the floor. They left them bound and gagged, and rode out to visit the grocer. 3 days later, the alcalde and the grocer and the alcalde's wife were found tied and lying in their own excrement in an abandoned hut at the edge of the ocean 8 miles south of the settlement. They'd been left a pan of water from which they drank like dogs, and they had howled at the booming surf in that wayplace until they were mute as stones. Glanton and his men were 2 days and nights in the streets, crazed with liquor. The sergeant in charge of the small garrison of American troops confronted them in a drinking exchange on the evening of the 2nd day, and he and the 3 men with him were beaten senseless and stripped of their arms. At dawn, when the soldiers kicked in the hostile door, there was no one in the room. Glanton returned to Yuma alone, his men gone to the goldfields. On that bone-strewn waste he encountered wretched parcels of foot travelers who called out to him, and men dead where they'd fallen, and men who would die, and groups of folks clustered about a last wagon or cart, shouting hoarsely at the mules or oxen, and goading them on as if they bore in those frail caissons the covenant itself. And these animals would die, and the people with them, and they called out to that lone horseman to warn him of the danger at the crossing. And the horseman rode on, all contrary to the tide of refugees, like some storied hero, toward what beast of war or plague or famine with what set to his relentless jaw. When he reached Yuma, he was drunk. Behind him on a string were 2 small jacks laden with whiskey and biscuit. He sat his horse and looked down at the river, who was keeper of the crossroads of all that world, and his dog came to him and nuzzled his foot in the stirrup. A young Mexican girl was crouched naked under the shade of the wall. She watched him ride past, covering her breasts with her hands. She wore a rawhide collar about her neck, and she was chained to a post, and there was a clay bowl of blackened meat scraps beside her. Glanton tied the jacks to the post and rode inside on the horse. There was no one about. He rode down to the landing. While he was watching the river, the doctor came scrambling down the bank and seized Glanton by the foot and began to plead with him in a senseless jabber. He had not seen to his person in weeks, and he was filthy and disheveled, and he tugged at Glanton's trouser leg and pointed toward the fortifications on the hill. "That man," he said, "that man!" Glanton slid his boot from the stirrup and pushed the doctor away with his foot, and turned the horse and rode back up the hill. The judge was standing on the rise in silhouette against the evening sun like some great Baldan archimandrite. He was wrapped in a mantle of free-flowing cloth, beneath which he was naked. The black man Jackson came out of one of the stone bunkers dressed in a similar garb and stood beside him. Glanton rode back up along the crest of the hill to his quarters. All night gunfire drifted intermittently across the water, and laughter and drunken oaths. When day broke, no one appeared. The ferry lay at its moorings, and across the river a man came down to the landing and blew a horn, and waited, and then went back. The ferry stood idle all that day. By evening, the drunkenness and revelry had begun afresh, and the shrieks of young girls carried across the water to the pilgrims huddled in their camp. Someone had given the idiot whiskey mixed with sarsaparilla, and this thing which could little more than walk had commenced to dance before the fire with loping simian steps, moving with great gravity and smacking its loose, wet lips. At dawn, the black walked out to the landing and stood urinating in the river. The scows lay downstream against the bank with a few inches of sandy water standing in the floorboards. He pulled his robes about him and stepped aboard the thwart and balanced there. The water ran over the boards toward him. He stood looking out. The sun was not up, and there was a low skein of mist on the water. Downstream, some ducks moved out from the willows. They circled in the eddy water and then flapped out across the open river and rose and circled and bent their way upstream. In the floor of the scow was a small coin, perhaps once lodged under the tongue of some passenger. He bent to fetch it. He stood up and wiped the grit from the piece and held it up, and as he did so, a long cane arrow passed through his upper abdomen and flew on and fell far out in the river and sank, and backed to the surface again and began to turn and to drift downstream. He faced around, his robes sustained about him. He was holding his wound, and with his other hand he ravaged among his clothes for the weapons that were not there and were not there. A second arrow passed him on the left, and two more struck and lodged fast in his chest and in his groin. They were a full 4 feet in length, and they lofted slightly with his movements like ceremonial wands, and he seized his thigh where the dark arterial blood was spurting along the shaft, and took a step toward the shore and fell sideways into the river. The water was shallow, and he was moving weakly to regain his feet when the first of the Yumas leaped aboard the scow. Completely naked, his hair dyed orange, his face painted black, with a crimson line dividing it from widow's peak to chin. He stamped his feet twice on the boards and flared his arms, like some wild thaumaturge out of an atavistic drama, and reached and seized the black by his robes where he lay in the reddening waters, and raised him up and stove in his head with his war-club. They swarmed up the hill toward the fortifications where the Americans lay sleeping, and some were mounted and some afoot, and all of them armed with bows and clubs, and their faces blacked or pale with fard, and their hair bound up in clay. The first quarters they entered were Lincoln's. When they emerged a few minutes later, one of them carried the doctor's dripping head by the hair, and others were dragging behind them the doctor's dog, bound at the muzzle, jerking and bucking across the dry clay of the concourse. They entered a wickiup of willow poles and canvas, and slew Gunn and Wilson and Henderson Smith each in turn as they reared up drunkenly, and they moved on among the rude half-walls in total silence, glistening with paint and grease and blood among the bands of light where the risen sun now touched the higher ground. When they entered Glanton's chamber, he lurched upright and glared wildly about him. The small clay room he occupied was entirely filled with a brass bed he'd appropriated from some migrating family, and he sat in it like a debauched feudal baron, while his weapons hung in a rich array from the finials. Caballo and Pelo mounted into the actual bed with him, and stood there, while one of the attending tribunal handed him at his right side a common axe, the hickory helve of which was carved with pagan motifs, and tasseled with the feathers of predatory birds. Glanton spat. "Hack away, you mean red nigger," he said, and the old man raised the axe and split the head of John Joel Glanton to the thrapple. When they entered the judge's quarters, they found the idiot and a girl of perhaps 12 years cowering naked in the floor. Behind them, also naked, stood the judge. He was holding leveled at them the bronze barrel of the howitzer. The wooden truck stood on the floor, the straps pried up and twisted off the pillow blocks. The judge had the cannon under one arm, and he was holding a lighted cigar over the touch-hole. The Yumas fell over one another backward, and the judge put the cigar in his mouth and took up his portmanteau and stepped out the door and backed past them and down the embankment. The idiot, who reached just to his waist, stuck close to his side, and together they entered the wood at the base of the hill and disappeared from sight. The savages built a bonfire on the hill and fueled it with the furnishings from the white men's quarters, and they raised up Glanton's body and bore it aloft in the manner of a slain champion and hurled it onto the flames. They'd tied his dog to his corpse, and it was snatched after in howling suttee to disappear crackling in the rolling greenwood smoke. The doctor's torso was dragged up by the heels and raised and flung onto the pyre, and the doctor's mastiff also was committed to the flames. It slid, struggling down the far side, and the thongs with which it was tied must have burnt in two, for it began to crawl, charred and blind and smoking from the fire, and was flung back with a shovel. The other bodies, 8 in number, were heaped onto the fire, where they sizzled and stank, and the thick smoke rolled out over the river. The doctor's head had been mounted upon a paling and carried about, but at the last it too was thrown onto the blaze. The guns and clothing were divided upon the clay, and divided too were the gold and silver out of the hacked and splintered chest that they dragged forth. All else was heaped on the flames, and while the sun rose and glistened on their gaudy faces, they sat upon the ground, each with his new goods before him. And they watched the fire and smoked their pipes as might some painted troop of mime-folk, recruiting themselves in such a way-place far from the towns and the rabble hooting at them across the smoking footlamps, contemplating towns to come, and the poor fanfare of trumpet and drum, and the rude boards upon which their destinies were inscribed, for these people were no less bound and indentured. And they watched, like the prefiguration of their own ends, the carbonized skulls of their enemies incandescing before them, bright as blood, among the coals. Chapter 20. The Escape. Into the Desert. Pursued by the Yumas. A Stand. Alamo Mucho. Another Refugee. A Siege. At Long Taw. Night Fires. The Judge Lives. At Barter in the Desert. How the ex-priest comes to advocate murder. Setting Forth. Another encounter. Carrizo Creek. An attack. Among the Bones. Playing for keeps. An exorcism. Tobin wounded. A counseling. The slaughter of the horses. The judge on torts. Another escape, another desert. Toadvine and the kid fought a running engagement upriver through the shore bracken, with arrows clattering through the cane all about them. They came out of the willow brakes and climbed the dunes and descended the far side and reappeared again, 2 dark figures anguishing upon the sands, now trotting, now stooping, the report of the pistol flat and dead in the open country. The Yumas who crested out on the dunes were 4 in number, and they didn't follow, but rather fixed them upon the terrain to which they had committed themselves, and then turned back. The kid carried an arrow in his leg, and it was butted against the bone. He stopped and sat and broke off the shaft a few inches from the wound, and then he got up again, and they went on. At the crest of the rise they stopped and looked back. The Yumas had already left the dunes, and they could see the smoke rising darkly along the river bluff. To the west the country was all rolling sandhills, where a man might lie in hiding. But there was no place the sun would not find him, and only the wind could hide his tracks. "Can you walk?" said Toadvine. "I ain't got no choice." "How much water you got?" "Not much." "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." "We could ease back to the river and lay up," said Toadvine. "Till what?" He looked toward the fort again, and he looked at the broken shaft in the kid's leg and the welling blood. "You want to try and pull that?" "No." "What do you want to do?" "Go on." They mended their course and picked up the trail the wagon parties followed, and they went on through the long forenoon and the day and the evening of the day. By dark their water was gone, and they labored on beneath the slow wheel of stars, and slept shivering among the dunes, and rose in the dawn and went on again. The kid's leg had stiffened, and he hobbled after with a section of wagon tongue for a crutch, and twice he told Toadvine to go on, but he wouldn't. Before noon, the aborigines appeared. They watched them assemble upon the trembling drop of the eastern horizon like baleful marionettes. They were without horses, and they seemed to be moving at a trot, and within the hour they were lofting arrows upon the refugees. They went on, the kid with his pistol drawn, stepping and ducking the shafts where they fell out of the sun, the lengths of them glistening against the pale sky and foreshortening in a reedy flutter, and then suddenly quivering dead in the ground. They snapped off the shafts against their being used again, and they labored on sideways over the sand like crabs until the arrows coming so thick and close they made a stand. The kid dropped onto his elbows and cocked and leveled the revolver. The Yumas were over 100 yards out, and they set up a cry, and Toadvine dropped to one knee alongside the kid. The pistol bucked, and the gray smoke hung motionless in the air, and one of the savages went down like a player through a trap. The kid had cocked the pistol again, but Toadvine put his hand over the barrel, and the kid looked up at him and lowered the hammer, and then sat and reloaded the empty chamber, and pushed himself up and recovered his crutch, and they went on. Behind them on the plain they could hear the thin clamor of the aborigines as they clustered about the one he'd shot. That painted horde dogged their steps the day long. They were 24 hours without water, and the barren mural of sand and sky was beginning to shimmer and swim, and the periodic arrows sprang aslant from the sands about them like the tufted stalks of mutant desert growths, propagating angrily into the dry desert air. They did not stop. When they reached the wells at Alamo Mucho, the sun was low before them, and there was a figure seated at the rim of the basin. This figure rose and stood warped in the quaking lens of that world, and held out one hand. In welcome or warning they had no way to know. They shielded their eyes and limped on, and the figure at the well called out to them. It was the ex-priest Tobin. He was alone and unarmed. "How many are you?" he said. "What you see," said Toadvine. "All the rest gone under? Glanton? The judge?" They didn't answer. They slid down to the floor of the well where there stood a few inches of water, and they knelt and drank. The pit in which the well was sunk was perhaps a dozen feet in diameter, and they posted themselves about the inner slope of this salient and watched while the Indians fanned out over the plain, moving past in the distance at a slow lope. Assembled in small groups at cardinal points out there, they began to launch their arrows upon the defenders, and the Americans called out the arrival of the incoming shafts like artillery officers, lying there on the exposed bank and watching out across the pit toward the assailants in that quarter, their hands clawed at either side of them, and their legs cocked, rigid as cats. The kid held his fire altogether, and soon those savages on the western shore who were more favored by the light began to move in. About the well were hillocks of sand from old diggings, and the Yumas may have meant to try to reach them. The kid left his post and moved to the west rim of the excavation and began to fire on them where they stood or squatted on their haunches like wolves out there on the shimmering pan. The ex-priest knelt by the kid's side and watched behind them, and held his hat between the sun and the foresight of the kid's pistol, and the kid steadied the pistol in both hands on the edge of the works and let off the rounds. At the second fire, one of the savages fell over and lay without moving. The next shot spun another one around, and he sat down and then rose and took a few steps and sat down again. The ex-priest whispered encouragement at his elbow, and the kid thumbed back the hammer, and the ex-priest adjusted the hat to shade gun sight and sight-eye with the one shadow, and the kid fired again. He had drawn his sight upon the wounded man sitting on the pan, and his shot stretched him out dead. The ex-priest gave a low whistle. "Aye, you're a cool one," he whispered. "But it's cunning work all the same. And wouldn't it take the heart out of you?" The Yumas seemed immobilized by these misfortunes, and the kid cocked the pistol and shot down another of their number before they began to collect themselves and to move back, taking their dead with them, lofting a flurry of arrows and howling out blood oaths in their Stone Age tongue, or invocations to whatever gods of war or fortune they'd the ear of, and retreating upon the pan until they were very small indeed. The kid shouldered up his flask and shot pouch and slid down the pitch to the floor of the well, where he dug a second small basin with the old shovel there, and in the water that seeped in he washed the bores of the cylinder and washed the barrel and ran pieces of his shirt through the bore with a stick until they came clean. Then he reassembled the pistol, tapping the barrel pin until the cylinder was snug and laying the piece in the warm sand to dry. Toadvine had made his way around the excavation until he reached the ex-priest, and they lay watching the retreat of the savages through the heat shimmering off the pan in the late sunlight. "He's a dead-eye, ain't he?" Toba nodded. He looked down the pit to where the kid sat loading the pistol, turning the powder-filled chambers and measuring them with his eye, seating the balls with the sprues down. "How do you stand by way of ammunition?" "Poorly. We got a few rounds, not many." The ex-priest nodded. Evening was coming on, and in the red land to the west, the Yumas were gathering in silhouette before the sun. All night their watchfires burned on the dark circlet of the world, and the kid unpinned the barrel from the pistol, and using it for a spyglass, he went around the warm sand selvage of the well and studied the separate fires for movement. There is hardly in the world a waste so barren but some creature will not cry out at night. Yet here one was, and they listened to their breathing in the dark and the cold, and they listened to the systole of the ruby-meated hearts that hung within them. When day broke, the fires had burned out, and slender terminals of smoke stood from the plain at 3 separate points of the compass, and the enemy had gone. Crossing the dry pan toward them from the east was a large figure attended by a smaller. Toadvine and the ex-priest watched. "What do you make it to be?" The ex-priest shook his head. Toadvine cupped his hand and whistled sharply down at the kid. He sat up with the pistol. He clambered up the slope with his stiff leg. The 3 of them lay watching. It was the judge and the imbecile. They were both of them naked, and they neared through the desert dawn like beings of a mode little more than tangential to the world at large, their figures now quick with clarity and now fugitive in the strangeness of that same light, like things whose very portent renders them ambiguous, like things so charged with meaning that their forms are dimmed. The 3 at the well watched mutely this transit out of the breaking day, and even though there was no longer any question as to what it was that approached, yet none would name it. They lumbered on, the judge a pale pink beneath his talc of dust like something newly born, the imbecile much the darker, lurching together across the pan at the very extremes of exile, like some scurrilous king stripped of his vestiture and driven together with his fool into the wilderness to die. Those who travel in desert places do indeed meet with creatures surpassing all description. The watchers at the well rose the better to witness these arrivals. The imbecile was fairly loping along to keep the pace. The judge on his head wore a wig of dried river mud, from which protruded bits of straw and grass, and tied upon the imbecile's head was a rag of fur with the blackened blood side out. The judge carried in one hand a small canvas satchel, and he was bedraped with meat like some medieval penitent. He hove up at the diggings and nodded them a good morning, and he and the idiot slid down the bank and knelt and began to drink. Even the idiot, who must be fed by hand, he knelt beside the judge and sucked noisily at the mineral water, and raised his dark, larval eyes to the 3 men crouched above him at the rim of the pit, and then bent and drank again. The judge threw off his bandoliers of sun-blacked meat, and his skin beneath was strangely mottled pink and white in the shapes of them. He set by the little mud cap and laved water over his burnt and peeling skull, and over his face, and he drank again and sat in the sand. He looked up at his old companions. His mouth was cracked and his tongue swollen. "Lewis," he said, What will you take for that hat?" Toadvine spat. "It ain't for sale," he said. "Everything's for sale," said the judge. "What will you take?" Toadvine looked uneasily at the ex-priest. He looked down into the well. "Gotta have my hat," he said. "How much?" Toadvine gestured with his chin at the strings of meat. "I reckon you want to trade some of that tug for it." "Not at all," said the judge. "Such as is here is for everybody. How much for the hat?" "What'll you give?" said Toadvine. The judge studied him. "I'll give $100, he said. No one spoke. The idiot crouched on its haunches seemed also to be awaiting the outcome of this exchange. Toadvine took off the hat and looked at it. His lank black hair clove to the sides of his head. "It won't fit ye," he said. The judge quoted him some term in Latin. He smiled. "Not your concern," he said. Toadvine put the hat on and adjusted it. "I reckon that's what you got in that there satchel," he said. "You reckon correctly," said the judge. Toadvine looked off toward the sun. "I'll make it 125, and won't ask you where you got it," said the judge. "Let's see your color." The judge unclasped the satchel and tipped and emptied it out on the sand. It contained a knife and perhaps a half a bucketful of gold coins of every value. The judge pushed the knife to one side and spread the coins with the palm of his hand and looked up. Toadvine took off the hat. He made his way down the slope. He and the judge squatted on either side of the judge's trove, and the judge put forward the coins agreed upon, advancing them with the back of his hand forward like a croupier. Toadvine handed up the hat and gathered the coins, and the judge took the knife and slit the band of the hat at the rear, and cut through the brim, and opened up the crown, and then set the hat on his head, and looked up at Tobin and the kid. "Come down," he said. "Come down and share this meat." They didn't move. Toadvine already had a piece of it in both hands, and was tugging at it with his teeth. It was cool in the well, and the morning sun fell only upon the upper rim. The judge scooped the remaining coins back into the satchel and stood it aside and bent to drink again. The imbecile had been watching its reflection in the pool, and it watched the judge drink, and it watched the water calm itself once more. The judge wiped his mouth and looked at the figures above him. "How are you fixed for weapons?" he said. The kid had set one foot over the edge of the pit, and now he drew it back. Tobin didn't move. He was watching the judge. "We've just the one pistol, Holden." "We?" said the judge. "The lad here." The kid had risen to his feet again. The ex-priest stood by him. The judge in the floor of the well likewise rose, and he adjusted his hat and gripped the valise under his arm like some immense and naked barrister whom the country had crazed. "Weigh your counsel, priest," he said. "We are all here together. Yonder sun is like the eye of God, and we will cook impartially upon this great silicious griddle, I do assure you." "I'm no priest, and I've no counsel," said Tobin. "The lad is a free agent." The judge smiled. "Quite so," he said. He looked at Toadvine, and he smiled up at the ex-priest again. "What then?" he said. "Are we to drink at these holes turnabout like rival bands of apes?" The ex-priest looked at the kid. They stood facing the sun. He squatted, the better to address the judge below. "Do you think that there is a registry where you can file on the wells of the desert?" "Ah, priest, you know those offices more readily than I. I've no claim here. I've told you before, I'm a simple man. You know you're welcome to come down here and to drink and to fill your flask." Tobin didn't move. "Let me have the canteen," said the kid. He had taken the pistol from his belt, and he handed it to the ex-priest, and took the leather bottle and descended the bank. The judge followed him with his eyes. The kid circled the floor of the well, no part of which was altogether beyond the judge's reach. and he knelt opposite the imbecile and pulled the stopper from the flask and submerged the flask in the basin. He and the imbecile watched the water run in at the neck of the flask, and they watched it bubble, and they watched it cease. The kid stoppered the flask and leaned and drank from the pool, and then he sat back and looked at Toadvine. "Are you going with us?" Toadvine looked at the judge. "I don't know," he said. "I'm subject to arrest. They'll arrest me in California." "Arrest ye?" Toadvine didn't answer. He was sitting in the sand, and he made a tripod of 3 fingers and stuck them in the sand before him, and then he lifted and turned them and poked them in again, so that there were 6 holes in the form of a star or a hexagon, and then he rubbed them out again. He looked up. "You wouldn't think that a man would run plumb out of country out here, would you?" The kid rose and slung the flask by its strap over his shoulder. His trouser leg was black with blood, and the bloody stump of the shaft jutted from his thigh like a peg for hanging implements upon. He spat and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and he looked at Toadvine. "It ain't country you've run out of," he said. Then he made his way across the sink and up the bank. The judge followed him with his eyes, and when the kid reached the sunlight at the top, he turned and looked back, and the judge was holding open the satchel between his naked thighs. $500, he said. "Powder and ball included." The ex-priest was at the kid's side. "Do him," he hissed. The kid took the pistol, but the ex-priest clung to his arm, whispering. And when the kid pulled away, he spoke aloud. Such was his fear. "You'll get no second chance, lad. Do it. He's naked. He's unarmed. God's blood, do you think you'll best him any other way? Do it, lad. Do it for the love of God. Do it, or I swear your life is forfeit." The judge smiled. He tapped his temple. "The priest," he said. "The priest has been too long in the sun. $750, that's my best offer. It's a seller's market." The kid put the pistol in his belt. Then, with the ex-priest at his elbow, importunate, he circled the crater, and they set out west across the pan. Toadvine climbed up and watched them. After a while, there was nothing to see. That day, their way took them upon a vast mosaic pavement, cobbled up from tiny blocks of jasper, carnelian, agate. 1,000 acres wide where the wind sang in the groutless interstices. Traversing this ground toward the east, riding one horse and leading another, came David Brown. The horse he led was saddled and bridled, and the kid stood with his thumbs in his belt and watched while he rode up and looked down at his old companions. "We heard you were in the Juzgado," said Tobin. "I was," said Brown. "I ain't now." His eyes catalogued them in every part. He looked at the piece of arrow shaft protruding from the kid's leg, and he looked into the ex-priest's eyes. "Where's your outfits?" he said. "You're looking at 'em. You fall out with Glanton?" "Glanton's dead." Brown spat a dry white spot in that vast and broken plateland. He had a small stone in his mouth against the thirst, and he shifted it with his jaw and looked at them. "The Yumas," he said. "Aye," said the ex-priest. "All rubbed out?" "Toadvine and the judge are at the well back yonder." "The judge," said Brown. The horses stared bleakly at the crazed stone floor whereon they stood. "The rest gone under? Smith, Dorsey, the nigger?" "All," said Tobin. Brown looked east across the desert. "How far to the well?" "We left about an hour past daybreak." "Is he armed?" "He is not." He studied their faces. "The priests don't lie," he said. No one spoke. He sat fingering the scapular of dried ears. Then he turned the horse and rode on, leading the riderless animal behind. He rode, watching back at them. Then he stopped again. "Did you see him dead?" he called. "Glanton?" "I did," called the ex-priest, for he had so. He rode on, turned slightly in the saddle, the rifle on his knee. He kept watch behind him on those pilgrims, and they on him. When he was well diminished on the pan, they turned and went on. By noon the day following, they had begun to come again upon abandoned gear from the caravans, cast shoes, and pieces of harness, and bones, and the dried carcasses of mules with the alparejas still buckled about. They trod the faint arc of an ancient lakeshore, where broken shells lay like bits of pottery, frail and ribbed among the sands, and in the early evening they descended among a series of dunes and spoil banks to Carrizo Creek, a seep that welled out of the stones and ran off down the desert and vanished again. Thousands of sheep had perished here, and the travelers made their way among the yellowed bones and carcasses with their rags of tattered wool, and they knelt among the bones to drink. When the kid raised his dripping head from the water, a rifle ball dished his reflection from the pool, and the echoes of the shot clattered about the bone-strewn slopes and clanged away in the desert and died. He spun on his belly and clambered sideways, scanning the skyline. He saw the horses first, standing nose to nose in a notch among the dunes to the south. He saw the judge, clad in the gusseted clothing of his recent associates. He was holding the mouth of the upright rifle in his fist and pouring powder from a flask down the bore. The imbecile, naked save for a hat, squatted in the sands at his feet. The kid scuttled to a low place in the ground and lay flat, with the pistol in his fist and the creek trickling past his elbow. He turned to look for the ex-priest, but he could not find him. He could see through the lattice of bones the judge and his charge on the hill in the sun, and he raised the pistol and rested it in the saddle of a rancid pelvis and fired. He saw the sand jump on the slope behind the judge, and the judge leveled the rifle and fired, and the rifle ball whacked through the bones, and the shots rolled away over the dunelands. The kid lay with his heart hammering in the sand. He thumbed back the hammer again and raised his head. The idiot sat as before, and the judge was trudging sedately along the skyline, looking over the windrowed bones below him for an advantage. The kid began to move again. He moved into the creek on his belly and lay drinking, holding up the pistol and the powder flask and sucking at the water. Then he moved out the far side and down a trampled corridor through the sands where wolves had gone to and fro. Off to his left he thought he heard the ex-priest hiss at him, and he could hear the creek, and he lay listening. He set the hammer at half-cock and rotated the cylinder and recharged the empty chamber and capped the piece and raised up to look. The shallow ridge along which the judge had advanced was empty, and the two horses were coming toward him across the sand to the south. He cocked the pistol and lay watching. They approached freely over the barren pitch, nudging the air with their heads, their tails whisking. Then he saw the idiot shambling along behind them, like some dim Neolithic herdsman. To his right he saw the judge appear from the dunes and reconnoiter, and drop from sight again. The horses continued on, and there was a scrabbling behind him, and when the kid turned, the ex-priest was in the corridor hissing at him. "Shoot him!" he called. The kid spun about to look for the judge, but the ex-priest called again in his hoarse whisper, "The fool! Shoot the fool!" He raised his pistol. The horses stepped one and the next through a break in the yellowed palings, and the imbecile shambled after and disappeared. He looked back at Tobin, but the ex-priest was gone. He moved along the corridor until he came to the creek again, already slightly roiled from the drinking horses above him. His leg had begun to bleed, and he lay soaking it in the cold water, and he drank and palmed water over the back of his neck. The marblings of blood that swung from his thigh were like thin red leeches in the current. He looked at the sun. "Hello!" called the judge, his voice off to the west, as if there were new riders to the creek and he addressed them. The kid lay listening. There were no new riders. After a while the judge called out again. "Come out!" he called. "There's plenty of water for everybody." The kid had swung the powder flask around to his back to keep it out of the creek, and he held the pistol up and waited. Upstream the horses had stopped drinking. Then they started drinking again. When he moved out on the far side of the creek, he came upon the hand and foot tracks left by the ex-priest among the prints of cats and foxes and the little desert pigs. He entered a clearing in that senseless midden and sat listening. His leather clothes were heavy and stiff with water, and his leg was throbbing. A horse's head came up streaming water at the muzzle 100 feet away over the bones and dropped from sight again. When the judge called out, his voice was in a new place. He called out for them to be friends. The kid watched a small caravan of ants bearing off among the arches of sheep ribs. In the watching, his eyes met the eyes of a small viper coiled under a flap of hide. He wiped his mouth and began to move again. In a cul-de-sac, the tracks of the ex-priest terminated and came back. He lay listening. It was hours till dark. After a while, he heard the idiot slobbering somewhere among the bones. He heard the wind coming in off the desert, and he heard his own breathing. When he raised his head to look out, he saw the ex-priest stumbling among the bones and holding aloft a cross he'd fashioned out of the shins of a ram, and he'd lashed them together with strips of hide, and he was holding the thing before him like some mad dowser in the bleak of desert, and calling out in a tongue both alien and extinct. The kid stood up, the revolver in both hands. He wheeled. He saw the judge, and the judge was in another quarter altogether, and he had the rifle already at his shoulder. When he fired, Tobin turned around, facing the way he'd come, and sat down, still holding the cross. The judge put down the rifle and took up another. The kid tried to steady the barrel of the pistol, and he let off the shot and then dropped to the sand. The heavy ball of the rifle passed overhead like an asteroid, and chattered and chopped among the bones fanned over the rise of ground beyond. He raised to his knees and looked for the judge, but the judge was not there. He reloaded the empty chamber and began to move again on his elbows toward the spot where he'd seen the ex-priest fall, taking his bearings by the sun and pausing from time to time to listen. The ground was trampled with the tracks of predators come in from the plains for the carrion, and the wind carrying through the breaks bore with it a sour reek, like the stink of a rancid dishclout, and there was no sound except the wind anywhere at all. He found Tobin kneeling in the creek, bathing his wound with a piece of linen torn from his shirt. The ball had passed completely through his neck. It had narrowly missed the carotid artery, yet he could not make the blood to stop. He looked at the kid, crouched among the skulls and upturned ribtines. "You've got to kill the horses," he said. "You've no other chance out of here. He'll ride you down." "We could take the horses." "Don't be a fool, lad. What other bait has he?" "We can get out of here as soon as it comes dark." "Do you think there'll be no day again?" The kid watched him. "Will it not stop?" he said. "It will not." "What do you think?" "I've got to stop it." The blood was running between his fingers. "Where's the judge?" said the kid. "Where, indeed?" "If I kill him, we can take the horses." "You'll not kill him. Don't be a fool. Shoot the horses." The kid looked off up the shallow, sandy creek. "Go on, lad." He looked at the ex-priest and at the slow gouts of blood dropping in the water, like rose blooms, how they swelled and were made pale. He moved away up the creek. When he came to where the horses had entered the water, they were gone. The sand on the side where they'd gone out was still wet. He pushed the revolver along before him, moving on the heels of his hands. For all his caution, he found the idiot watching him before he ever saw it. It was sitting motionless in a bower of bones, with the broken sunlight stenciled over its vacant face, and it was watching like a wild thing in a wood. The kid looked at it, and then he shoved on past in the tracks of the horses. The loose neck swiveled slowly, and the dull jaw drooled. When he looked back, it was still watching. Its wrists were lying in the sand before it, and although there was no expression to its face, yet it seemed a creature beset with a great woe. When he saw the horses, they were standing on a rise of ground above the creek and looking toward the west. He lay quietly and studied the terrain. Then he moved out along the edge of the wash and sat with his back to the bone salients, and cocked the pistol, and took a rest with his elbows on his knees. The horses had seen him come out of the wash, and they were watching him. When they heard the pistol cock, they pricked their ears and began to walk toward him across the sand. He shot the forward horse in the chest, and it fell over and lay breathing heavily, with the blood running out of its nose. The other one stopped and stood uncertainly, and he cocked the pistol and shot it as it turned. It began to trot among the dunes, and he shot it again, and its front legs buckled, and it pitched forward and rolled onto its side. It raised its head once, and then it lay still. He sat listening. Nothing moved. The first horse lay as it had fallen, the sand about its head darkening with blood. The smoke drifted away down the draw and thinned and vanished. He moved back down the wash and crouched under the ribs of a dead mule and recharged the pistol and then moved on toward the creek again. He did not go back the way he'd come, and he did not see the imbecile again. When he came to the creek, he drank and bathed his leg and lay listening as before. "Throw that gun out now," said the judge. He froze. The voice was not 50 feet away. "I know what you've done. The priest put you up to it, and I'll take that as a mitigation in the act and the intent, which I would any man in his wrongdoing. But there's the question of property. You bring me the pistol now." The kid lay without moving. He heard the judge wade the creek upstream. He lay counting slowly under his breath. When the roiled water reached him, he stopped counting, and let go on the current a dry twist of grass, and tolled it away downstream. At that same count, it was scarcely out of sight among the bones. He moved out of the water and looked at the sun, and began to make his way back to where he'd left Tobin. He found the ex-priest's tracks still wet where he'd left the creek, and the way of his progress marked with blood. He followed through the sand until he came to that place where the ex-priest had circled upon himself, and lay hissing at him from his place of cover. "Did you do for them, lad?" He raised his hand. I heard the shots, all three. The fool as well, aye, lad?" He didn't answer. "Good lad," hissed the ex-priest. He'd bound up his neck and his shirt, and he was naked to the waist, and he squatted among those rancid pickets and eyed the sun. The shadows were long on the dunes, and in the shadow the bones of the beasts that had died there lay skewed in a curious congress of garbled armatures upon the sands. They'd close to 2 hours till dark, and the ex-priest said so. They lay under the board-like hide of a dead ox, and listened to the judge calling to them. He called out points of jurisprudence. He cited cases. He expounded upon those laws pertaining to property rights in beast men's suite, and he quoted from cases of attainder insofar as he reckoned them germane to the corruption of blood in the prior and felonious owners of the horses now dead among the bones. Then he spoke of other things. The ex-priest leaned to the kid. "Don't listen," he said. "I ain't listening. Stop your ears. Stop yours." The priest cupped his hands over his ears and looked at the kid. His eyes were bright from the blood loss, and he was possessed of a great earnestness. "Do it," he whispered. "Do you think he speaks to me?" The kid turned away. He marked the sun squatting at the western rim of the waste, and they spoke no more until it was dark, and then they rose and made their way out. They stole up from the basin and set off across the shallow dunes, and they looked a last time back at the valley where, flickering in the wind at the edge of the revetment, stood the judge's night fire for all to see. They didn't speculate as to what it fed upon for fuel, and they were well advanced on the desert before the moon rose. There were wolves and jackals in that region, and they cried all the forepart of the night until the moon came up, and then they ceased as if surprised by its rising. Then they began again. The pilgrims were weak from their wounds. They lay down to rest, but never for long, and never without scanning the skyline to the east for any figure intruded upon it. and they shivered in the barren desert wind coming out of whatever godless quadrant, cold and sterile, and bearing news of nothing at all. When day came, they made their way to a slight rise on that endless flat, and squatted in the loose shale and watched the sun's rising. It was cold, and the ex-priest in his rags and his collar of blood hugged himself. On this small promontory they slept, and when they woke it was mid-morning, and the sun well advanced. They sat up and looked out. Coming toward them over the plain in the middle distance, they could see the figure of the judge, the figure of the fool. Chapter 21. Desert castaways. The backtrack. A hideout. The wind takes a side. The judge returns. An address. Los Digueños. San Felipe. Hospitality of the savages. Into the mountains. Grizzlies. San Diego. The sea. The kid looked at Tobin, but the ex-priest sat without expression. He was drawn and wretched-looking, and the approaching travelers seemed to evoke in him no recognition. He raised his head slightly, and he spoke without looking at the kid. "Go on," he said. "Save yourself." The kid took the water bottle from the shales and unstoppered it and drank and handed it across. The ex-priest drank, and they sat watching, and then they rose and turned and set out again. They were much reduced by their wounds and their hunger, and they made a poor show as they staggered onward. By noon their water was gone, and they sat studying the barrenness about. A wind blew down from the north. Their mouths were dry. The desert upon which they were entrained was desert absolute, and it was devoid of feature altogether, and there was nothing to mark their progress upon it. The earth fell away on every side equally in its architecture, and by these limits were they circumscribed, and of them were they locusts. They rose and went on. The sky was luminous. There was no trace to follow other than the bits of cast-off left by travelers, even to the bones of men drifted out of their graves in the scalloped sands. In the afternoon the terrain began to rise before them, and at the crest of a shallow esker they stood and looked back to see the judge, much as before, some 2 miles distant on the plain. They went on. The approach to any watering place in that desert was marked by the carcasses of perished animals in increasing number, and so it was now, as if the wells were ringed about by some hazard lethal to creatures. The travelers looked back. The judge was out of sight beyond the rise. Before them lay the whitened boards of a wagon, and further on the shapes of mule and ox, with the hides scoured bald as canvas by the constant abrasion of the sand. The kid stood studying this place, and then he backtracked some 100 yards and stood looking down at his shallow footprints in the sand. He looked upon the drifted slope of the esker which they had descended, and he knelt and held his hand against the ground, and he listened to the faint silica hiss of the wind. When he lifted his hand, there was a thin ridge of sand that had drifted against it, and he watched this ridge slowly vanish before him. The ex-priest, when he returned to him, presented a grave appearance. The kid knelt and studied him where he sat. "We gotta hide," he said. "Hide?" "Yes." "Where do you aim to hide?" "Here. We'll hide here." "You can't hide, lad." "We can hide." "You think he can't follow your track?" "The wind's taking it. It's gone from the slope yonder." "Gone?" "Every trace." The ex-priest shook his head. "Come on, we gotta get going." "You can't hide." "Get up." The ex-priest shook his head. "Ah, lad," he said. "Get up," said the kid. Go on, go on." He waved his hand. The kid spoke to him. "He ain't nothing. You told me so yourself. Men are made of the dust of the earth. You said it was no parable. No parable. That it was a naked fact. and the judge was a man like all men. "Face him down, then," said the ex-priest. "Face him down, if he is so." "And him with a rifle, and me with a pistol? Him with 2 rifles? Get up from there." Tobin rose. He stood unsteadily. He leaned against the kid. They set out, veering off from the drifted track and down past the wagon. They passed the first of the racks of bones, and went on to where a pair of mules lay dead in the traces. And here the kid knelt with a piece of board and began to scoop them a shelter, watching the skyline to the east as he worked. Then they lay prone in the lee of those sour bones like sated scavengers, and awaited the arrival of the judge and the passing of the judge, if he would so pass. They'd not long to wait. He appeared upon the rise and paused momentarily before starting down, he and his drooling manciple. The ground before him was drifted and rolling, and although it could be fairly reconnoitered from the rise, the judge did not scan the country, nor did he seem to miss the fugitives from his purview. He descended the ridge and started across the flats, the idiot before him on a leather lead. He carried the 2 rifles that had belonged to Brown, and he wore a pair of canteens crossed upon his chest, and he carried a powder horn and flask, and his portmanteau, and a canvas rucksack that must have belonged to Brown also. More strangely, he carried a parasol made from rotted scraps of hide stretched over a framework of rib bones, bound with strips of tug. The handle had been the foreleg of some creature, and the judge approaching was clothed in little more than confetti, so rent was his costume to accommodate his figure. Bearing before him that morbid umbrella with the idiot in its rawhide collar pulling at the lead, he seemed some degenerate entrepreneur fleeing from a medicine show and the outrage of the citizens who'd sacked it. They advanced across the flats, and the kid on his belly in the sand wallow watched them through the ribs of the dead mules. He could see his own tracks and Tobin's coming across the sand, dim and rounded, but tracks for that. And he watched the judge, and he watched the tracks, and he listened to the sand moving on the desert floor. The judge was perhaps 100 yards out when he stopped and surveyed the ground. The idiot squatted on all fours and leaned into the lead like some naked species of lemur. It swung its head and sniffed at the air, as if it were being used for tracking. It had lost its hat, or perhaps the judge had replevened it, for he now wore a rough and curious pair of pampooties cut from a piece of hide and strapped to the soles of his feet with wrappings of hemp salvaged from some desert wreck. The imbecile lunged in its collar and croaked, its forearms dangling at its chest. When they passed the wagon and continued on, the kid knew they were beyond the point where he and Tobin had turned off from the trace. He looked at the tracks, faint shapes that backed across the sands and vanished. The ex-priest at his side seized his arm and hissed and gestured toward the passing judge, and the wind rattled the scraps of hide at the carcass, and the judge and the idiot passed on across the sands and disappeared from sight. They lay without speaking. The ex-priest raised himself slightly and looked out, and he looked at the kid. The kid lowered the hammer of the pistol. "You'll get no such chance as that again." The kid put the pistol in his belt and rose onto his knees and looked out. "And what now?" The kid didn't answer. "He'll be waiting at the next well." "Let him wait. We could go back to the creek." "And do what?" "Wait for a party to come through." "Through from where? There ain't no ferry." "There's game comes to the creek." Tobin was looking out through the bones and hide. When the kid didn't answer, he looked up. "We could go there," he said. "I got 4 rounds," the kid said. He rose and looked out across the scavenged ground, and the ex-priest rose and looked with him. What they saw was the judge returning. The kid swore and dropped to his belly. The ex-priest crouched. They pushed down into the wallow, and with their chins in the sand like lizards, they watched the judge traverse again the grounds before them. With his leashed fool and his equipage, and the parasol dripping in the wind like a great black flower, he passed among the wreckage until he was again upon the slope of the sand esker. At the crest he turned, and the imbecile squatted at his knees, and the judge lowered the parasol before him and addressed the countryside about. "The priest has led you to this, boy. I know you would not hide. I know, too, that you've not the heart of a common assassin. I've passed before your gun sights twice this hour, and will pass a third time. Why not show yourself?" "No assassin," called the judge, "and no partisan either. There's a flawed place in the fabric of your heart. Do you think I could not know? You alone were mutinous. You alone reserved in your soul some corner of clemency for the heathen." The imbecile stood and raised its hands to its face and yammered weirdly, and sat again. "You think I've killed Brown and Toadvine? They are alive as you and me. They are alive and in possession of the fruits of their election. Do you understand? Ask the priest. The priest knows. The priest does not lie." The judge raised the parasol and adjusted his parcels. "Perhaps," he called, "perhaps you have seen this place in a dream, that you would die here." Then he descended the esker and passed once more across the boneyard, led by the tethered fool, until the two were shimmering and insubstantial in the waves of heat, and then they were gone altogether. They would have died if the Indians had not found them. All the early part of the night they'd kept Sirius at their left on the southwest horizon, and Cetus out there fording the void, and Orion and Betelgeuse turning overhead, and they had slept curled and shivering in the darkness of the plains, and woke to find the heavens all changed, and the stars by which they'd traveled not to be found, as if their sleep had encompassed whole seasons. In the auburn dawn they saw the half-naked savages crouched or standing all in a row along a rise to the north. They got up and went on, their shadows so long and so narrow, raising with mock stealth each thin articulated leg. The mountains to the west were whited out against the daybreak. The aborigines moved along the sand ridge. After a while the ex-priest sat down, and the kid stood over him with the pistol, and the savages came down from the dunes and approached by starts and checks across the plain like painted sprites. They were digenuous. They were armed with short bows, and they drew about the travelers and knelt and gave them water out of a gourd. They'd seen such pilgrims before, and with sufferings more terrible. They eked a desperate living from that land, and they knew that nothing, excepting some savage pursuit, could drive men to such plight. And they watched each day for that thing to gather itself out of its terrible incubation in the house of the sun and muster along the edge of the eastern world, and whether it be armies or plague or pestilence or something altogether unspeakable, they waited with a strange equanimity. They led the refugees into their camp at San Felipe, a collection of crude huts made from reeds, and housing a population of filthy and beggarly creatures, dressed largely in the cotton shirts of the Argonauts who'd passed there. Shirts and nothing more. They fetched them a stew of lizards and pocket mice, hot in clay bowls, and a sort of pignoli made from dried and pounded grasshoppers, and they crouched about and watched them with great solemnity as they ate. One reached and touched the grips of the pistol in the kid's belt and drew back again. "Pistola," he said. The kid ate. The savages nodded. "Quiero mirar su pistola," the man said. The kid didn't answer. When the man reached for the pistol, he intercepted his hand and put it from him. When he turned loose, the man reached again, and the kid pushed his hand away again. The man grinned. He reached a third time. The kid set the bowl between his legs and drew the pistol and cocked it and put the muzzle against the man's forehead. They sat quite still. The others watched. After a while the kid lowered the pistol and let down the hammer and put it in his belt and picked up the bowl and commenced eating again. The man gestured toward the pistol and spoke to his friends, and they nodded, and then they sat as before. "¿Qué pasó con ustedes?" The kid watched the man over the rim of the bowl with his dark and hollow eyes. The Indian looked at the ex-priest. "¿Qué pasó con ustedes?" The ex-priest in his black encrusted cravat turned his whole torso to look at the man who'd spoken. He looked at the kid. He'd been eating with his fingers, and he licked them and wiped them on the filthy leg of his trousers. "Las yumas," he said. They sucked in air and clucked their tongues. "Son muy malos," said the speaker. "Claro. ¿No tiene compañeros?" The kid and the ex-priest eyed each other. "Sí," said the kid. "Muchos." He waved his hand to the east. "Llegarán. Muchos compañeros." The Indians received this news without expression. A woman brought more of the piñole, but they had been without food too long to have appetites, and they waved her away. In the afternoon they bathed in the creek and slept on the ground. When they woke, they were being watched by a group of naked children and a few dogs. When they went up through the camp, they saw the Indians sitting along a ledge of rock, watching tirelessly the land to the east for whatever might come out of it. No one spoke to them of the judge, and they didn't ask. The dogs and children followed them out of the camp, and they took the trail up into the low hills to the west, where the sun was already going. They reached Warner's ranch late the following day, and they restored themselves at the hot sulphur springs there. There was no one about. They moved on. The country to the west was rolling and grassy, and beyond were mountains running to the coast. They slept that night among dwarf cedars, and in the morning the grass was frozen. And they could hear the wind in the frozen grass, and they could hear the cries of birds that seemed to charm against the sullen shores of the void out of which they had ascended. All that day they climbed through a highland park forested with Joshua trees, and rimmed about by bald granite peaks. In the evening, flocks of eagles went up through the pass before them, and they could see on those grassy benches the great shambling figures of bears, like cattle, grazing on some upland heath. There were skifts of snow in the lee of the stone ledges, and in the night a light snow fell upon them. Reefs of mist were blowing across the slopes when they set out shivering in the dawn, and in the new snow they saw the tracks of the bears that had come down to take their wind just before daylight. That day there was no sun, only a paleness in the haze, and the country was white with frost, and the shrubs were like polar isomers of their own shapes. Wild rams ghosted away up those rocky draws, and the wind swirled down cold and gray from the snowy reeks above them, a smoking region of wild vapors blowing down through the gap as if the world up there were all afire. They spoke less and less between them until at last they were silent altogether, as is often the way with travelers approaching the end of a journey. They drank from the cold mountain streams and bathed their wounds, and they shot a young doe at a spring and ate what they could, and smoked thin sheets of the meat to carry with them. Although they saw no more bears, they saw sign of their vicinity, and they moved off over the slopes a good mile from their meat camp before they put down for the night. In the morning they crossed a bed of thunderstones clustered on that heath like the ossified eggs of some primal ground bird. They trod the shadow line under the mountains, keeping just in the sun for the warmth of it, and that afternoon they first saw the sea, far below them, blue and serene under clouds. The trail went down through the low hills and picked up the wagon track, and they followed where the locked wheels had skidded and the iron tires scarred the rock, and the sea down there darkened to black, and the sun fell, and all the land about went blue and cold. They slept shivering under a wooded boss, among owl cries and a scent of juniper, while the stars swarmed in the bottomless night. It was evening of the following day when they entered San Diego. The ex-priest turned off to find them a doctor. but the kid wandered on through the raw mud streets and out past the houses of hide in their rows and across the gravel strand to the beach. Loose strands of amber-colored kelp lay in a rubbery rack at the tide line. A dead seal. Beyond the inner bay, part of a reef in a thin line, like something foundered there on which the sea was teething. He squatted in the sand and watched the sun on the hammered face of the water. Out there, island clouds emplaned upon a salmon-colored other sea. Seafowl in silhouette. Downshore, the dull surf boomed. There was a horse standing there, staring out upon the darkening waters, and a young colt that cavorted and trotted off and came back. He sat watching while the sun dipped, hissing in the swells. The horse stood darkly against the sky. The surf boomed in the dark, and the sea's black hide heaved in the cobbled starlight, and the long, pale combers loped out of the night and broke along the beach. He rose and turned toward the lights of the town. The tide pools bright as smelter pots among the dark rocks where the phosphorescent sea crabs clambered back. Passing through the salt grass, he looked back. The horse hadn't moved. A ship's light winked in the swells. The colt stood against the horse with its head down, and the horse was watching out there past men's knowing, where the stars are drowning and whales ferry their vast souls through the black and seamless sea. Chapter 22. Under arrest. The judge pays a call. An arraignment. Soldier, priest, magistrate. On his own recognizance. He sees a surgeon. The arrow shaft removed from his leg. Delirium. He journeys to Los Angeles. A public hanging. Los ahorcados. Looking for the ex-priest. Another fool. The scapular. To Sacramento. A traveler in the West. He abandons his party. The penitent brothers. The death cart. Another massacre. The eldress in the rocks. Going back through the streets past the yellow window lights and barking dogs, he encountered a detachment of soldiers, but they took him for an older man in the dark and passed on. He entered a tavern and sat in a darkened corner watching the groups of men at the tables. No one asked him what he wanted in that place. He seemed to be waiting for someone to come for him, and after a while 4 soldiers entered and arrested him. They didn't even ask his name. In his cell he began to speak with a strange urgency of things few men have seen in a lifetime, and his jailer said that his mind had become unconquered by the acts of blood in which he had participated. One morning he woke to find the judge standing in his cage, hat in hand, smiling down at him. He was dressed in a suit of gray linen, and he wore new polished boots. His coat was unbuttoned, and in his waistcoat he carried a watch chain and a stick pin, and in his belt a leather-covered clip that held a small silver-mounted derringer, stocked in rosewood. He looked down the hallway of the crude mud building and donned the hat, and smiled again at the prisoner. "Well," he said, "how are you?" The kid didn't answer. "They wanted to know from me if you were always crazy," said the judge. "They said it was the country. The country turned them out." "Where's Tobin?" "I told them that the Cretan had been a respected doctor of divinity from Harvard College as recently as March of this year, that his wits had stood him as far west as the Aquarius Mountains. It was the ensuing country that carried them off, together with his clothes." "And Toadvine and Brown, where are they?" "In the desert, where you left them. A cruel thing. Your companions in arms." The judge shook his head. "What do they aim to do with me?" "I believe it is their intention to hang you." "What did you tell them?" "Told them the truth, that you were the person responsible. Not that we have all the details. But they understand that it was you and none other who shaped events along such a calamitous course, eventuating in the massacre at the ford by the savages with whom you conspired. Means and ends are of little moment here, idle speculations. But even though you carry the draft of your murderous plan with you to the grave, it will nonetheless be known in all its infamy to your Maker. And as that is so, so shall it be made known to the least of men, all in the fullness of time.
"You're the one that's crazy," said the kid.
The judge smiled. "No," he said. "It was never me. But why lurk there in the shadows? Come here, where we can talk, you and me."
The kid stood against the far wall, hardly more than a shadow himself.
"Come up," said the judge. "Come up, for I've yet more to tell you."
He looked down the hallway.
"Don't be afraid," he said. "I'll speak softly. It's not for the world's ears, but for yours only. Let me see you. Don't you know that I'd have loved you like a son?"
He reached through the bars.
"Come here," he said. "Let me touch you."
The kid stood with his back to the wall.
"Come here, if you're not afraid," whispered the judge.
"I ain't afraid of you."
The judge smiled. He spoke softly into the dim mud cubicle. "You came forward," he said, "to take part in a work. But you were a witness against yourself. You sat in judgment on your own deeds. You put your own allowances before the judgments of history, and you broke with the body of which you were pledged a part, and poisoned it in all its enterprise. Hear me, man. I spoke in the desert for you, and you only, and you turned a deaf ear to me. If war is not holy, man is nothing but anti-clay. Even the Cretan acted in good faith, according to his parts. For it was required of no man to give more than he possessed, nor was any man's share compared to another's. Only each was called upon to empty out his heart into the common, and one did not. Can you tell me who that one was?"
"It was you," whispered the kid. "You were the one."
The judge watched him through the bars. He shook his head. "What joins men together," he said, "is not the sharing of bread, but the sharing of enemies. But if I was your enemy, with whom would you have shared me? With whom? The priest? Where is he now? Look at me. Our animosities were formed and waiting before ever we two met. Yet even so, you could have changed it all."
"You," said the kid. "It was you."
"It was never me," said the judge. "Listen to me. Do you think Glanton was a fool? Don't you know that he'd have killed you?"
"Lies," the kid said. "Lies, by God, lies."
"Think again," said the judge.
"He never took part in your craziness."
The judge smiled. He took his watch from his waistcoat and opened it and held it to the failing light. "For even if you should have stood your ground," he said, "yet what ground was it?"
He looked up. He pressed the case shut and restored the instrument to his person.
"Time to be going," he said. "I have errands."
The kid closed his eyes. When he opened them, the judge was gone. That night he called the corporal to him, and they sat on either side of the bars while the kid told the soldier of the hoard of gold and silver coins hid in the mountains not far from this place. He talked for a long time. The corporal had set the candle on the floor between them, and he watched him, as one might watch a glib and lying child. When he was finished, the corporal rose and took the candle with him, leaving him in darkness. He was released 2 days later. A Spanish priest had come to baptize him and had flung water at him through the bars like a priest casting out spirits. An hour later, when they came for him, he grew giddy with fear. He was taken before the alcalde, and this man spoke to him in a fatherly manner in the Spanish language, and then he was turned out into the streets. The doctor that he found was a young man of good family from the East. He cut open his trouser leg with scissors and looked at the blackened shaft of the arrow and moved it about. A soft fistula had formed about it. "Do you have any pain?" he said. The kid didn't answer. He pressed about the wound with his thumb. He said that he could perform the surgery and that it would cost $100. The kid rose from the table and limped out. The day following, as he sat on the plaza, a boy came and led him again to the shack behind the hotel, and the doctor told him that they would operate in the morning. He sold the pistol to an Englishman for $40, and woke at dawn in a lot underneath some boards where he'd crawled in the night. It was raining, and he went down through the empty mud streets and hammered at the grocer's door until the man let him in. When he appeared at the surgeon's office, he was very drunk, holding onto the door jamb, a quart bottle half full of whiskey clutched in his hand. The surgeon's assistant was a student from Sinaloa, who had apprenticed himself here. An altercation ensued at the door until the surgeon himself came from the rear of the premises. "You'll have to come back tomorrow," he said. "I don't aim to be no soberer, then." The surgeon studied him. "All right," he said. "Let me have the whiskey." He entered, and the apprentice shut the door behind him. "You won't need the whiskey," said the doctor. "Let me have it." "Why won't I need it?" "We have spirits of ether. You won't need the whiskey." "Is it stronger?" "Much stronger. In any case, I can't operate on a man and him dead drunk." He looked at the assistant, and then he looked at the surgeon. He set the bottle on the table. "Good," said the surgeon. "I want you to go with Marcello. He will draw you a bath and give you clean linen and show you to a bed." He pulled his watch from his vest and held it in his palm and read it. "It is 8:15. We'll operate at 1. Get some rest. If you require anything, please let us know." The assistant led him across the courtyard to a whitewashed adobe building in the rear, a bay that held 4 iron beds, all empty. He bathed in a large riveted copper boiler that looked to have been salvaged from a ship, and he lay on the rough mattress and listened to children playing somewhere beyond the wall. He did not sleep. When they came for him, he was still drunk. He was led out and laid on a trestle in an empty room adjoining the bay, and the assistant pressed an icy cloth to his nose and told him to breathe deeply. In that sleep, and in sleeps to follow, the judge did visit. Who would come other? A great shambling mutant, silent and serene. Whatever his antecedents, he was something wholly other than their sum. Nor was there system by which to divide him back into his origins, for he would not go. Whoever would seek out his history through what unraveling of loins and ledger books must stand at last darkened and dumb at the shore of a void without terminus or origin. And whatever science he might bring to bear upon the dusty primal matter blowing down out of the millennia will discover no trace of any ultimate atavistic egg by which to reckon his commencing. In the white and empty room he stood in his bespoken suit, with his hat in his hand, and he peered down with his small and lashless pig's eyes, wherein this child, just 16 years on earth, could read whole bodies of decisions not accountable to the courts of men. And he saw his own name, which nowhere else could he have ciphered out at all, logged into the records as a thing already accomplished. A traveler known in jurisdictions existing only in the claims of certain pensioners or on old dated maps. In his delirium he ransacked the linens of his pallet for arms, but there were none. The judge smiled. The fool was no longer there, but another man. And this other man he could never see in his entirety, but he seemed an artisan and a worker in metal. The judge enshadowed him where he crouched at his trade, but he was a cold forger who worked with hammer and die, perhaps under some indictment, and an exile from men's fires, hammering out like his own conjectural destiny all through the night of his becoming some coinage for a dawn that would not be. It is this false moneyer, with his gravers and burins, who seeks favor with the judge. And he is contriving from cold slag, brute in the crucible, a face that will pass, an image that will render this residual species current in the markets where men barter. Of this is the judge, and the night does not end. The light in the room altered, a door closed. He opened his eyes. His leg was swathed in sheeting, and it was propped up with small rolls of reed matting. He was desperate with thirst, and his head was booming, and his leg was like an evil visitant in the bed with him, such was the pain. By and by the assistant came with water for him. He did not sleep again. The water that he drank ran out through his skin and drenched the bedding, and he lay without moving, as if to outwit the pain, and his face was gray and drawn, and his long hair damp and matted. A week more, and he was hobbling through the town on crutches provided him by the surgeon. He inquired at every door for news of the ex-priest, but no one knew him. In June of that year he was in Los Angeles, quartered in a hostel that was no more than a common doss house, he and 40 other men of every nationality. On the morning of the 11th, all rose up still in darkness and turned out to witness a public hanging at the carcel. When he arrived, it was paling light, and already such a horde of spectators at the gate that he could not well see the proceedings. He stood at the edge of the crowd while day broke and speeches were said. Then, abruptly, 2 bound figures rose vertically from among their fellows to the top of the gatehouse, and there they hung, and there they died. Bottles were handed about, and the witnesses who had stood in silence began to talk again. In the evening, when he returned to that place, there was no one there at all. A guard leaned in the gatehouse portal chewing tobacco, and the hanged men at their rope ends looked like effigies for to frighten birds. As he drew near, he saw that it was Toadvine and Brown. He'd little money, and then he'd none. But he was in every dram-house and gaming room, every cockpit and doggery. A quiet youth in a suit too large, and the same broken boots he'd come off the desert in. Standing just within the door of a foul saloon, with his eyes shifting under the brim of the hat he wore, and the light from a wall sconce on the side of his face, he was taken for a male whore, and set up to drink, and then shown to the rear of the premises. He left his patron senseless in a mud-room, where there was no light. Other men found him on their own sordid missions, and other men took his purse and watch. Later still, someone took his shoes. He heard no news of the priest, and he'd quit asking. Returning to his lodgings one morning at daybreak in a gray rain, he saw a face slobbering in an upper window, and he climbed the stairwell and rapped at the door. A woman in a silk kimono opened the door and looked out at him. Behind her, in the room, a candle burned at a table, and in the pale light at the window, a half-wit sat in a pen with a cat. It turned to look at him. Not the judge's fool, but just some other fool. When the woman asked him what he wanted, he turned without speaking and descended the stairwell into the rain and the mud in the street. With his last $2 he bought from a soldier the scapular of heathen ears that Brown had worn to the scaffold. He was wearing them the next morning, when he hired out to an independent conductor from the state of Missouri, and he was wearing them when they set out for Fremont on the Sacramento River with a train of wagons and pack animals. If the conductor had any curiosity about the necklace, he kept it to himself. He was at this employment for some months, and he left it without notice. He traveled about from place to place. He didn't avoid the company of other men. He was treated with a certain deference, as one who had got on to terms with life beyond what his years could account for. By now he'd come by a horse and a revolver, the rudiments of an outfit. He worked at different trades. He had a Bible that he'd found at the mining camps, and he carried this book with him, no word of which could he read. In his dark and frugal clothes, some took him for a sort of preacher, but he was no witness to them, neither of things at hand nor things to come, he least of any man. They were remote places for news that he traveled in, and in those uncertain times men toasted the ascension of rulers already deposed, and hailed the coronation of kings murdered and in their graves. Of such corporal histories, even as these, he bore no tidings. And although it was the custom in that wilderness to stop with any traveler and exchange the news, he seemed to travel with no news at all, as if the doings of the world were too slanderous for him to truck with, or perhaps too trivial. He saw men killed with guns and with knives and with ropes, and he saw women fought over to the death whose value they themselves set at $2. He saw ships from the land of China chained in the small harbors, and bales of tea and silks and spices broken open with swords by small yellow men with speech like cats. On that lonely coast where the steep rocks cradled a dark and muttersome sea, he saw vultures at their soaring, whose wingspans so dwarfed all lesser birds that the eagles shrieking underneath were more like terns or plovers. He saw piles of gold a hat would scarcely have covered, wagered on the turn of a card and lost. And he saw bears and lions turned loose in pits to fight wild bulls to the death. And he was twice in the city of San Francisco, and twice saw it burn, and never went back, riding out on horseback along the road to the south where all night the shape of the city burned against the sky, and burned again in the black waters of the sea, where dolphins rolled through the flames, fire in the lake, through the fall of burning timbers and the cries of the lost. He never saw the ex-priest again. Of the judge, he heard rumor everywhere. In the spring of his 28th year, he set out with others upon the desert to the east, he one of 5 at hire to see a party through the wilderness to their homes halfway across the continent. 7 days from the coast at a desert well, he left them. They were just a band of pilgrims returning to their homes, men and women already dusty and travel-worn. He set the horse's face north toward the stone mountains running thinly under the edge of the sky, and he rode the stars down and the sun up. It was no country he had ever seen, and there was no track to follow into those mountains, and there was no track out. Yet in the deepest fastness of those rocks he met with men who seemed unable to abide the silence of the world. He first saw them laboring over the plain in the dusk, among flowering ocotillo that burned in the final light like horned candelabra. They were led by a pitero piping a reed, and then in procession a clanging of tambourines and matracas, and men naked to the waist in black capes and hoods, who flailed themselves with whips of braided yucca, and men who bore on their naked backs great loads of chola, and a man tied to a rope who was pulled this way and that by his companions, and a hooded man in a white robe who bore a heavy wooden cross on his shoulders. They were, all of them, barefoot, and they left a trail of blood across the rocks, and they were followed by a rude carreta, in which sat a carved wooden skeleton who rattled along stiffly, holding before him a bow and arrow. He shared his cart with a load of stones, and they went trundling over the rocks, drawn by ropes tied to the heads and ankles of the bearers, and accompanied by a deputation of women, who carried small desert flowers in their folded hands, or torches of sotol, or primitive lanterns of pierced tin. This troubled sect traversed slowly the ground under the bluff where the watchers stood, and made their way over the broken scree of a fan washed out of the draw above them, and wailing and piping and clanging they passed between the granite walls into the upper valley, and disappeared in the coming darkness like heralds of some unspeakable calamity, leaving only bloody footprints on the stone. He bivouacked in a barren swale, and he and the horse lay down together, and all night the dry wind blew down the desert, and the wind was all but silent, for there was nothing of resonance among those rocks. In the dawn he and the horse stood watching the east where the light commenced, and then he saddled the horse and led it down a scrabbled trail through a canyon where he found a tank deep under a pitch of boulders. The water lay in darkness, and the stones were cool, and he drank and fetched water for the horse in his hat. Then he led the animal up onto the ridge, and they went on, the man watching the tableland to the south and the mountains to the north, and the horse clattering along behind.
By and by the horse began to toss its head, and soon it would not go. He stood holding the hackamore and studying the country. Then he saw the pilgrims. They were scattered about below him in a stone coulee, dead in their blood. He took down his rifle and squatted and listened. He led the horse under the shade of the rock wall and hobbled it, and moved along the rock and down the slope. The company of penitents lay hacked and butchered among the stones in every attitude. Many lay about the fallen cross, and some were mutilated, and some were without heads. Perhaps they'd gathered under the cross for shelter, but the hole into which it had been set, and the cairn of rocks about its base, showed how it had been pushed over, and how the hooded altar Christ had been cut down and disemboweled, who now lay with the scraps of rope by which he had been bound still tied about his wrists and ankles. The kid rose and looked about at this desolate scene, and then he saw, alone and upright in a small niche in the rocks, an old woman, kneeling in a faded rebozo, with her eyes cast down. He made his way among the corpses and stood before her. She was very old, and her face was gray and leathery, and sand had collected in the folds of her clothing. She did not look up. The shawl that covered her head was much faded of its color, yet it bore, like a patent woven into the fabric, the figures of stars and quarter moons and other insignia of a provenance unknown to him. He spoke to her in a low voice. He told her that he was an American, and that he was a long way from the country of his birth, and that he had no family, and that he had traveled much and seen many things, and had been at war and endured hardships. He told her that he would convey her to a safe place, some party of her country people, who would welcome her, and that she should join them, for he could not leave her in this place, or she would surely die. He knelt on one knee, resting the rifle before him like a staff. "Abuelita," he said, "no puedes escucharme?" He reached into the little cove and touched her arm. She moved slightly, her whole body, light and rigid. She weighed nothing. She was just a dried shell, and she had been dead in that place for years. Chapter 23. On the North Texas plains, an old buffalo hunter, the millennial herds, the bone pickers, night on the prairie, the callers, Apache ears, Elrod takes a stand, a killing, bearing off the dead, Fort Griffin, the beehive, a stage show, the judge, killing a bear. The judge speaks of old times, in preparation for the dance. The judge on war, destiny, the supremacy of man. The dance hall, the whore. The Jakes and what was encountered there. Sie müssen schlafen, aber ich muss tanzen. In the late winter of 1878, he was on the plains of North Texas. He crossed the double mountain fork of the Brazos River on a morning when skim ice lay along the sandy shore, and he rode through a dark dwarf forest of black and twisted mesquite trees. He made his camp that night on a piece of high ground where there was a windbreak formed of a tree felled by lightning. He'd no sooner got his fire to burn than he saw across the prairie in the darkness another fire. Like his, it twisted in the wind. Like his, it warmed one man alone. It was an old hunter in camp, and the hunter shared tobacco with him, and told him of the buffalo and the stands he'd made against them, laid up in a sag on some rise with the dead animals scattered over the grounds, and the herd beginning to mill, and the rifle barrels so hot the wiping patches sizzled in the bore, and the animals by the thousands and tens of thousands, and the hides pegged out over actual square miles of ground, and the teams of skinners spelling one another around the clock, and the shooting and shooting weeks and months, till the boar shot slick, and the stock shot loose at the tang, and their shoulders were yellow and blue to the elbow, and the tandem wagons groaned away over the prairie 20 and 22 ox teams, and the flint hides by the ton and 100 ton,
and the meat rotting on the ground, and the air whining with flies, and the buzzards and ravens, and the night a horror of snarling and feeding, with the wolves half crazed and wallowing in the carrion.
I seen Studebaker wagons with 6 and 8 ox teams headed out for the grounds, not hauling a thing but lead. Just pure galena. Tons of it. On this ground alone, between the Arkansas River and the Concho there, was 8 million carcasses, for that's how many hides reached the railhead. 2 years ago, we pulled out from Griffin for a last hunt. We ransacked the country. 6 weeks. Finally found a herd of 8 animals, and we killed them and come in. They're gone. Every one of them that God ever made is gone as if they'd never been at all.
The ragged sparks blew down the wind. The prairie about them lay silent. Beyond the fire it was cold, and the night was clear, and the stars were falling. The old hunter pulled his blanket about him.
I wonder if there's other worlds like this, he said, or if this is the only one.
When he came upon the bone pickers, he'd been riding 3 days in a country he'd never seen. The plains were sere and burnt-looking, and the small trees black and misshapen, and haunted by ravens, and everywhere the ragged packs of jackal wolves, and the crazed and sun-chalked bones of the vanished herds. He dismounted and led the horse. Here and there within the arc of ribs a few flat disks of darkened lead, like old medallions of some order of the hunt. In the distance teams of oxen bore along slowly, and the heavy wagons creaked dryly. Into these barrows the pickers tossed the bones, kicking down the calcined architecture, breaking apart the great frames with axes. The bones clattered in the wagons. They plowed on in the pale dust. He watched them pass, ragged, filthy, the oxen galled and mad-looking. None spoke to him. In the distance he could see a train of wagons moving off to the northeast with great tottering loads of bones, and further to the north other teams of pickers at their work. He mounted and rode on. The bones had been gathered into windrows 10 feet high and hundreds long, or into great conical hills topped with the signs or brands of their owners. He overtook one of the lumbering carts, a boy riding the near-wheel ox and driving with a jerk-line and a jockey-stick. 2 youths squatting atop a mound of skulls and pelvic bones leered down at him. Their fires dotted the plain that night, and he sat with his back to the wind and drank from an army canteen and ate a handful of parched corn for his supper. All across those reaches the yammer and yap of the starving wolves relayed, and to the north the silent lightning rigged a broken lyre upon the world's dark rim. The air smelled of rain, but no rain fell, and the creaking bone carts passed in the night like darkened ships, and he could smell the oxen and hear their breath. The sour smell of the bones was everywhere. Toward midnight a party hailed him as he squatted at his coals. "Come up," he said. They came up out of the dark, sullen wretches dressed in skins. They carried old military guns, save for one who had a buffalo rifle, and they had no coats, and one of them wore green hide boots peeled whole from the hocks of some animal, and the toes gathered shut with leather. "Evening, stranger," called out the eldest child among them. He looked at them. They were 4 and a half-grown boy, and they halted at the edge of the light and arranged themselves there. "Come up," he said. They shuffled forward. 3 of them squatted and 2 stood. "Where's the outfit?" said one. "He ain't out for bones." "You ain't got nary chew tobacco about your clothes, have you?" He shook his head. "Nary drink of whiskey neither, I don't reckon." "He ain't got no whiskey." "Where you headed, mister? Are you headed towards Griffin?" He looked them over. "I am," he said. "Going for the whores, I bet you." "He ain't going for the whores. It's full of whores, Griffin is. Hell, he's probably been there more'n you. You been to Griffin, mister?" "Not yet." "Full of whores. Full plumb up. They say you can get clapped a day's ride out when the wind is right. They set in a tree in front of this here place, and you can look up and see their bloomers. I counted high as 8 in that tree earlier of an evening. Sit up there like coons and smoke cigarettes and holler down at you. It's set up to be the biggest town for sin in all Texas. It's as lively a place for murderers as you'd care to visit. Scrapes with knives, about any kind of meanness you can name. He looked at them from one to the other. He reached and took up a stick and roused the fire with it and put the stick in the flames. "You all like meanness?" he said. "We don't hold with it." "Like to drink whiskey?" "He's just talking. He ain't no whiskey drinker." "You just not seen him drink it not an hour ago. I seen him puke it back up, too." "What's them things around your neck there, mister?" He pulled the aged scapular from his shirt front and looked at it. "It's ears," he said. "It's what?" "Ears." "What kind of ears?" He tugged at the thong and looked down at them. They were perfectly black and hard and dry and of no shape at all. "Humans," he said. "Human ears." "Ain't done it," said the one with the rifle. "Don't you call him a liar, Elrod. He's liable to shoot you." "Let's see them things, mister, if you don't care." He slipped the scapular over his head and handed it across to the boy who'd spoken. They pressed about and felt the strange, dried pendants. "Niggers, ain't it?" they said. "Dock them niggers' ears so they know 'em when they run off." "How many is there, mister?" "I don't know. Used to be near 100. They held the thing up and turned it in the firelight. "Nigger ears, by God." "They ain't niggers." "They ain't?"
"No."
"What are they?"
"Injuns."
"The hell they are." "Elrod, you done been told. How come them to be so black as that if they ain't niggers?"
"They turned that way. They got blacker till they couldn't black no more."
"Where'd you get 'em at?" "Killed them sons of bitches, didn't you, mister? You been a scout on the prairies, ain't you?"
"I bought them ears in California off a soldier in a saloon, didn't have no money to drink on." He reached and took the scapular from them.
"Shoot, I bet he's been a scout on the prairie, killed every one of them sons of bitches."
The one called Elrod followed the trophies with his chin and sniffed the air.
"I don't see what you want with them things," he said. "I wouldn't have 'em."
The others looked at him uneasily.
"You don't know where them ears come from. That old boy you bought 'em off might have said they was Injuns, but that don't make it so."
The man didn't answer.
"Them ears could have come off of cannibals, or any other kind of foreign nigger. They tell me you can buy the whole heads in New Orleans. Sailors brings 'em in, and you can buy 'em for $5 all day long, them heads. Hush, Elrod."
The man sat holding the necklace in his hands. "They wasn't cannibals," he said. "They was Apaches. I knowed the man that docked them. Knowed him and rode with him and seen him hung." Elrod looked at the others and grinned.
"Apaches," he said. "I bet them old Apaches would give a watermelon a pure fit. What about you all?"
The man looked up wearily. "You ain't calling me a liar, are you, son?"
"I ain't you, son."
"How old are you?"
"That's some more of your business."
"How old are you?"
"He's 15. You hush your damn mouth."
He turned to the man.
"He don't speak for me," he said.
"He's done spoke. I was 15-year-old when I was first shot."
"I ain't never been shot."
"You ain't 16 yet, neither."
"You aim to shoot me?"
"I aim to try to keep from it."
"Come on, Elrod. You ain't gonna shoot nobody. Maybe in the back or them asleep. Elrod, we're gone. I knowed you for what you was when I seen you."
"You better go on."
"Sit there and talk about shooting somebody. They ain't nobody done it yet."
The other four stood at the limits of the firelight. The youngest of them was casting glances out at the dark sanctuary of the prairie night.
"Go on,"
the man said.
"They're waiting on you."
He spat into the man's fire and wiped his mouth. Out on the prairie to the north, a train of yoked wagons was passing, and the oxen were pale and silent in the starlight, and the wagons creaked faintly in the distance,
and a lantern with a red glass followed them out like an alien eye. This country was filled with violent children orphaned by war. His companions had started back to fetch him, and perhaps this emboldened him the more, and perhaps he said other things to the man, for when they got to the fire, the man had risen to his feet. "You keep him away from me," he said. "I see him back here, I'll kill him." When they had gone, he built up the fire, and caught the horse, and took the hobbles off, and tied it, and saddled it, and then he moved off apart, and spread his blanket, and lay down in the dark. When he woke, there was still no light in the east. The boy was standing by the ashes of the fire, with a rifle in his hand. The horse had snuffed, and now it snuffed again. "I knowed you'd be hid out," the boy called. He pushed back the blanket and rolled onto his stomach and cocked the pistol and leveled it at the sky where the clustered stars were burning for eternity. He centered the foresight in the milled groove of the frame strap, and, holding the piece so, he swung it through the dark of the trees with both hands to the darker shape of the visitor. "I'm right here," he said. The boy swung with the rifle and fired. "You wouldn't have lived anyway," the man said. It was gray dawn when the others came up. They had no horses. They led the half-grown boy to where the dead youth was lying on his back with his hands composed upon his chest. "We don't want no trouble, mister. We just want to take him with us." "Take him." "I knowed we'd bury him on this prairie. They come out here from Kentucky, mister. This Tyke and his brother. His mama and daddy both dead. His granddaddy was killed by a lunatic and buried in the woods like a dog. He's never known good fortune in his life, and now he ain't got a soul in this world. Randall, you take a good look at the man that has made you a orphan." The orphan, in his large clothes, holding the old musket with the mended stock, stared at him woodenly. He was maybe 12 years old, and he looked not so much dull-witted as insane. Two of the others were going through the dead boy's pockets. "Where's his rifle at, mister?" The man stood with his hand on his belt. He nodded to where the rifle stood against a tree. They brought it over and presented it to the brother. It was a Sharp's .50 caliber, and holding it and the musket, he stood inanely armed, his eyes skittering. One of the older boys handed him the dead boy's hat, and then he turned to the man. "He give $40 for that rifle in Little Rock. You can buy 'em in Griffin for 10. They ain't worth nothing. Randall, you ready to go?" He did not assist as a bearer, for he was too small. When they set out across the prairie with his brother's body carried up on their shoulders, he followed behind carrying the musket and the dead boy's rifle and the dead boy's hat. The man watched them go. Out there was nothing. They were simply bearing the body off over the bone-strewn waste toward a naked horizon. The orphan turned once to look back at him, and then he hurried to catch up. In the afternoon he rode through the Mackenzie crossing of the Clear Fork of the Brazos River, and he and the horse walked side by side down the twilight toward the town, where in the long red dusk and in the darkness the random aggregate of the lamps formed slowly a false shore of hospice, cradled on the low plain before them. They passed enormous ricks of bones, colossal dikes composed of horned skulls and the crescent ribs, like old ivory bows heaped in the aftermath of some legendary battle, great levees of them curving away over the plain into the night. They entered the town in a light rain falling. The horse nickered and snuffed shyly at the hocks of the other animals standing at stall before the lamp-lit bagnios they passed. Fiddle music issued into the solitary mud street, and lean dogs crossed before them from shadow to shadow. At the end of the town he led the horse to a rail, and tied it among the others, and stepped up the low wooden stairs into the dim light that fell from the doorway there. He looked back a last time at the street, and at the random window lights let into the darkness, and at the last pale light in the west and the low dark hills around. Then he pushed open the door and entered. A dimly seething rabble,
had coagulated within. As if the raw board structure erected for their containment occupied some ultimate sink into which they had gravitated from off the surrounding flatlands. An old man in a Tyrolean costume was shuffling among the rough tables with his hat outheld, while a little girl in a smock cranked a barrel organ, and a bear in a crinoline twirled strangely upon a board stage defined by a row of tallow candles that dripped and sputtered in their pools of grease. He made his way through the crowd to the bar, where several men in gaitered shirts were drawing beer or pouring whiskey. Young boys worked behind them, fetching crates of bottles and racks of glasses steaming from the scullery to the rear. The bar was covered with zinc, and he placed his elbows upon it and spun a silver coin before him and slapped it flat. "Speak or forever," said the barman. "A whiskey." "Whiskey it is." He set up a glass and uncorked a bottle and poured perhaps half a gill and took the coin. He stood looking at the whiskey. Then he took his hat off and placed it on the bar and took up the glass and drank it very deliberately and set the empty glass down again. He wiped his mouth and turned around and placed his elbows on the bar behind him. Watching him across the layered smoke in the yellow light was the judge. He was sitting at one of the tables. He wore a round hat with a narrow brim, and he was among every kind of man, herder and bullwhacker and drover and freighter and miner and hunter and soldier and peddler and gambler and drifter and drunkard and thief. And he was among the dregs of the earth in beggary 1,000 years, and he was among the scapegrace scions of Eastern dynasties. And in all that motley assemblage he sat by them, and yet alone, as if he were some other sort of man entire, and he seemed little changed, or none, in all these years. He turned away from those eyes, and stood looking down at the empty tumbler between his fists. When he looked up, the barman was watching him. He raised his forefinger, and the barman brought the whiskey. He paid, he lifted the glass, and drank. There was a mirror along the back bar, but it held only smoke and phantoms. The barrel organ was groaning and creaking, and the bear, with tongue aloll, was revolving heavily on the boards. When he turned, the judge had risen, and was speaking with other men. The showman made his way through the throng, shaking the coins in his hat. Garishly clad whores were going out through a door at the rear of the premises, and he watched them, and he watched the bear, and when he looked back across the room, the judge wasn't there. The showman seemed to be in altercation with the man standing at the table. Another man rose. The showman gestured with his hat. One of them pointed toward the bar. He shook his head. Their voices were incoherent in the din. On the boards, the bear was dancing for all that his heart was worth, and the girl cranked the organ handle, and the shadow of the act which the candlelight constructed upon the wall might have gone begging for reference in any daylight world. When he looked back, the showman had donned the hat, and he stood with his hands on his hips. One of the men had drawn a long-barreled cavalry pistol from his belt. He turned and leveled the pistol toward the stage. Some dove for the floor. Some reached for their own arms. The owner of the bear stood like a pitchman at a shooting gallery. The shot was thunderous, and in the afterclap all sound in that room ceased. The bear had been shot through the midsection. He let out a low moan, and he began to dance faster, dancing in silence save for the slap of his great footpads on the planks. Blood was running down his groin. The little girl strapped into the barrel organ stood frozen, the crank at rest on the upswing. The man with the pistol fired again, and the pistol bucked and roared, and the black smoke rolled, and the bear groaned and began to reel drunkenly. He was holding his chest, and a thin foam of blood swung from his jaw, and he began to totter and to cry like a child. And he took a few last steps, dancing, and crashed to the boards. Someone had seized the pistol arm of the man who'd done the shooting, and the gun was waving aloft. The owner of the bear stood stunned, clutching the brim of his old-world hat. "Shot the goddamn bear," said the barman. The little girl had unbuckled herself out of the barrel organ
and it clattered wheezing to the floor. She ran forward and knelt and gathered the great shaggy head up in her arms and began to rock back and forth, sobbing. Most of the men in the room had risen, and they stood in the smoky yellow space with their hands on their sidearms. Whole flocks of whores were scuttling toward the rear, and a woman mounted to the boards and stepped past the bear and held out her hands. "It's all over," she said. "It's all over." "Do you believe it's all over, son?" He turned. The judge was standing at the bar looking down at him. He smiled. He removed his hat. The great pale dome of his skull shone like an enormous phosphorescent egg in the lamplight. "The last of the true. The last of the true. I'd say they're all gone under now, saving me and thee, would you not?" He tried to see past him. That great corpus enshadowed him from all beyond. He could hear the woman announcing the commencement of dancing in the hall to the rear. "And some are not yet born who shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's soul," said the judge. He turned slightly. "Plenty of time for the dance." "I ain't studying no dance." The judge smiled. The Tyrolean and another man were bent over the bear. The girl was sobbing, the front of her dress dark with blood. The judge leaned across the bar and seized a bottle and snapped the cork out of it with his thumb. The cork whined off into the blackness above the lamps like a bullet. He rifled a great drink down his throat and leaned back against the bar. "You're here for the dance," he said. "I got to go." The judge looked aggrieved. "Go?" he said. He nodded. He reached and took hold of his hat where it lay on the bar, but he didn't take it up, and he didn't move. "What man would not be a dancer if he could?" said the judge. "It's a great thing, the dance." The woman was kneeling and had her arm around the little girl. The candles sputtered, and the great hairy mound of the bear, dead in its crinoline, lay like some monster slain in the commission of unnatural acts. The judge poured the tumbler full where it stood empty alongside the hat and nudged it forward. "Drink up," he said. "Drink up. This night thy soul may be required of thee." He looked at the glass. The judge smiled and gestured with the bottle. He took up the glass and drank. The judge watched him. "Was it always your idea," he said, "that if you did not speak, you would not be recognized?" "You see me." The judge ignored this. "I recognized you when I first saw you, and yet you were a disappointment to me, then and now. Even so, at the last, I find you here with me." "I ain't with you." The judge raised his bald brow. "Not?" he said. He looked about him in a puzzled and artful way, and he was a passable thespian. "I never come here hunting you." "What then?" said the judge. "What would I want with you? I come here same reason as any man." "And what reason is that?" "What reason is what?" "That these men are here. They come here to have a good time." The judge watched him. He began to point out various men in the room, and to ask if these men were here for a good time, or if indeed they knew why they were here at all. "Everybody don't have to have a reason to be someplace." "That's so," said the judge. "They do not have to have a reason. But order is not set aside because of their indifference." He regarded the judge warily. "Let me put it this way," said the judge. "If it is so that they themselves have no reason, and yet are indeed here, must they not be here by reason of some other? And if this is so, can you guess who that other might be?" "No. Can you?" "I know him well." He poured the tumbler full once more, and he took a drink himself from the bottle, and he wiped his mouth and turned to regard the room. "This is an orchestration for an event. For a dance, in fact. The participants will be apprised of their roles at the proper time. For now, it is enough that they have arrived. As the dance is the thing with which we are concerned, and contains complete within itself its own arrangement and history and finale, there is no necessity that the dancers contain these things within themselves as well. In any event, the history of all is not the history of each, nor indeed the sum of those histories. And none here can finally comprehend the reason for his presence, for he has no way of knowing even in what the event consists. In fact, were he to know, he might well absent himself. And you can see that that cannot be any part of the plan, if plan there be. He smiled. His great teeth shone. He drank. An event, a ceremony, the orchestration thereof. The overture carries certain marks of decisiveness. It includes the slaying of a large bear. The evening's progress will not appear strange or unusual, even to those who question the rightness of the events so ordered. A ceremony, then. One could well argue that there are not categories of no ceremony, but only ceremonies of greater or lesser degree. And deferring to this argument, we will say that this is a ceremony of a certain magnitude, perhaps more commonly called a ritual. A ritual includes the letting of blood. Rituals which fail in this requirement are but mock rituals. Here, every man knows the false at once, never doubt it. That feeling in the breast that evokes a child's memory of loneliness, such as when the others have gone and only the game is left with its solitary participant. A solitary game without opponent, where only the rules are at hazard. Don't look away. We're not speaking in mysteries. You of all men are no stranger to that feeling, the emptiness and the despair. It is that which we take arms against, is it not? Is not blood the tempering agent and the mortar which bonds? The judge leaned closer. What do you think death is, man? Of whom do we speak when we speak of a man who was and is not? Are these blind riddles, or are they not some part of every man's jurisdiction? What is death if not an agency? And whom does he intend toward? Look at me. I don't like craziness. Nor I. Bear with me. Look at them now. Pick a man, any man. That man there, see him? That man, hatless. You know his opinion of the world. You can read it in his face and his stance. Yet his complaint that a man's life is no bargain masks the actual case with him, which is that men will not do as he wishes them to, have never done, never will do. That's the way of things with him, and his life is so balked about by difficulty, and become so altered of its intended architecture, that he is little more than a walking hovel, hardly fit to house the human spirit at all. Can he say, such a man, that there is no malign thing set against him? That there is no power and no force and no cause? What manner of heretic could doubt agency and claimant alike? Can he believe that the wreckage of his existence is unentailed? No liens, no creditors? That gods of vengeance and of compassion alike lie sleeping in their crypt, and whether our cries are for an accounting or for the destruction of the ledgers altogether, they must evoke only the same silence, and that it is this silence which will prevail? To whom is he talking, man? Can't you see him? The man was indeed muttering to himself, and peering balefully about the room, wherein it seemed there was no friend to him. The man seeks his own destiny and no other, said the judge. Will or nil? Any man who could discover his own fate and elect, therefore, some opposite course could only come at last to that self-same reckoning at the same appointed time. For each man's destiny is as large as the world he inhabits, and contains within it all opposites as well. This desert upon which so many have been broken is vast, and calls for largeness of heart. But it is also ultimately empty. It is hard, it is barren. Its very nature is stone.
He poured the tumbler full. "Drink up," he said. "The world goes on. We have dancing nightly, and this night is no exception. The straight and the winding way are one, and now that you are here, what do the years count since last we two met together? Men's memories are uncertain, and the past that was differs little from the past that was not." He took up the tumbler the judge had poured, and he drank, and set it down again. He looked at the judge. "I've been everywhere," he said. "This is just one more place." The judge arched his brow. "Did you post witnesses?" he said. "To report to you on the continuing existence of those places once you'd quit them?" "That's crazy." "Is it? Where is yesterday? Where is Glanton and Brown, and where is the priest?" He leaned closer. "Where is Shelby, whom you left to the mercies of Elias in the desert? And where is Tate, whom you abandoned in the mountains? Where are the ladies, the fair and tender ladies, with whom you danced at the governor's ball when you were a hero, anointed with the blood of the enemies of the republic you'd elected to defend? And where is the fiddler, and where the dance?" "I guess you can tell me." "I tell you this. As war becomes dishonored and its nobility called into question, those honorable men who recognize the sanctity of blood will become excluded from the dance, which is the warrior's right, and thereby will the dance become a false dance, and the dancers false dancers. And yet there will be one there always who is a true dancer. And can you guess who that might be?" "You ain't nothing." "You speak truer than you know. But I will tell you. Only that man who has offered himself entire to the blood of war, who has been to the floor of the pit and seen horror in the round, and learned at last that it speaks to his inmost heart, only that man can dance." "Even a dumb animal can dance." The judge set the bottle on the bar. "Hear me, man," he said. "There is room on the stage for one beast and one alone. All others are destined for a night that is eternal and without name. One by one they will step down into the darkness before the footlamps. Bears that dance, bears that don't." He drifted with the crowd toward the door at the rear. In the anteroom sat men at cards, dim in the smoke. He moved on. A woman was taking chits from the men as they passed through to the shed at the rear of the building. She looked up at him. He had no chit. She directed him to a table where a woman was selling the chits and stuffing the money with a piece of shingle through a narrow slit into an iron strongbox. He paid his $1 and took the stamped brass token and rendered it up at the door and passed through. He found himself in a large hall, with a platform for the musicians at one end and a large homemade sheet-iron stove at the other. Whole squadrons of whores were working the floor. In their stained peignoirs, in their green stockings and melon-colored drawers, they drifted through the smoky oil light like make-believe wantons, at once childlike and lewd. A dark little dwarf of a whore took his arm and smiled up at him. "I seen you right away," she said. "I always pick the one I want." She led him through a door where an old Mexican woman was handing out towels and candles, and they ascended like refugees of some sordid disaster the darkened, plank-board stairwell to the upper rooms. Lying in the little cubicle with his trousers about his knees, he watched her. He watched her take up her clothes and don them, and he watched her hold the candle to the mirror and study her face there. She turned and looked at him. "Let's go," she said. "I got to go." "Go on." "You can't lay there. Come on, I got to go." He sat up and swung his legs over the edge of the little iron cot, and stood and pulled his trousers up and buttoned them and buckled his belt. His hat was on the floor, and he picked it up and slapped it against the side of his leg and put it on. "You need to get down there and get you a drink," she said. "You'll be all right." "I'm all right now." He went out. He turned at the end of the hallway and looked back. Then he went down the stairs. She had come to the door. She stood in the hallway holding the candle and brushing her hair back with one hand. And she watched him descend into the dark of the stairwell, and then she pulled the door shut behind her. He stood at the edge of the dance floor. A ring of people had taken the floor and were holding hands and grinning and calling out to one another. A fiddler sat on a stool on the stage, and a man walked up and down calling out the order of the dance and gesturing and stepping in the way he wished them to go. Outside in the darkened lot, groups of wretched Tonkawas stood in the mud, with their faces composed in strange lost portraits within the sash-work of the window lights. The fiddler rose and set the fiddle to his jaw. There was a shout, and the music began, and the ring of dancers began to rotate ponderously with a great shuffling. He went out the back. The rain had stopped, and the air was cold. He stood in the yard. Stars were falling across the sky, myriad and random, speeding along brief vectors from their origins in night to their destinies in dust and nothingness. Within the hall the fiddle squealed, and the dancers shuffled and stomped. In the street men were calling for the little girl whose bear was dead, for she was lost. They went among the darkened lots with lanterns and torches calling out to her. He went down the walkboard toward the Jakes. He stood outside listening to the voices fading away, and he looked again at the silent tracks of the stars where they died over the darkened hills. Then he opened the rough board door of the Jakes and stepped in. The judge was seated upon the closet. He was naked, and he rose up smiling, and gathered him in his arms against his immense and terrible flesh, and shot the wooden bar latch home behind him. In the saloon, two men who wanted to buy the hide were looking for the owner of the bear. The bear lay on the stage in an immense pool of blood. All the candles had gone out save one, and it guttered uneasily in its grease like a votive lamp. In the dance hall a young man had joined the fiddler, and he kept the measure of the music with a pair of spoons which he clapped between his knees. The whores sashayed half-naked, some with their breasts exposed. In the mudded dog-yard behind the premises, two men went down the boards toward the Jakes. A third man was standing there urinating into the mud. "Is someone in there?" the first man said. The man who was relieving himself didn't look up. "I wouldn't go in there if I was you," he said. "Is there somebody in there?" "I wouldn't go in." He hitched himself up and buttoned his trousers and stepped past them and went up the walk toward the lights. The first man watched him go and then opened the door of the Jakes. "Good God Almighty," he said. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He stepped past the other and went back up the walk. The other man stood looking after him. Then he opened the door and looked in. In the saloon they had rolled the dead bear onto a wagon sheet, and there was a general call for hands. In the anteroom the tobacco smoke circled the lamps like an evil fog, and the men bid and dealt in a low mutter. There was a lull in the dancing, and a second fiddler took the stage, and the two plucked their strings and turned the little hardwood pegs until they were satisfied. Many among the dancers were staggering drunk through the room, and some had rid themselves of shirts and jackets and stood bare-chested and sweating, even though the room was cold enough to cloud their breath. An enormous whore stood clapping her hands at the bandstand and calling drunkenly for the music. She wore nothing but a pair of men's drawers, and some of her sisters were likewise clad in what appeared to be trophies, hats or pantaloons or blue twill cavalry jackets. As the music soared up, there was a lively cry from all, and a caller stood at the front and called out the dance, and the dancers stomped and hooted and lurched against one another. And they are dancing, the board floors slamming under the jackboots, and the fiddlers grinning hideously over their canted pieces. Towering over them all is the judge, and he is naked, dancing, his small feet lively and quick, and now in double time,
and bowing to the ladies, huge and pale and hairless, like an enormous infant. "He never sleeps," he says. "He says he'll never die." He bows to the fiddlers and sashays backwards and throws back his head and laughs deep in his throat. And he is a great favorite, the judge. He wafts his hat, and the lunar dome of his skull passes palely under the lamps, and he swings about and takes possession of one of the fiddles, and he pirouettes and makes a pass, 2 passes, dancing and fiddling at once. His feet are light and nimble. He never sleeps. He says that he will never die. He dances in light and in shadow, and he is a great favorite. He never sleeps, the judge. He is dancing, dancing. He says that he will never die. Epilogue. In the dawn there is a man progressing over the plain by means of holes which he is making in the ground. He uses an implement with 2 handles, and he chucks it into the hole, and he enkindles the stone in the hole with his steel, hole by hole, striking the fire out of the rock which God has put there. On the plain behind him are the wanderers in search of bones, and those who do not search, and they move haltingly in the light, like mechanisms whose movements are monitored with escapement and palate, so that they appear restrained by a prudence or reflectiveness which has no inner reality. And they cross in their progress one by one that track of holes that runs to the rim of the visible ground, and which seems less the pursuit of some continuance than the verification of a principle, a validation of sequence and causality, as if each round and perfect hole owed its existence to the one before it there on that prairie, upon which are the bones and the gatherers of bones and those who do not gather. He strikes fire in the hole and draws out his steel. Then they all move on again.